a crucial role in the Land for Jobs scam. What exactly is the scam all about? This was basically the recruitment drive that was being carried out by the Railway Ministry. Undeserving candidates landed up with a job at the Railway Ministry, the Group D and the Group C staff members. In fact, it was Lalu Prasad Yadav's close aides, Bhola Yadav, who was collecting these applications from the candidates, that too at the official residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Rabri Devi. And it doesn't end there. We are given to understand in return, these undeserving candidates were actually giving out gifts in the form of land deeds to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. That's the allegation that has been leveled. Now, the only difference here is that in this particular case is that this has gone a little beyond mere allegations. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has also accessed certain land deeds. These land deeds were basically recovered from the premises of some of these candidates who landed up getting a job at the Railway Ministry to begin with. And secondly, what's very important to point out here is that these land deeds clearly go on to indicate that the parcel was actually in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. And that is the reason why the agency is saying that they have incriminating evidence against the Railway Minister, former Railway Minister's family members. Now, to answer the question that whether this is all about vendetta politics, important to point out here is that the FIR was registered way before the Mahagathbandhan government came to power. Secondly, there were arrests that were even made even before the Mahagathbandhan was formed in the state of Bihar. Important to point out here is that a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, Bhola Yadav, was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and following his interrogation, we are given to understand that there was a decision that was essentially made that there are more number of people who are part of this entire Land for Jobs scam, and that is the reason why it is high time that these searches are basically carried out to gather more evidence in this particular case.
Well, Shravan, tell us about the major names that we know of, that are cropping up in this entire investigation, the significant names that need to be taken note of.
Well, at this point in time, Rukma, just because the investigation is underway, the searches are underway, perhaps we will have to refrain from taking the names of some of those leaders who are under the scanner, unlike some of the other networks who basically, jumped the gun by taking the names of some of those leaders where the searches are whose premises are being searched at the Republic Media Network. Will perhaps be a little bit more cautious given the fact that these searches have only started earlier in the day. Perhaps a little later, when the searches are, they've made substantial progress, we would be in a position to put out some more details. But all that we can confirm right now, at least, is that 3 RJD top parliamentarians are under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation. A very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav is also under the scanner. In fact, premises of this close aide is being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Beyond that, we are being told that in places like Katihar and Madhubani, in Katihar, a medical college is being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This too is connected to a RJD parliamentarian, is what we are picking up at this point in time. But what has essentially happened is that today there appears to be a mega crackdown, one by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the other by the Enforcement Directorate, both coming in from 2 states where you're seeing a lot of political repercussions taking place. In Bihar, we've already seen with the RJD leaders, even JDU now coming out and essentially saying that these are the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate basically are working at the behest of the centre. This is vendetta politics. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches in Jharkhand. There are 17 other locations where these searches are being carried out. There too, it's regarding the illegal mining scam in which a close associate of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is under the scanner. He was picked up by the Enforcement Directorate, and thereafter now we are being told that these searches are being carried out at 17 locations. Now, coming back to the Central Bureau of Investigations, the investigation that's being carried out, fresh details basically emerging of the fact that some of the close associates of the former Chief Minister, former Union Minister, Lalu Prasad Yadav, they are under the scanner. Their premises are currently being searched. Just to in a nutshell, to put this into perspective, what this case is all about. Now, between 2004 and 2009, when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Union Railway Minister, there was a recruitment drive that was basically carried out for the Group D and Group C staff members in the railway department. What turns out is that undeserving candidates approached some of the close aides of the union minister. For instance, in this case, it is Bhola Yadav. And there were promises essentially made that jobs would be provided to them. And that's exactly what happened. Jobs were actually provided. But in lieu of that, we're given to understand land parcels were given to Lalu Prasad family members. And why this becomes even more obvious is the fact that in this particular case, there is no diversion of funds, or it is not like shell companies were created, money was diverted in order to perhaps camouflage this entire operation. In this case, what appears to be a clear-cut transaction between the undeserving candidates and, for that matter, the union ministers, the former union minister and his family members, because the land deeds, which in a short while from now, Republic Media Network is also going to put out more details, because we've accessed some crucial documents, which basically raises very uncomfortable questions about the alleged corruption indulged by the former union minister, because these land deeds, if you take a look at it, these land deeds is a clear reflection of the fact that these were land parcels that were basically taken into the name, directly in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members.
Right. Also, Shravan, if we talk about action that can be taken in such cases by the CBI, what would we be looking at? Also, the kind of timeline. It's been almost 18 years in some cases, almost 13 years in others. What kind of a timeline are we looking at as far as action against them is concerned? And, well, we are covering all the updates, Republic tracking the developments, even as there's a floor test. We are trying to get in touch with Prakash Singh, who is there outside the Vidhan Sabha, where there are protests underway, as you can see in those visuals, on the part of the BJP in the midst of a mega crackdown at various locations. Shravan telling us that it's 24 locations since last count. Mega crackdown by the CBI in connection with the Land for Jobs scam. Of course, names are being mentioned, and in a short while from now, it will be clearer who are the people who are being raided, who are the people, which are the premises exactly that are being searched. It's still a developing story there, but Shravan getting us all the updates, and Prakash Singh there on the political developments in the state as the Mahagathbandhan government made of the JDU, the RJD and the Congress and the allies, the Mahagathbandhan alliance there goes in for the floor test, the crucial. So live visuals, Republic getting you from inside the Vidhan Sabha. We'll very shortly be getting in touch with Prakash, who's telling us all about what's happening there in the Bihar capital. Since this morning, we've seen mega raids, a mega crackdown on corruption, and the Land for Jobs scam in focus once again. In many cases, it's 18 years since the scam happened. In other cases, it's 13. Jobs are provided in the railways in return for land parcels and other gifts. And many important RJD leaders' names cropping up in the matter. Of course, we'll be confirming, Shravan will be confirming all those details as we try to get in touch with them. Meanwhile, look at these visuals, the BJP there, BJP cadre protesting outside the assembly. And Lalu cadre also protesting against the mega action by the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, continuing its probe into the Land for Jobs scam. Meanwhile, news coming in from inside the Vidhan Sabha. The Bihar Speaker has resigned, and in a short while from now, we'll be getting you all the updates as they happen, as voting begins for that crucial floor test of the Mahagathbandhan government led by Nitish Kumar. with Tejasvi Yadav as his deputy. So Republic tracking all the updates from Bihar as the mega crackdown against corruption and political developments on the other. Stay tuned. Keep watching Republic TV. More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that one we look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kick
Well, we're cutting right across to visuals that we are getting from Bihar. Now, searches are underway in Kathiawar Medical College. 25 or so locations are being raided. Now, there is a particular mall that's also being searched. We are given to understand that the mall that's being raided currently is believed to be linked to Tejasvi Yadav. Raids, of course, are being conducted by the CBI in about 24 locations, and 5 leaders who are believed to be from Lalu Prasad Yadav's close circle are being raided even as we speak. Now, the CBI, of course, is conducting these raids in the Land for Jobs scam. The allegation that the CBI has made is that there were landed deals that were given to the family of Lalu Prasad Yadav in return for jobs to people granted under D quota when he was a railway minister. Shavan Sen continues to break down the details of this story for us. Shavan, we are also now learning that a mall that's believed to be linked to Tejasvi Yadav is being raided currently. Give us more details, please, of what's happening.
Well, in fact, some more details now coming in. In fact, I'm just putting this out, Rukma, right away. Urban Cubes 71. That's the mall linked to Tejasvi Yadav that is being searched right now. In fact, that's the latest details coming in. This is a company called White Land Corporation Private Limited, which is constructing this mall in Sector 71 of Gurgaon. It is suspected that family members of Lalu Prasad Yadav are associated with this particular company responsible for the construction of this mall. Now, why this mall becomes crucial? Because it is suspected that the proceeds of crime were essentially diverted through this construction of this mall in Gurgaon. It's in Sector 71 is what I'm being told. The name of the mall is Urban Cubes 71. It's an under construction mall where the searches are basically underway. 25 plus locations where these searches are being carried out, including Delhi as well as in Gurgaon. In Bihar, we are being told it's in Madhubani, Katihar, Patna and a few other locations. A total of 25 plus locations where these searches are basically underway. But Tejasvi Yadav, that's the big link that's basically that's emerging at this point in time, Nupur. Because remember, in the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi as well as few other family members were named as an accused, including Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughters that came under the scanner. But now what's emerging is that even Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because here is a mall that is linked to Tejasvi Yadav that is currently being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So fast-paced developments, we're getting in more and more links as far as these searches are basically that are being carried out. 25 plus locations is where we can now confirm where these searches are being carried out, Nupur.
Right, absolutely. Shravan, till, of course, a few minutes ago, the searches were linked to people who were from Lalu Yadav's inner circle, but not essentially to someone from his family. And currently, of course, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav. So any reactions that we are getting now in lieu of these searches that are being conducted in Gurgaon? Of course, the RJD since the morning has been saying that this is political vendetta.
Well, as far as the reaction from the RJD is concerned, you've already heard some of the reactions that came in from Patna, where they essentially highlighting the fact that perhaps it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which is being completely spooked with the Mahagathbandhan forming the government there. But just beyond this political rhetoric right now, Dupur, what's important to point out is the facts of the case. Is there any merits in this particular case? What turns out is very clear. One, this is an FIR that was registered much before the Mahagathbandhan government was formed in Bihar. Secondly, there were arrests that were also made even when the BJP and JDU was basically in power. Now, what's important to point out here is that there was an interrogation done of a man called Bhola Yadav. Bhola Yadav is considered to be a very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, and it is he who has taken the name of the former Chief Minister as well as the Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation. He's admitted to the fact that he has collected applications of these candidates at the official residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Rabri Devi, and in return there were land parcels that were taken in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. There's a large amount of money that has basically come under the scanner, is being scrutinized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But the latest update now coming in that part of the money, the proceeds of crime, they were basically diverted into a mall. And this mall is located in Sector 71 of Gurgaon, which goes by the name of Urban Cubes 71. A company that owns this mall is called the White Land Private Limited. Now, it's once again a company in which it is suspected that the Yadav members are associated with. So that is the reason why we're now being told that these searches are basically being carried out with the intention to find out what's the link, whether at all the money that they've been able to track down, was it diverted, funneled into the construction of this particular mall in a posh area in Gurugram.
Now, what we were learning from the CBI in the FIR that they'd filed earlier, Shravan, was the fact that there was a private company that was controlled by Lalu Yadav's family. And as you yourself pointed out, there were some proceeds which were diverted over there. Now, is this company that you are mentioning, White Land Corporation, essentially linked to the family as well?
Well, at this point in time, yes, Tupur, I spoke to my source just a while back to get more details on these searches that were being carried out. I'm given to understand that Whiteland Private Limited, this is a company in which the Yadav family is associated with at this stage. What's the exact link? Perhaps we'll have to wait and watch, because the searches are basically underway. It's going to take some more time before they divulge any information. But all that we can confirm is that the CBI basically suspects that the proceeds of crime, or the money that was essentially made from this land for job scam, that money was diverted. This money was diverted into the construction of this mall through this company called Whiteland Corporation. In fact, we are being told that this is a mall which is in Sector 71. It is an under construction mall, and a part of the money was diverted into the construction of this this mall. Who exactly is associated? As of now, we are being told that the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav is essentially linked to this mall where the searches are being carried out. Important to point out here once again, Nupur, is that all this while we knew that it is, this investigation was all about the former Chief Minister Rabri Devi, as well as former Union Minister Lalu Yadav, and some of his other family members, which included the daughters. But it now turns out that even Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Now, Shravan, the CBI had found about 7 instances of, jobs being allegedly given to candidates when their family members transferred lands to Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now, in most of these cases, we are given to understand that cash deals were involved, and the current value, I believe, of these land parcels is believed to be about 4.39 crores or so. That's what the CBI has said in its FIRs?
Well, in the FIR, they've categorically mentioned about the several candidates that have been examined. These candidates, they had applied for the Group D and Group C staff recruitment in the railway department. We are being told that they have also come across land parcels in places.
All right,
like
I'm sorry, Shravan, I'll have to interrupt you there. We're going to cut across to a press conference that the BJP is holding currently.
पे झूठ बोलते हैं। संजय सिंह जी ने क्या झूठ बोले हैं पहले मैंने आपको बताया उसके बारे में। इन्होंने अरुण जेटली जी और गडकरी जी के बारे में क्या झूठ बोले वो भी मैंने बताया। पर कल क्या हुआ मेरे साथ और क्यों मैं ये लाइव कर रहा हूं। कल आम आदमी पार्टी की अधिकृत प्रवक्ता, सीनियर प्रवक्ता आतिशी मारलेना, बड़ी वरिष्ठ प्रवक्ता है, पार्टी के अलग अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है। अब वो आकर करेंगी दूसरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस। हाय हमारे साथ ये हो गया, हाय हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ा जा रहा है, हाय हमारे पास ऑडियो है पर हम दिखाएंगे नहीं, सुनाएंगे नहीं, हम समय का इंतजार करेंगे। ये सारी चीजें वो करेंगी। वो ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर, ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर, फिल्म नहीं आ रही, ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर आ रहे हैं। बहरहाल आतिशी मारलेना विधायक भी है। कल मेरे साथ संवाद में वो कहती हैं सत्येंद्र जैन तो सबसे ज्यादा ईमानदार है, पद्म भूषण मिलना चाहिए उन्हें। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा है जी कट्टर ईमानदार है। मैंने उनसे बताया कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कल तो उनको कोर्ट ने फिर से एक बार राहत नहीं दी, बेल नहीं दी। वो 27 तारीख तक हिरासत में ही रहेंगे, रिमांड में ही रहेंगे। पर आतिशी जी सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश और स्ट्रिक्चर्स आए। आतिशी कहती हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है, झूठों के सरदार कहते हैं, पिनोकियो ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स कहते हैं, कोर्ट का कोई आदेश ही नहीं है। नाना सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कोर्ट का कोई आदेश नहीं है। ये उन्होंने कल कहा है। कल 7 बजे के शो में, डिबेट में, जहां पर वो और मैं 1-on-1 थे, फेस ऑफ था, एक निजी चैनल के मंच पर उन्होंने ये बातें कही हैं। और मैंने उस समय उन्हें कहा कि मैं आ जाऊंगा सारे प्रूफ लेकर, सारे तथ्य लेकर आ जाऊंगा। मैं तो एक, देखिए, मैं ना मुख्यमंत्री, मैं ना उप मुख्यमंत्री, मैं ना इतना बड़ा विधायक, ना मैं कोई बड़ी हस्ती, मैं तो एक लौता, 1-2 कुर्ते हैं, मैं आ जाता हूं। अब मैं आ गया हूं। मैंने कहा फिल्म सिटी आ जाते हैं, सारे मीडिया बंधु के ऑफिसेस यही हैं, मैं अपने कागज ले आता हूं, आप अपने कागज ले आना, मेरा मुंह बंद करवा देना। आपके पास तो पूरा डिपार्टमेंट है, पंजाब का भी है, दिल्ली का भी है, इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इतना पैसा, इतना एडवर्टाइजमेंट का जोर, सारी चीजें आपके पास, आ जाना। भाग गई। एक उनके दूसरे प्रवक्ता भी भाग गए थे, आज ये भी भाग गई। पर उन्होंने कहा कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ तो कोई कोर्ट का है ही नहीं कुछ आदेश। आज मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि कितना झूठ ये बोलते हैं, और अगर इस मामले में इतना झूठ बोलते हैं, सोचिए इस बात को जरा, थोड़े कल्पना कीजिए कि अगर इस बारे में, जिसके बारे में प्रूफ सार्वजनिक पटल पर है, उस पर इतना झूठ बोलेंगे, तो ये शराब नीति को लेकर और बाकी सारे जो आरोप लगा रहे उसको लेकर कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अब मैं आपको दिखाता हूं कि कोर्ट ने सत्येंद्र जैन।
All right, that of course is Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP over there targeting Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party over liquor gate scam. The Aam Aadmi Party of course is also holding a live briefing currently. So there has been a war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor scam.
इसमें इन्होंने कहा कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं है, मैं पढ़कर सुना रहा हूं। इसमें लिखा गया है कि inter alia notes that the cash that was routed through accommodation entries in the garb of share capital premium in fact belonged to Mr. Satyendra Kumar Jain, and it was at his direction that the entire transaction, हवाला transaction की बात हो रही है, was orchestrated. ये writ petition C6541/2017 and 6543 of 2017 page 16 of 18 para 30 में लिखा गया है। तो 2019 के अगस्त में ही सत्येंद्र जैन ये हवालाबाजी कर रहे थे, ये स्पष्ट हो चुका था, साबित हो चुका था। उसके बाद मैं आता हूं एक और हाईकोर्ट की फाइंडिंग पर। यह हाईकोर्ट की रिट पिटीशन है, रिट पिटीशन C10207/2022। ये जुलाई 2022 की रिट पिटीशन है। पैरा 23 में लिखा गया है, इट इज पर्टिनेंट टू नोट एट दिस जंक्चर that while it is not for the court to issue directions to the chief minister, of course कोर्ट नहीं कह सकती किसको मंत्री रखे ना रखे, विवेक और अधिकार क्षेत्र मुख्यमंत्री का होता है, but it is the duty of the court to remind the key duty holders with regard to their role and uphold the tenets of the constitution. The Council of Ministers has a collective responsibility to sustain and uphold the integrity of Constitution of India, and it is for the chief minister to act in the best interest of the state and to consider as to whether a person who has criminal background or has been charged with offences involving moral turpitude shall be appointed or continued to allow to as a minister or not. मतलब कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि क्या एक मंत्री को कंटिन्यू करने की अनुमति दी जानी चाहिए जिसके ऊपर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड और मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड है, ये तय करे खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी। परंतु एक बात स्पष्ट है कि सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड और मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड की बात की गई, और अगर ये बात सही नहीं है तो मैं आपको बताता हूं, ये छपा भी है, ये ऑर्डर आने के बाद ये इंडियन एक्सप्रेस जैसे अखबार में छपा है। इंडियन एक्सप्रेस छापता है, फॉर केजरीवाल टू डिसाइड वेदर जैन शुड बी अलाउड टू कंटिन्यू इन द कैबिनेट दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट, और उसके बाद नीचे स्टोरी जो लिखी गई है सोफी एहसान के द्वारा, दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट सेड इट इज फॉर द चीफ मिनिस्टर टू कंसिडर इफ अ पर्सन हु हैज क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड और हैज बीन चार्ज्ड विद ऑफेंसेस इन्वॉल्विंग मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड शुड बी अलाउड टू कंटिन्यू एज अ मिनिस्टर। उसके अलावा जब 2 दिन बाद इस फैसले के बाद एक ट्रायल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया, ट्रायल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया और उसमें ट्रायल कोर्ट लोअर कोर्ट कहती है पृष्ठ नंबर 7 में इस ऑर्डर के, लुकिंग एट द मटीरियल ऑन रिकॉर्ड इट कैन बी सेड प्राइमा फेसाई सफिशिएंट इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंस अबाउट द इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द अक्यूज, जिसमें सत्येंद्र जैन है, दस कॉग्निजेंस ऑफ द ऑफेंस अंडर सेक्शन 3 ऑफ पीएमएलए अंडर सेक्शन 4 ऑफ पीएमएलए 2002 इज टेकन। मतलब ये उन्होंने कहा है कि ऑफेंस जो है ये इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंस है और ये छपा भी है, ये जो है न्यूज़पेपर में छपा भी है कि किस प्रकार से प्राइमा फेसाई सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ, और कोर्ट ने उनके खिलाफ चार्जशीट भी तय की है। इतना ही नहीं, कोर्ट ने तो एक आदेश में यह भी कहा है कि जिन अस्पतालों की हेल्थ रिपोर्ट वो ला रहे थे एलएनजेपी से, उसको कंसिडर नहीं करना है। ये दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने ट्रायल कोर्ट को भी कहा, ये भी उन्होंने एक प्रकार से ऑर्डर या फाइंडिंग दी है। ये इतने सारे सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर आदेश आए, स्क्रिप्चर्स आए, ये इतने सारे फैसले आए, ये सत्येंद्र जैन जिनको 3 महीने से राहत नहीं मिली, ये सत्येंद्र जैन जिनको अभी तक राहत नहीं मिली, इनको वो बताते हैं कि ये करप्ट नहीं है, ये कट्टर ईमानदार है। मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आतिशी मारलेना जी आज बताएं कि जो उन्होंने कल बात ये रखी कि कोई भी आदेश नहीं है उनके खिलाफ और सत्येंद्र जैन सबसे ईमानदार है, क्या वो उस बात पर अभी भी अडिग रहती हैं? क्या वो झूठ बोल रही थी? और अगर वो उस बात पे इतना झूठ बोल रही थी तो आप सोचिए, कल्पना कीजिए कि किस प्रकार से ये जो 15 सवाल हम उठा रहे हैं बार बार, जो 15 सवाल हम शराब नीति पर उठा रहे हैं उस पर कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं और उससे भटकाने के लिए कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अब मैं आपको बता दूं कि 27,64,800 सेकंड तो हो चुके थे, अब इसमें और 10-12 मिनट आप जोड़ लीजिए, इतने सेकंड हो चुके हैं। शराब नीति पर जवाब नहीं आ रहा है, भटका रहे हैं, ABCD कर रहे हैं, परंतु क्या सच है, क्या हकीकत है, उसके बारे में बता नहीं रहे हैं। मैं आतिशी जी आपको फिर से चुनौती देता हूं कि यदि आप सच्ची हैं, ईमानदार है, आपने झूठ नहीं बोला है जैसे आपके दूसरे प्रवक्ता बोलते हैं, आपकी झूठ बोलने की ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, तो बताइए कि क्या ये जो ऑर्डर्स मैंने आपको हाईकोर्ट के और लोअर कोर्ट के बताए सत्येंद्र जैन पर, वो सच है या नहीं है। कितने दिनों तक आप झूठ और विक्टिमहुड खेलते रहेंगे, आज आपको सच बताना होगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Of the BJP over there asking some direct questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. Do remember that the two parties have been involved in a face-off over the liquor scam. Now, even as, of course, Shehzad Poonawalla has been speaking about the involvement of senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party in the liquor scam, the Aam Aadmi Party has called it vendetta politics. So, questions being asked over there by Shehzad Poonawalla. We're, of course, still waiting for a response to come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Do remember that senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party is under the scanner in the liquor scam. And some of the pointed questions, of course, that are being asked is why was the policy withdrawn if there was nothing wrong with it? And that is something that we haven't really heard a clarification on as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Now, earlier, of course, there was another press conference that was being held by the Aam Aadmi Party in response to the allegations that have been made by the BJP. So, the BJP upping the ante over there, going on to talk of the multiple cases that have been lodged against Satyendra Jain. You are watching Republic TV. We are continuing to bring you the latest. And pictures on your screen are of a BJP protest that's taking place in Kerala. We'll get you more when we come back.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that
Well, currently, of course, protests are taking place in Hyderabad. This is over the arrest and then subsequent release of Raja Singh from the BJP. The BJP, of course, has acted against him. They suspended him yesterday, but the situation continues to remain tense in several areas of old Hyderabad city. We have been seeing protests since last night in various locations, and there have been sloganeering as well. Effigies of the MLA Raja Singh were burned. The police, of course, is still trying to be able to control the situation. But large-scale protests, of course, have been reported from various parts of old Hyderabad over the controversial remarks that were made by Raja Singh. He was, of course, subsequently arrested by the police, but he was granted bail and then released. And that is when all these protests broke out in various parts of Hyderabad. Aneri is reporting live on this. She joins us now. Aneri, give us an update on what's happening. Now, protests, of course, took place late last night as well. And now we can see a large police deployment as well.
And as we can see right now here, the police officials, forces have been called in to move all these protesters here from Shalibanda area. Well, they have been protesting since early morning, and as you can see, now all these protesters, this protest was being led by AIMIM corporator of Patargatti, that's Sohail Qadri, who is there in that vehicle, and all these protesters are now being picked up by the police forces. They all have been moved from here, and also at the same time, they all are being moved from here. As you can see, now all these protesters are shifted into the vehicles, and also now they will be moved from here. Well, Hyderabad has been seeing a massive protest since last 2 days after Raja Singh's controversial statement, and also after the court had given a release order for Raja Singh. But we also continue to see there are massive protests which have been taking place here in Hyderabad, as Hyderabad has been put on high alert. And also there are extra forces which have been called in here in Hyderabad. Well, various parts of old city also has been witnessing protest, and also as we are seeing, there was a massive lathi charge which had happened last night, and right now also as these protesters since morning have been raising slogans against Raja Singh and demanding that there should be arrest. Will also try and speak to the DCP here. Sir, what is the situation right now? How many cases are booked?
As of now, no cases are booked on the protesters because we not got anything. If anything comes up, we'll do intimate you during the afternoon or evening briefing. As of now, yeah, there are instances which yesterday night they were telling there are instances. We are above, because yesterday night we were all on the roads, so we could not get any complaint. Today we'll get something. On that we'll act accordingly.
So what is the situation? We have been seeing that various parts of the city. So as you can see, that was the DCP here speaking to us on, and also at the same time says that there are no cases have been registered as of now, and a massive police deployment here at the Shalibanda area, where we can see that police forces are moving all these people from here, from the spot. Well, they have been staging protests since morning, and people are asked not to stand here in this area. Well, now we have been seeing massive police deployment and massive protests taking place in various.
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from Hyderabad. There have been protests that have been taking place since last night. Protesters, of course, raising slogans against Raja Singh. The situation, however, still continues to remain tense in Hyderabad despite a massive police deployment that's being seen in the old city area of Hyderabad. Raja Singh, of course, the BJP leader, has been suspended by the party. He was arrested and then let out on bail, and ever since then we have been seeing scattered protests.
Well, as we have been seeing massive protests being happening here in the state of Telangana and especially in Hyderabad, and now as there was protest which was taking place in Hyderabad, we have been seeing that police officials and forces have now all shifted. They have been picked up and now moved to the police station, but also at the same time Hyderabad remains to be on high alert. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz signed the deal in the port town of Stevensville. A Canadian company has plans to build a zero-emission plant that will use wind energy to produce hydrogen and ammonia for export.
Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance is a historic step forward for our shared future. Our target is clear: working towards initial exports of Canadian hydrogen to Germany by 2025. And our outcomes are clear as well.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel, who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world, and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that one we look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party as we are.
The land for job scam gets bigger. RJD Supremo's close circle is now raided. Mega raids on the RJD leader's Tejashwi-linked mall, now under the radar. 5 RJD leaders and raids across 25 locations. It's a swoop down by the CBI. But silent on the scam, the RJD and the JDU cry vendetta, pin the blame on the BJP. Big action by central agencies. Lalu's close circle is raided in Bihar. ED searches on in the Jharkhand mining case as well. A BJP MLA is arrested over controversial remarks. He's set free. Mega protests erupt across Hyderabad.
Now here
Late night protests in Hyderabad. Shocking Sartan se jura hai slogans are raised. Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri and straight on to news that we are getting connected to the Liquor Gate scam. We are now learning that the BJP leader has claimed that one accused person in the Liquor Gate scam is believed to be close to Arvind Kejriwal and he's ready to turn a prover against Manish Sisodia. So this is a stunning claim that has been made by the BJP, with the BJP over there saying that one of the accused who's believed to be extremely close to Arvind Kejriwal is ready to turn a prover in this particular case. Do remember that Liquor Gate case is being investigated by the agencies, and what we heard so far, of course, from the Aam Aadmi Party is the fact that this is political vendetta, but they haven't been able to answer pointed questions on why this policy was actually revoked after the scam came to light. So pictures on your screen are of this tweet that has come forward, where this BJP leader is pointing to the fact that there is someone who's within the close circle of Arvind Kejriwal who's believed to be ready to turn a prover against Manish Sisodia. Raids, of course, were conducted against Manish Sisodia as well. Anuj is joining us right now and he has more details on this. Anuj, give us more details of what this leader from the BJP is essentially saying, and who is this person that they're pointing to?
Well, this is the counter allegation by Kapil Mishra now, and we have seen the recent press conference done by the Aam Aadmi Party chief of Sanjay Singh along with the other 4 MLAs, where the claim is same as it was done by Manish Sisodia earlier, that the BJP is trying to approach the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, offering them bribe, offering them money. 20 crore is the amount which has been told by Sanjay Singh today, and the MLAs themselves were present in the very press conference. But there, BJP is asking the question. BJP is again and again repeating the question that what exactly they have to say about the scam. What is their stand on the same? What is their stand on the liquor policy? These are the questions which have been again and again raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Whereas the Aam Aadmi Party continue with their line where they are saying that they have been offered bribes, they have been approached by Aam Aadmi Party trying to convince the BJP trying to convince the Aam Aadmi Party leadership to join them and break the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. And there the reply is, but Aam Aadmi Party is not coming out with the name as of till now. And that is something what has been asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party also. Why, if you are having the names, why, if you know the people, not coming out with the proper names, with the audio clip as being claimed by Aam Aadmi Party, that they are having the audio clip of the same.
All right. Absolutely. Anuj, of course, is bringing us the details of the stunning claim that's been made by the BJP. Anuj, thank you for joining us for the moment. And heading across to Hyderabad, where massive protests are still taking place against Raja Singh of the BJP. Now, do remember that the situation continues to remain quite tense over remarks that he had made. He was, of course, arrested and later released on bail. Thereafter, we have seen a large amount of protests that have taken place in several places in Hyderabad. Several places in old city of Hyderabad have been seeing protests. Now, there is a high alert that's been reported in the Charminar area. Yesterday, of course, there were several slogans that were raised against Raja Singh. Security, of course, is on high alert across various parts of Hyderabad. Now, protests, of course, are continuing to take place in various locations. The AIMIM is calling for these protests in several parts. Raja Singh, of course, has been suspended by the BJP over his controversial remarks that he made yesterday. He's also been asked by the top leadership of the BJP to explain why he made these controversial remarks. However, once he was arrested, there were some technicalities on which he was released on bail, and thereafter protests like this one that you see have been taking place since last night. Now, just to give you an update in terms of security situation, of course, various parts of Hyderabad still continue to remain tense, and what we are being told is that the police has put up several teams across the city to monitor the situation. Right now, of course, there was a protest that was dispersed a short while ago. Several of those people who were protesting were taken into preventive detention. Aneri is reporting on this from Hyderabad. She joins us now. Aneri, to begin with, give us an overall situation update in terms of the kind of protest that we are still continuing to see. Of course, the AIMIM had called for one protest. Now we are learning that that has been dispersed.
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing massive protests taking place here in Hyderabad and specifically in the Old City area, and also as we were seeing since morning there were protests, since last night also there were protests, and as you can see now how there's massive police deployment. All these protesters are now being moved out, but one confirmation that we have got from the police officials is that no case till now has been registered against any of these protesters for raising slogans like Sartan Se Juda and any other such slogans which were being raised since last 2 days during the protest. So no case registered against any of these protesters, and also at the same time now you can see how massive police deployment is being put up here since morning. There were protesters, now all of them have been picked up and they have been moved from here, but also at the same time Hyderabad remains to be on high alert. Well, days continue after the Nampalli court had issued orders that Raja Singh should be released with immediate effect, as the 41A CRPC was not followed. The procedure for 41A CRPC was not followed by the police and the state, and so now on that grounds Raja Singh was released. And also after that we had seen a massive protest which broke out at Chanchalgoda jail, at Charminar and various other locations like Shalibanda, as we continue to report from Shalibanda. And this morning also we had seen a few protests which were taking place, but as of now police have moved out all the protesters from here, and also we have been seeing that extra forces have been called in so that no untoward situation takes place. But yes, as of now also, as we continue to speak, the situation continues to remain tense, and also meanwhile we see that police forces have been called in, let it be at the Charminar or any other sensitive areas where we have been seeing protests taking place since last 2 days. And as we were reporting from here just some time from back, the protest which was taking place here was also being led by the AIMIM corporator who was leading this protest. So now it all remains to be seen when the police will take action, and when will there be cases registered against these protesters over the slogans which were being raised like Sar Tan Se Juda and such statements, whereas AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, while speaking to Republic, he had also stated that he condemns such statements and law and order shouldn't be taken in anyone's hand. No one has the right to do that. But still, we see that protests are turning out to be violent here. Police had to use lathi charge to bring the situation under control.
Aneri, despite the fact that we've heard the AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi say that he does not support this violent protest, he also does not support the kind of slogans that have been raised and anybody taking the law onto their hands. But the fact also remains that it is AIMIM leaders who are actually leading these protests in several areas.
That's right. That is what I was pointing out. Just when we had seen the visuals of massive protests which were taking place here at Shalibanda area, which this protest was being led by AIMIM corporator Syed Qadri. He was also here present, and also now he has also been picked up by the police officials. But yes, as you rightly mentioned, that though Asaduddin Owaisi has condemned such statements and also had he had stated that law and order shouldn't be taken in anyone's hand, though law will take its own course. But still, as we have been seeing, there are massive protests which took place all over last night when we had seen that various locations, police patrol vehicles were also damaged. So now, as you can see, now police forces are moving out from here as now the protesters. But yes, still we continue to see that Hyderabad city has now been put under alert. A high alert has been put up here in Hyderabad, specifically in the old city area like Charminar and many such areas, because all the shops also in the surrounding areas are being for a precautionary measure being closed down by the police officials. And also yesterday we had seen how these protesters had called for a bandh amid the protest call which they had given against Raja Singh. But also at the same time, not to forget the fact that now BJP has also swiftly taken action against Raja Singh, and he has been suspended. Now he is facing an explanation that he has to give in next 10 days of time. So BJP, first it was Nupur Sharma who was suspended from the party, and now we see that the Raja Singh, who is MLA from Gosha Mahal, has been suspended from the party. So he will have to give an explanation from what was the reason why he had given out that statement, and details also will have to be given by Raja Singh. But yes, this comes as a big relief for Raja Singh as we speak, because yesterday the Nampalli court, after almost 2 to 2.5 hours of arguments in the Nampalli court from both the ends, we had seen that at the end we had seen that Raja Singh was asked to be released immediately. So that was one big relief which had come in. But yes, as of now, there are protests since last night, raising slogans against Raja Singh, saying Raja Singh ko arrest karo, and all such statements. Sar Tan Se Juda is also one of the statements which is being raised by these protesters here in Hyderabad. So now also, as we continue to speak, high alert and tension still continues to prevail in Hyderabad, but forces have been called in to make sure that no untoward situation takes place.
All right, Aneri, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from Hyderabad. There's a high alert that's been issued in all Hyderabad city, and the police is out in large numbers to try and control the situation. Aneri, for the moment, thank you for joining us. As Aneri is pointing out, of course, at the moment, there continues to be a high deployment of security forces on the ground. Also, we have been seeing protesters being dispersed in various areas. Some of them, of course, have been taken into preventive custody to try and avoid an unwarranted situation. But several of these protesters are returning to protest sites. Now, protests, of course, took place since late last night. Aneri, if I could come back to you. Aneri, I wanted to ask you, in terms of the BJP, what is the kind of action that is being taken against Raja Singh? Of course, he's been suspended for now, but he's been given about 10 days really to reply to why did he really make those remarks?
Well, If we go into the background of this whole scenario, which has now brought to such situation in Hyderabad, this all started with the show of the stand-up comedian Munawar Farooqi, who held his show here in Hyderabad on Saturday, where we had seen that Raja Singh, since before, he had been giving warnings. He had been saying, he also had requested the DGP and the state government not to hold Munawar Farooqi's event here in Hyderabad, as he has been insulting Lord Ram and Sita Mata. So because of that, we had seen that Raja Singh was then on Friday also was put under house arrest, because Munawar Farooqi's show was to take place in Hyderabad. But then under house arrest, Raja Singh was put, and also under heavy police deployment, Munawar Farooqi's show went on at Shilpakala Vedika in Hyderabad. But after that, after 2 days, we see that Raja Singh had put up a controversial, a derogatory remark video on social media. Well, that video has now been deleted by the social media handlers. But as of now, after Raja Singh made that controversial statement, we see that there are massive protests which took place since last 2 days. We have been seeing massive protests taking place. Well, yesterday also, when we had seen that at various police stations there were complaints which were filed against Raja Singh, and also an FIR was registered under various sections, and so he was being picked up from his residence yesterday. But after which he was produced in court, and then he was given relief, and he was granted that he was being told that he should be released immediately. So now that was a big relief for Raja Singh though, but we see that still there are massive protests which are taking place in various parts of the city, and also at the same time the political war of words between the opposition parties and the Bharatiya Janata Party continues. Well, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also questions over Nupur Sharma. Well, he says that this has become the policy of the BJP, that they continue to make such derogatory remarks and then just suspend the leader. But what action has been taken is what the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also was questioning yesterday. And now we see that there are protests which are taking place here in Hyderabad as city continues to be under high alert.
All right, Aneri bringing us those details from Hyderabad for the moment. Thank you for joining us. Aneri, of course, continues to bring us the update on the situation. Well, protests are taking place in Kerala. These protests are against a bill that has been adopted in the assembly to dilute the powers of the governor. We are given to understand that force and water cannons are being used on protesters. Now, do remember that there has been a bit of a standoff over this bill to dilute powers of the governor. There have been several protesters who are alleging that this is being done to curb the powers of the governor. I'm going to try and go across to Ashwin, who's reporting from Thiruvananthapuram on this. Ashwin, we can see those protesters over there, of course, raising slogans, but at the heart of this protest is this contentious bill that is being taken up. Ashwin, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Now, the major amendment which is being brought by the government today with regard to the university bill is that has selected the vice chancellor for various universities. At the moment, the current setup is that there is a 3-member search committee. Now, this search committee, of the 3 members, 2 of them are appointed by the governor of Kerala. But with the new amendment, the search committee members have been increased to 5. And what the government has done essentially is that the new 2 members will be appointed by the government itself. So essentially it would mean that the vice chancellor of universities who eventually will be selected will be by the government itself, or those who are favorable to the government. This is being contested. This is being contested by the opposition as well as the BJP. And today, the BJP Yuva Morcha has taken a protest outside the Legislative Assembly premises, and they have demanded that this should not be introduced in the floor of the House.
All right, of course, as you're pointing out, protests are taking place even as we speak. But we are given to understand that the situation did turn a little out of hand, Ashwin, earlier, and the police had to use force to dispel these protesters.
Yes, initially about 50 Yuva Morcha protesters were taking part, and the police had initially resorted to water cannons, after which the members of the Yuva Morcha went on to block the road as well outside the legislative assembly premises, and then the police were resorted to force and took all the key members of the BJP Yuva Morcha into custody. They were detained and the roads were cleared. But what BJP Yuva Morcha is essentially demanding was that the bill should not even be presented in the floor of the House, and that it should be withdrawn immediately, as it dilutes the power of the governor, because with the appointment of 2 extra members in the search committee would essentially mean that all appointments of vice chancellors in university will be done by the government itself, which makes the university a partial subject to the government. So whoever forms the government, they'll be able to appoint the vice chancellor, and this is being contested by the BJP Yuva Morcha. Nupur.
All right, Ashwin bringing us those details from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you very much for joining us. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of a protest that turned violent earlier. And here's a look at some news in a brief that we are now getting for you. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement, and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted, and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered. Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. Now, 2 people have been detained by the Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat over a threat call that was made to the Lalit Hotel The Lalu hotel had received a bomb threat call demanding a ransom of 5 crore rupees. The caller had also said that the bombs have been kept at 4 places. During the investigation, the police traced the numbers and reached Gujarat to nab the accused. 2 accused have been taken into custody by the Mumbai police. An investigation is currently on. Do remember that this is a report that came in yesterday where a 5-star hotel in Mumbai had received a threat call over bombs being placed at various locations inside the premises of the hotel. Sandeep is reporting on this. He has more details. Sandeep, give us more details over the arrests that have been made, please.
As far as the threat message is concerned, yes, Lalit Hotel, the 5-star hotel in Mumbai had received a threat call of a bomb being planted at several locations inside the hotel, and after which Mumbai police was alerted and a case was filed. And in fact, after the investigation by the intelligence of Mumbai police crime branch, now 2 people have been detained. 2 people have been detained from Vapi, Gujarat. And now Mumbai police is interrogating this matter. They have demanded, in fact, 5 crore rupees as a ransom amount from the Lalit Hotel. But yes, now Mumbai police is investigating this matter after they have detained 2 people from Vapi, Gujarat. So it will be very much crucial what comes out from the investigation. But apart from that, what we have been told by Mumbai police is that Mumbai police have alerted all its unit in order to make sure that security is maintained in the city of Mumbai. Remember, several incidents have been reported across the state of Maharashtra, following which Mumbai police is kept on alert.
All right, Sandeep bringing us those details of what's happened. We are given to understand that the 2 accused who made this particular call have been traced to Vapi. We will continue to get you more details on this particular case that's been reported at a 5-star hotel in Mumbai.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these.
It's a big issue. It burns the hearts of the people of this country to see the financial mafia, the political mafia, and the liquor mafia loot at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. You can give people all the freebies you want, but the questions on the liquor mafia are not going away. And if India's only independent and independently owned news network does not ask these questions, then who will?
The land for jobs scam is getting bigger. RJD Supremo's close circle is now raided. Mega raids on RJD leaders. Tejashvi linked mall is also under the scanner now. Five RJD leaders and raids across 25 locations. It's a mega swoop down by the CBI. But still silent on the scam, RJD and JDU cry vendetta, pin the blame on the BJP. Big action by central agencies. Lalu's close circle is raided in Bihar. ED searches are on in Jharkhand mining case too. BJP MLA arrested over controversial remarks is set free. Mega protests erupt across Hyderabad. Late night protests in Hyderabad, shocking Sartan se juda slogans are raised. Well, thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from Hyderabad, where protests are continuing over the comments of Raja Singh. He was arrested and released on bail yesterday. Thereafter, of course, since midnight last night, we've been seeing these protests in various parts of Hyderabad's old city. Currently, this morning, of course, there were protests that were spearheaded by the AIMIM leader in parts of the Charminar area. The situation over there in Hyderabad continues to remain tense. The police, of course, have deployed large number of its forces at various locations to try and calm the situation. Aneri has been reporting live from Hyderabad. She's been getting us updates since the morning. Aneri, if you can hear me, give us more details of what's happening there currently. Of course, we did see the police break up that protest that was called by the AIMIM leader earlier.
Well, Nupur, it's not just AIMIM leader or corporate or any person from AIMIM. We also have been seeing that there are people from various sections, various societies who have been now coming in. This particular protest, if we talk about, which happened just sometime back here at Shalibanda, well, now all these protesters have been picked up by the police. Well, this protest was being led by the AIMIM corporator, Syed Qadri, and now we also see that now all these protesters have been moved out from here. Well, earlier they were staging protest here in the main road here, and all this traffic was blocked by these people. But also after that, we see that they all were moved to a side, and then after some time, all these protesters have been picked up. Well, yes, we still continue to listen to slogans like Sartan se juda, and well, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, he says that such slogans, whatever Raja Singh had said, and also slogans like Sartan se juda and also many other such slogans are condemnable, and these people should not take law and order in their hands. But still, we continue to see that there are protests which are taking place. Police officials are there at every corner, every pocket of the city now, specifically in the old city area of Hyderabad, where we have been seeing that there were protests which erupted in various areas, various locations. Charminar, Shalibanda, Dabirpura and such areas have been sensitive points, and so now police officials are not allowing anyone to wander around here in this location, as we had seen that there was a protest. Well, these protesters are constantly raising slogans against Raja Singh, saying Raja Singh ko arrest karo, and all such type of slogans are being raised by these protesters. But also at the same time, police deployment has been put in place. Extra forces have been called in. Just near to this particular location, we are seeing that there is Charminar, where this is, well, Charminar is a tourist spot, but still all these shops which you see around me, all these shops are being closed. They are not allowed to open since last 2 days. Yesterday also these shops had observed a ban as Raja Singh's controversial statement, but today we see that once again all these shops are closed down, and police officials are here at the spot making sure that no one can move around here in this place. And also at the same time we have been seeing that now police officials have been asked to stay at the places where there are sensitive areas. Nupur.
So massive protest in Hyderabad against Raja Singh, and slogans of Sar Tan Se Juda heard even as the protest happened last night. Aneri taking us through those latest developments. Tension, we believe, Aneri, continues to simmer. You were taking us through the latest updates. What do we know so far?
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing how there are protests which are taking place, how sloganeerings are taking place against Raja Singh, but also one such statement which we have been listening, one such slogan which we have been listening is Sar Tan Se Juda, which means beheading. And so what important here is to notice that no case till now has been registered.
लेकिन मेरा आप सब लोगों से निवेदन है, ये सरकारी मंच है, यहाँ पे अगर राजनीति की बातें ना हो तो अच्छा रहेगा। अभी बसों की बात करते हैं अपने को, बाकी तो राजनीति तो चलती रहेगी।
सर, आपने अगले 5 साल तक चार्जिंग जो इलेक्ट्रिक बसों का आंकड़ा बताया है, तो क्या चार्जिंग स्टेशन जो है उनकी भी संख्या आने वाले दिनों में बढ़ेगी? 55
स्टेशन बना रहे हैं, 55 बस डिपोज को इलेक्ट्रीफाई कर रहे हैं और अगले साल के अंत तक सारे तैयार हो जाएंगे।
18,000 चार्जिंग पॉइंट हम 25 तक बना देंगे।
18,000 चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स 2025 तक बन के तैयार हो जाएंगे। 18,000 बहुत है। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरा अनुरोध सभी हमारे आए हुए अतिथियों से कि आप सब अपने स्थान पर बने रहें और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का, आदरणीय परिवहन मंत्री महोदय का हृदय से आभार। सभी से मेरा अनुरोध अपने स्थान पर।
So, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal there addressing the media about various initiatives that he is taking, and clarifying in the very beginning that, well, there will be no questions on politics at the very outset. And going back once again to updates from Hyderabad, where tension continues to simmer. Going back to Hyderabad, where tension continues to simmer over protests and sloganeering. Those are visuals there coming in from the old city. Yesterday, there were slogans of Sar Tan Se Juda, which means beheading, as Aneri was telling us. Aneri covering that event right now. Today too, the same slogans are being heard in the protests being held in Hyderabad. As you can see, quite a number of people there protesting. Aneri, our correspondent there at the scene in Hyderabad, a high alert sounded in the old city as protests are happening in many places. And those are visuals that Republic is getting you. Last night too, there were protests in Hyderabad over remarks made by T. Raja, who has since been expelled from the BJP. So protests in Hyderabad since last night. Tension has continued to simmer, even as the state government has taken major steps in order to ensure that law and order is maintained. As you can see in that visual there, police in huge numbers being deployed there, embarking at the spot. Aneri, when we talk about, well, the sloganeering, it seems to not have stopped. As you were telling us, the calls for beheading, Take us through, well, recap for us what we are seeing right now. 3 visuals protests since last night, police deployment and protests today as well.
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing that there are massive protests which are been taking place in Hyderabad and also in old city area of Hyderabad. And as we are reporting from Shalibanda area, this is the Shalibanda area where we had seen that since morning there were massive protests which were taking place here. There were slogans against Raja Singh ko arrest karo and Raja Singh Murdabad are such statements which are such slogans which were being raised by these protesters, and now all of these have been moved out from here. Earlier, as you can see here, there were effigies which were burned by these protesters. Black flags were also being used, and now because of the traffic trouble, all these protesters were moved aside and now they have been picked up. So as of now, the police officials are still here at the spot. They are there at all the sensitive locations where we have been seeing that it could turn out to be a violent thing. But also at the same time, we have been seeing that last night also there was a massive protest in various locations. Police had to use lathi charge to bring the situation under control, and also not to forget the mobs, the protesters also vandalized a police patrol car during the protest. So definitely this protest have been turning out to be violent one. But yes, as we talk about Raja Singh, the Nampalli court has now granted a big relief and he has been asked to release immediately. Yesterday, after almost 2 to 2.5 hours of arguments in the Nampalli court, we had seen that as the police and the state did not follow the procedure of 41AC.
Right, Aneri, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But now moving on to breaking developments coming in from Kerala. The Kerala High Court has stayed the order of the Kozhikode Sessions Court granting bail to writer Sivik Chandran, accused in a sexual harassment case. So major breaking news coming in now from the Kerala High Court. It steps in to stay the bail of a writer accused in a sexual harassment case, Sivik Chandran. More details awaited at this point, but now we are hearing that the Kerala High Court has stayed the Sessions Court order. After a massive row erupted over the Sessions Court order, and Varshini joining us on the phone line to take us through this major breaking news. Ashwin, when we talk about the Kerala High Court stepping in, can we say that it's a result of the kind of outrage that followed the Sessions Court decision to grant Sivik Chandran bail?
Absolutely. What the Kerala High Court has essentially stated is that the anticipatory bail must be cancelled.
Now bringing you a Republic super exclusive, explosive news break by Republic News. Shavan will be bringing us this Republic explosive news break. Shavan, over to you.
Well, in fact, now big breaking news coming in only on Republic Media Network. First pictures of the recoveries that have been made in the illegal mining scam. The Enforcement Directorate has recovered 2 AK-47 from the premises connected to a middleman who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. Searches have been carried out in which AK-47 weapons now have been recovered. Remember, in the illegal mining scam, dons like Bachchu Yadav were also arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Turns out that this is a close associate of Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who is now basically under the scanner. Important to point out, this is the first pictures only with Republic Media Network. Big breaking news now coming in the illegal mining scam. Weapons that have now been accessed by Republic TV. This is a big breaking news now coming in. Remember, searches are being carried out at 17 locations
in Bihar, Jharkhand, Tamil Nadu and the national capital, where Prem Prakash, one of the middlemen, there is a massive focus right now on the enforcement directorate in the searches that are basically being carried out. These are the big details now emerging only with Republic TV. 17 locations where searches are being carried out. And the first images that we are getting right now is of the AK-47 that has been recovered by the enforcement directorate during the searches that have been carried out. Important to point out is that Prem Prakash is considered to be a middleman, a close business associate, and is also linked with the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. In fact, now we are being told that sources basically indicating that in the illegal mining scam, remember, there were basically business associates who were threatened by a close associate of the Chief Minister, Pankaj Mishra, who's been taken into the custody of the enforcement directorate. Another name now emerging, once again close links with the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. AK-47 now being recovered. That's a big disclosure that's been made by sources within the enforcement directorate as the searches have been carried out. Big news now coming in.
So big news coming in, super exclusive, broken by Shravan. And Shravan, how are we to understand the fact that Hemant Soren's name, well, it's his associate who is said to have, his aide is said to have the AK-47. What kind of bearing would this have on Mr. Soren himself?
Well, what is going to be very important here right now, Rukma, is the fact that with the recoveries that have essentially been made right now in the searches that have been carried out, important to point out is the fact that the Chief Minister's close associates, starting with Pankaj Mishra and now Prem Prakash, both being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Pankaj Mishra has already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and with Prem Prakash now being under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, it's going to be very difficult for the Chief Minister to really explain what was really happening within his own state, given the fact that illegal licenses were basically given and thereafter was mindless mining that was basically carried out in the state, which has basically resulted in massive environmental damages that have been caused in certain districts like Sahibganj, where the searches were basically also carried out and recoveries have been made. And this is not the first search that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, this is the fourth raid that have been carried out in the illegal mining scam, in which it is going to be very, very difficult, or rather very embarrassing for the current dispensation in Jharkhand to really explain that there's a recovery of weapons that are being made from a close business associate, and the fact that Prem Prakash is also linked to some of the mining companies there. In fact, Pankaj Mishra, who's arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, he too, remember, what was very important to point out, he too, was running a mining company, and a license was basically given to him, and a monopoly was basically created. And thereafter, what also turned out is that they started threatening a lot of other business associates who were basically participating in a fair tendering process, and they were not allowed to participate in the tender process. Now, this is only going to make things extremely, extremely uncomfortable for the current dispensation in Jharkhand when the kind of recoveries that have been made so far.
Right. And well, even as we are speaking since this morning, we've been hearing of the searches being conducted by the ED in the mining scam. It's a scam that spreads across many states, and evidence could come in from anywhere in the country. Is that what we should understand from these searches? Shravan.
Well, Rukma, with these searches that have essentially been carried out in the illegal mining scam, remember the recoveries range from stone crushers to JCB machines to also cash recoveries that have been made. Arrests have already taken place. Pankaj Mishra, a close representative of the Jharkhand Chief Minister, has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. In fact, a charge sheet has already been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, I'm being told with the current searches that are being carried out in the national capital, in Jharkhand, in Bihar and Tamil Nadu, the focus is essentially on the role of a middleman who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. In fact, we can now confirm that the Enforcement Directorate has essentially recovered two AK-47s from the premises of Prem Prakash.
Right. The ED has also recently stated about huge amounts of cash, cash amounting to more than nearly 40 crores linked to illegal mining have been seized by its teams. Can you confirm this? So, well, it's a Republic super explosive news break. An AK-47 found with Hemant Soren's aid. Jharkhand CM's aide had stored an AK-47, and an AK-47 weapon was found from the Chief Minister's associate, and things not looking great for the Jharkhand Chief Minister as his close associate, as there had been reports earlier of attempts to intimidate. Now, an AK-47 found with his associate only raises the alert. The Jharkhand mining scam, the ED had earlier said that in 2 months' time, had raked in nearly 100 crore rupees. That's what the ED had claimed just a few months, just last month, in fact. Now, the Chief Minister's associate is found with an AK-47 weapon. So the Jharkhand CM would most likely have to answer a lot of questions as far as the illegal mining scam is concerned. And going back once again to Shravan regarding this latest breaking development. Shravan, when we talk about, well, after the cash recoveries, as you said, all the equipment recoveries, it's not looking good for Chief Minister Hemant Soren. When we talk about other names associated, well, how close is the ED to, actually bringing out the names involved in this, pinpointing, the names involved in this mega scam?
Well, Rukma, what's important to point out here is that why it becomes very embarrassing for the Chief Minister himself, given the fact that there is a close representative who goes by the name of Pankaj Mishra, already in the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. And now you have another middleman, Prem Prakash, who's largely known within the Jharkhand circles that he is a business associate, has alleged links with the Chief Minister. So that is the reason why when recoveries like this are made, weaponry systems that have basically been recovered from his premises, it is essentially being used for what? Let's not forget that there have also been arrests of gangsters like Bachu Yadav. These are history cheaters who are operating in districts like Sahibganj. And remember, there was a fear of these people in those very areas, Adivasis who were constantly being threatened when these illegal mining was being carried out. In fact, in a short while from now, we'll also put out pictures of the way the kind of searches that, the way areas, acres and acres were basically flattened because of this illegal mining that has been taking place in the Sahibganj district. And who was really doing it? This was basically being done by a closed circle, a cartel that was, which is considered to be closer to the Chief Minister himself. And the fact of the matter here is the fact the association that the Chief Minister has essentially had with some of these people, especially Pankaj Mishra, and now it turns out Prem Prakash. Pankaj Mishra in turn was also in touch with these gangsters, history cheaters like Bachu Yadav, Tahu Yadav, and one of them have already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. So it's a crackdown in terms of the fact that there is a rampant illegal mining that is actually taking place. In fact, the Chief Minister finds himself in a sticky wicket as far as the Election Commission is also concerned. They expected some developments by the end of the day also coming in from the Election Commission as far as the mining leases that were granted, and these mining leases were granted in a manner that the Chief Minister himself has benefited. That's the allegation that has been leveled against the Chief Minister himself. So keeping all of that in mind, this is a massive development that's taking place with the kind of recoveries that have been made so far.
Right. And meanwhile, searches are underway at the Ashoknagar and the Harmu areas of Ranchi, Bihar, Tamil Nadu and the National Capital Region. But As you said, a key player in this entire scam is, of course, Pankaj Mishra. You know, a middleman. So a stunning recovery made, a shocking recovery made in ED searches. Many thanks, Shavan, for joining us there. We'll be connecting with you in a short while for more.
मैं मठ से जुड़े संत जनों को, ट्रस्ट से जुड़े सभी महानुभावों को, सभी डॉक्टर्स और दूसरे कर्मचारी बंधु भगिनी को भी आज इस पवित्र अवसर पर बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, हम बार बार सुनते आए हैं, न त्वम हम कामये राज्यम न च स्वर्ग सुखानि च कामये दुख तप्ता नाम प्राणी नाम आरती नाशनम। अर्थात न हमें राज्य की कामना है, न स्वर्ग के सुख की इच्छा है। हमारी कामना है कि हमें बस दुखियों की, रोगियों की पीड़ा दूर करने का सौभाग्य मिलता रहे। जिस समाज का विचार ऐसा हो, जिसका संस्कार ऐसा हो, वहां सेवा और चिकित्सा समाज की चेतना ही बन जाती है। इसलिए भारत एक ऐसा राष्ट्र है जहां इलाज एक सेवा है, आरोग्य एक दान है। जहां आरोग्य, आध्यात्म दोनों एक दूसरे से जुड़े हुए हैं। हमारे यहां आयुर्विज्ञान एक वेद है। हमने हमारी मेडिकल साइंस को भी आयुर्वेद का नाम दिया है। हमने आयुर्वेद के सबसे महान विद्वानों को, सबसे महान वैज्ञानिकों को ऋषि और महर्षि का दर्जा दिया। उनमें अपनी पारमार्थिक आस्था व्यक्त की। महर्षि चरक, महर्षि सुश्रुत, महर्षि वाग्भट, ऐसे कितने ही उदाहरण हैं जिनका ज्ञान और स्थान आज भारतीय मानस में अमर हो चुका। भाई और बहनों, भारत ने अपने इस संस्कार और सोच को सदियों की गुलामी और अंधकार में भी कहीं कभी लुप्त नहीं होने दिया, उसे सहज करके रखा। आज देश में हमारी वो आध्यात्मिक सामर्थ्य एक बार फिर सशक्त हो रहा। हमारे आदर्शों की ऊर्जा एक बार फिर बलवती हो रही है। पूज्य अम्मा भारत के इस पुनर्जागरण का एक महत्वपूर्ण वाहक के रूप में देश और दुनिया अनुभव कर रहा है। उनके संकल्प और प्रकल्प सेवा के इतने विशाल अधिष्ठानों के रूप में आज हमारे सामने समाज जीवन से जुड़े ऐसे जितने भी क्षेत्र हैं, पूज्य अम्मा का वात्सल्य, उनकी करुणा हमें हर जगह दिखाई पड़ती है। उनका मठ आज हजारों बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप दे रहा है, लाखों महिलाओं को स्वयं सहायता समूहों के जरिए सशक्त कर रहा है। आपने स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में भी देश के लिए अभूतपूर्व योगदान दिया है। स्वच्छ भारत कोष में आपके द्वारा दिए गए बहुमूल्य योगदान के कारण गंगा किनारे बसे उस इलाकों में काफी काम हुआ। इससे नमामि गंगे अभियान को भी काफी मदद मिली। पूज्य अम्मा, उनके प्रति पूरे विश्व का श्रद्धा भाव है। लेकिन मैं एक भाग्यवान व्यक्ति हूं, पिछले कितने ही दशकों से पूज्य अम्मा का स्नेह, पूज्य अम्मा का आशीर्वाद मुझे अविरत मिलता रहा है। मैंने उनके सरल मन और मातृभूमि के प्रति विशाल विजन को महसूस किया है और इसलिए मैं कह सकता हूं कि जिस देश में ऐसी उदार और समर्पित आध्यात्मिक सत्ता हो, उसका उत्कर्ष और उत्थान सुनिश्चित है। साथियों, हमारे धार्मिक और सामाजिक संस्थानों द्वारा शिक्षा, चिकित्सा से जुड़ी जिम्मेदारियों के निर्वहन की यह व्यवस्था एक तरह से पुराने समय का पीपीपी मॉडल ही है। इसे पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप तो कहते ही है, लेकिन मैं इसे परस्पर प्रयास के तौर पर भी देखता हूं। राज्य अपने स्तर से व्यवस्था खड़ी करते थे, बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालयों के निर्माण की में भूमिका निभाते थे, लेकिन साथ ही धार्मिक संस्थान भी इसका एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र होते थे। आज देश भी ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि सरकारें पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी से मिशन मोड में देश के स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा क्षेत्र का कायाकल्प करें। इसके लिए सामाजिक संस्थाओं को भी प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके प्रभावी पीपीपी मॉडल तैयार हो रहा है। मैं इस मंच से आह्वान करता हूं, अमृता हॉस्पिटल का यह प्रकल्प देश के दूसरे सभी संस्थाओं के लिए भी एक आदर्श बनेगा, आदर्श बन के उभरेगा। हमारे कई दूसरे धार्मिक संस्थान इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूट चला भी रहे, कई संकल्पों पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर पीपीपी मॉडल के साथ साथ स्पिरिचुअल प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की वो भी आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। ऐसी संस्थाओं का संसाधन उपलब्ध करवाकर उनकी मदद कर सकते हैं। साथियों, समाज के हर वर्ग, हर संस्था, हर सेक्टर के प्रयास का नतीजा होता है। ये हमने कोरोना के इस काल में भी देखा है। इसमें भी जो स्पिरिचुअल प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप रही है, आज उसका मैं विशेष रूप से जिक्र करूंगा। आप सभी को ध्यान होगा कि जब भारत ने अपनी वैक्सीन बनाई थी तो कुछ लोगों ने किस तरह का दुष्प्रचार करने की कोशिश की थी। इस दुष्प्रचार की वजह से समाज में कई तरह की अफवाहें फैलने लगी। लेकिन जब समाज के धर्मगुरु, आध्यात्मिक गुरु एक साथ आए, उन्होंने लोगों को अफवाहों पर ध्यान न देने को कहा और उसका तुरंत असर भी हुआ। भारत को उस तरह की वैक्सीन हेसिटेंसी का सामना नहीं करना पड़ा जैसा अन्य देशों को देखने को मिला। आज सबका प्रयास की यही भावना है जिसकी वजह से भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीनेशन कार्यक्रम सफलतापूर्वक चला पाया। साथियों, इस बार लाल किले से मैंने अमृत काल के पंच प्राणों का एक विजन देश के सामने रखा है। इन पंच प्राणों में से एक है गुलामी की मानसिकता का संपूर्ण त्याग। इसकी इस समय देश में खूब चर्चा भी हो रही है। इस मानसिकता का जब हम त्याग करते हैं तो हमारे कार्यों की दिशा भी बदल जाती है। यही बदलाव आज देश के हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में भी दिखाई दे रहा है। अब हम अपने पारंपरिक ज्ञान और अनुभव पर भी भरोसा कर रहे हैं, उनका लाभ विश्व तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारा योग आज एक विश्वसनीय चिकित्सा पद्धति बन चुका है। भारत के इस प्रस्ताव पर अगले वर्ष पूरा विश्व इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर मनाने जा रहा है। मोटा धान, मेरी अपेक्षा रहेगी कि आप सभी इस अभियान को भी इसी तरह आगे बढ़ाते रहें, अपनी ऊर्जा देते रहें। साथियों, स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ी सेवाओं का दायरा केवल अस्पतालों, दवाओं और इलाज तक ही सीमित नहीं होता है। सेवा से जुड़े ऐसे कई कार्य होते हैं जो स्वस्थ समाज की आधारशिला रखते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए स्वच्छ और शुद्ध पानी तक सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिक की पहुंच, ये भी ऐसा ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। हमारे देश में कितनी ही बीमारियां केवल प्रदूषित पानी से ही पैदा होती रही है। इसलिए देश ने 3 साल पहले जल जीवन मिशन जैसे देशव्यापी अभियान की शुरुआत की थी। इन 3 वर्षों में देश के 7 करोड़ नए ग्रामीण परिवारों को पाइप से पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। विशेष रूप से इस अभियान में हरियाणा सरकार ने भी प्रभावी कार्य किया है। मैं उसका भी विशेष रूप से जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। हरियाणा आज देश के उन अग्रणी राज्यों में है जहां घर घर पाइप से पानी की सुविधा से जुड़ चुका है। इसी तरह बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ में भी हरियाणा के लोगों ने बेहतरीन काम किया। फिटनेस और खेल, ये विषय तो हरियाणा की रगों में है, उसका हरियाणा की मिट्टी में है, यहां के संस्कारों में है। और तभी तो यहां के युवा खेल के मैदान में तिरंगे की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। इसी गति से हमें देश के दूसरे राज्यों में भी कम समय में बड़े परिणाम हासिल कर रहे हैं। हमारे सामाजिक संगठन इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे सकते हैं। साथियों, सही विकास होता ही वो है जो सब तक पहुंचे, जिससे सबको लाभ हो। गंभीर बीमारी के इलाज को सबके लिए सुलभ कराने की ये भावना अमृता अस्पताल की भी है। मुझे विश्वास है कि सेवा भाव का आपका ये अमृत संकल्प हरियाणा के, दिल्ली एनसीआर के लाखों परिवारों को आयुष्मान बनाएगा। एक बार फिर पूज्य अम्मा के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए, आप सबका हृदय से अभिनंदन करते हुए अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके इन प्रेरणादायी एवं चिंतनशील वचनों के लिए आपका अतिशय धन्यवाद। आपने सच कहा कि आध्यात्म को पुनर्जागृत करने वाली हमारी अम्मा एवं राजनीति को नई दिशा एवं ऊंचाई देने वाले आप, जब आप दोनों का साथ और सानिध्य हो जाएगा तो भारत सच में विश्व गुरु बनने की तरफ अग्रसर हो जाएगा। वास्तव में ये दो दिव्यताओं के एकात्म का साक्षी पल है और जिसके साक्षी बने आप सब। हम एक बार पुनः मंच से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करते हैं कि आज आपने यहाँ आकर हम सभी का मानवर्धन किया। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं हरियाणा राज्य के महामहिम राज्यपाल श्री बंडारू दत्तात्रेय जी का, हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री श्री मनोहर लाल जी का। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं हरियाणा के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री दुष्यंत चौटाला जी का, लोकसभा सांसद एवं केंद्रीय ऊर्जा एवं भारी उद्योग राज्य मंत्री श्री कृष्णपाल गुर्जर जी का, कि इस मंगल अवसर पर आप हमारे सहभागी बने। आपका अतिशय धन्यवाद। एक बार जोरदार तालियां सबके हाथ से हाथ उठाकर इस पूरे मंच के लिए कि आप सबका प्रेम, सबका सानिध्य हमें मिला। अपना अमूल्य समय देने के लिए आप सभी का मंच पर आसीन।
Spiritual private partnership. He called it a spiritual private partnership. A very large hospital, one of Asia's biggest state-of-the-art Amrita Hospital in Faridabad with 2,600 beds and cutting-edge technology. They are being inaugurated by the Prime Minister in Faridabad, including a centralized, fully automated laboratory. The Prime Minister has just launched that. Now, also gave out a message that true development is when healthcare reaches everyone. Some more breaking news now coming in. Let's go back to the news now and getting you the breaking news update right now. Going across to the pictures coming in from Hyderabad, where there have been unprecedented protests across Hyderabad over a very controversial leader, suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh, suspended by the BJP yesterday for a very controversial comment. He was arrested, later released on bail, and there were protests overnight, protests this morning, protests as we speak in different parts of Hyderabad against him. The procedures we are hearing will be completed by the police, likely to review how they've gone about this entire arrest, and there is a possibility they could be arresting him again. I'm going across to my colleague Priyanka and Aneri, both live from Hyderabad. Priyanka, to you first. I'll go across to Aneri after that. What's the situation on the ground? And there's an uneasy calm there. A lot of people are angry at the manner in which this entire episode is unfolded. Priyanka.
Well, you said it, Niranjan, the uneasy calm. In fact, that really rounds up the entire situation here. The pictures that we are showing you right now, we're right nearby to Charminar, and this is usually a place which is jam-packed with people, but right now most of the shops in fact are closed right now here. And in fact, we will also keep panning our cameras and showing you the entire atmosphere here, because we had just a few minutes ago seen that a massive protest, in fact had also sporadic protest that had also broken out here in this particular area. And since then we have seen that the police officials have also come in here and they have tried to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place more than it already has. The kind of protest that we have seen since yesterday, especially the kind of protest where we have seen the kind of sloganeering that was being done of Sar Tan Se Juda and those kind of sloganeering that was being done. So of course the police is of course making sure that they are cordoning off the area. They're making sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place. They're making sure that they get all the intelligence in place so that the people who are trying to carry out these protests do so calmly as well. And apart from that, of course, we are seeing how the kind of anger that we have seen in the people, because we walked from all the way from Charminar and in the nearby areas as well, Niranjan. Let's make our way towards the other side of this road where we can just show you the kind of, this is basically a very busy marketplace, and all of this has been completely closed down. We were also learning, and perhaps Aneri could expand upon that a little further, but we were also learning that these protesters had been calling for a bandh tomorrow, and that is why the police officials have also been in activity here. You can see that the police officials have been deployed here to make sure that the protesters that had yesterday also carried out stone pelting in the middle of the night, and because of which the lathi charge also had to be done on these protesters. No such more violent protests take place with respect to the kind of comments that had been made by Raja Singh. Of course, those were comments that had been made similar to what the kind of incidents that we had seen in Nupur Sharma's case, Niranjan, and we have seen that at least on the ground the people are extremely angry about it. They are not happy with respect to the kind of statements that have been made, and also there is added fuel to fire of this anger when it comes to Raja Singh also being granted bail, and of course him getting out. So that of course has added to the anger of these protesters, and we had been speaking to several of them, and they had been saying the same exact thing, that this is about their religion, and this is something that they will not take lying.
These are live pictures coming in from Kolkata, where Anubrata Mandal has been produced in court once again. Anubrata Mandal, live pictures coming in from Republic Bangla. We'll go across to our correspondents from the Republic Bangla team. Republic Bangla has been tracking Anubrata Mandal, breaking every news break first. In fact, yesterday there was a letter. There was a letter, a threat letter that was sent to a judge hearing Anubrata Mandal's case, and the judge had escalated the issue to the High Court, to the Calcutta High Court, and he's now been brought to court. All eyes are on Anubrata Mandal, and he spoke to Republic TV. In fact, we asked him a few questions. He didn't speak. He refused to speak to Republic because he doesn't like Republic TV. Because we asked him straight questions. This morning we tracked him as well. Refused to speak. Anubrata Mandal there, Republic Bangla are tracking him minute to minute, second to second. Let me go across to Kishale joining us on the broadcast. Kishale, he's been brought to court. What is he seeking? I mean, there was a threat, and in the wake of that threat, this becomes more significant.
Exactly. What he said in the courtroom is very significant. He's requesting the judge with a folded hand that please investigate yesterday's matter. Before this, he gave the media a bite yesterday that BJP has done this, BJP has sent this threat letter, and today inside the courtroom he's requesting with folded hands the judge to investigate this matter, and he said, quote unquote, that what I saw on TV, please do justice to that. I want this to be investigated. But however,
आदमी पार्टी में विगत कुछ दिनों से देखने को मिल रहा है, इसमें किसी प्रकार का संशय और दोमत नहीं है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को लेकर आम आदमी पार्टी घिरी हुई नजर आ रही है। आम आदमी पार्टी चेष्टा कर रही है, कुचेष्टा कर रही है कि वो इधर उधर की बातें करें, किंतु जो मुद्दे की बात है कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने करोड़ों रुपए का घपला किया या नहीं किया, उस पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो सटीक और पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछ रही है, उसका उत्तर देने में असक्षम है आज आम आदमी पार्टी। शिक्षा के विषय में बात करते हैं, वर्ल्ड में कितने बड़े हीरो हो गए हैं उसके विषय में बात करते हैं, मगर जिन प्रश्नों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूछा है उसका जवाब आम आदमी पार्टी और मनीष सिसोदिया दे नहीं पा रहे हैं। हमने भी तय किया है कि हम प्रश्न पूछेंगे और एक्सपोजे करेंगे। मनीष जी, हियर इज अ चैलेंज टू यू। एक बात मनीष सिसोदिया जी, डायरेक्टली आपको हम बता दें कि यू हैव नो एस्केप पाथ। आप बच नहीं सकते हैं, क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार के विरोध लड़ाई करना और भ्रष्टाचारियों को अंजाम तक पहुंचाना यह देश के संविधान का दायरा है, और आपने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, इसका सबूत मौजूद है, जांच हो रही है, और किसी प्रकार से भी आपके पास कोई एस्केप रूट नहीं है। इसलिए आप इधर उधर की बात ना करिए, जो प्रश्न हम पूछेंगे उसका जवाब दीजिए। मनीष जी, क्या ये हकीकत नहीं है कि जब दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप लेकर आए थे, उससे पहले एक कमेटी गठित की गई थी। कमेटी ने एक रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया था और यह कमेटी में 3 सदस्य थे। द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ द कमिटी बीइंग श्री रवि धवन, जो उस समय तत्कालीन कमिश्नर एक्साइज के थे GNCTD के, और श्री संजीव कुमार डेप्यूटी कमिश्नर, और श्री आनंद तिवारी एडिशनल कमिश्नर ट्रेड एंड टैक्सेस GNCTD। और ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया था कमिटी ने। ये रिपोर्ट आज हम लेके आए हैं आपके सामने। जैसे मैंने कहा, हम कोई इधर उधर की बातें नहीं करेंगे। रिपोर्ट में प्रपोजिशन क्या था, इस रिपोर्ट में बहुत अध्ययन करने के बाद ये जो कमिटी एक्सपर्ट्स की बनी थी, इस कमिटी ने क्या प्रस्ताव रखे थे और क्या मनीष सिसोदिया जी आपने उन प्रस्तावों को माने थे या उन प्रस्तावों को आपने दरकिनार किया था। आज सवाल जवाब उसी पे होगा। ये जो कमेटी थी, इस कमेटी ने मोटा मोटी मार्च 2021 के आसपास, मतलब 1 वर्ष पहले रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया। और इस रिपोर्ट में जो साधारण बात थी, जो मोटा मोटी बात थी, वो यह थी कि केजरीवाल सरकार, आपसे हम गुहार करते हैं, ये जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, बेहतर होगा कि जो होलसेल का काम है, ये होलसेल का काम सरकार अपने पास रखे, इसे प्राइवेटाइज नहीं करे, क्योंकि उससे आप सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइज कमाएंगे और सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉफिट जो है वो राज्य सरकार को होगी। तो होलसेल किसी को मत दीजिएगा, किसी प्राइवेट एंटिटी को मत दीजिएगा। और दूसरा जो बड़ा रिकमेंडेशन, जो प्रस्ताव इस कमेटी ने दिया था, वो यह था कि जो रिटेल का काम है वो किसी बड़ी कंपनी को मत दीजिएगा, ये इंडिविजुअल्स को दीजिएगा और लॉटरी सिस्टम के माध्यम से दीजिएगा। लॉटरी निकालिएगा। एक, अगर आपको किसी जगह 50 लोगों का लॉट करना है तो आप रिक्वेस्ट करिएगा, इनवाइट भेजिएगा, इनविटेशंस आएंगे। 100 लोगों का इनविटेशन आता है, 100 लोगों का प्रस्ताव आता है, लॉटरी निकालिए, उसमें से 50 लोगों को आप दे दीजिए। इंडिविजुअल्स को देना है। तो 2 मुख्य रिकमेंडेशन, होलसेल का काम मनीष जी आप सरकार के पास रखिएगा, प्राइवेट को मत दीजिएगा। और दूसरा, जो रिटेल का काम है वो इंडिविजुअल्स को दीजिएगा, बड़ी कंपनी को नहीं दीजिएगा। मैं उसको अब तकनीकी भाषा में जो लिखा है वो भी पढ़ के सुना देता हूं। 1.1.1 तकनीकी भाषा में कमिटी ने कहा, IMFL trade should be revamped by bringing the entire wholesale operation under the government entity. The model to be followed should be similar to the one as followed in the state of Karnataka, where KSBCL, Karnataka State Beverages Corporation Limited, is fully government-owned wholesale corporation. The committee also strongly recommends that the corporation must function in an extremely asset-light manner, etc., etc. मैं पूरा नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं, मगर जो मुख्य विषय है कि ये होलसेल का काम दूसरे राज्यों में भी, कर्नाटक का उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि यह सरकार ने अपने पास रखा है, इसलिए इसको प्राइवेटाइज मत करिएगा, उससे आपको ज्यादा बेनिफिट होगा। इट शुड बी अंडर द गवर्नमेंट एंटिटी। मनीष जी, प्रश्न नंबर 1, क्या आपने इस रिकमेंडेशन को, जो कमिटी ने रिकमेंडेशन दिया था, उस रिकमेंडेशन को आपने माना? क्या होलसेल का काम आपने सरकार के पास रखा? नहीं रखा। आपने इसे प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को दिया और उसके कारण बाद में जो हुआ वो हम सब जानते हैं। और बंधुगण, ये जो प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को दिया, मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने ये होलसेल का काम, यह भी बिना टेंडर किए दिया। कोई टेंडर प्रोसेस फॉलो नहीं किया, बस यारों को दे दिया। रेबड़ी बट रही थी, तुम मेरे यार हो, ये ले जाओ। और बिना पब्लिक नोटिस के दिया, कोई नोटिस भी नहीं इशू किया कि हम इस प्रकार से एक प्रस्ताव चाहते हैं, जो जो इसके लिए एलिजिबल हैं आप प्रस्ताव लाइए, हम उस प्रस्ताव में से सबसे ठीक प्रस्ताव को टेंडर देंगे या होलसेल का यूनिट देंगे। ये सब कुछ नहीं किया। बिना टेंडर के, बिना पब्लिक नोटिस के अपने यारों को होलसेल का काम दे दिया, सरकार के पास नहीं रहा। प्रश्न नंबर 1, क्या सरकार के पास रखा, और रखा नहीं तो रिकमेंडेशन के बावजूद क्यों नहीं रखा? दूसरा, जो दूसरा रिकमेंडेशन था वो रिटेल को लेकर था। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था, उन्होंने कहा था रिटेल का काम बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नहीं देके इंडिविजुअल्स को देना है और लॉटरी के माध्यम से देना है। इसमें बड़े अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने समझाया है 1.3.1 में, द फोकस शुड बी ऑन प्रिवेंटिंग एनी मोनोपोलिस्टिक टेंडेंसीज इन द लिकर ट्रेड एंड देयरफॉर नॉट ओनली देयर शुड बी अ रेगुलर रोटेशन ऑफ लाइसेंसीज बट ऑल्सो द लाइसेंसीज शुड बी ग्रांटेड टू ओनली एलिजिबल इंडिविजुअल्स हु फुलफिल अ सर्टेन क्राइटेरिया so that there is little scope for proxy ownership or control that is gained through operation of companies and firms with dummy directors or partners. बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आप इंडिविजुअल्स को देते हैं तो यह फायदा है, इंडिविजुअल्स को नहीं देकर बड़ी कंपनी को देंगे तो क्या नुकसान है, यह भी कमिटी ने कहा। कमिटी ने क्या कहा, द ड्रॉबैक्स ऑफ दिस मॉडल, मतलब बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को देने से जो ड्रॉबैक है उसको बड़ी कंपनियों के लिए उन्होंने कहा है लाइसेंस टू लिमिटेड एंटिटीज। अगर इंडिविजुअल्स को नहीं देकर लिमिटेड एंटिटीज को देंगे तो नुकसान होगा। द ड्रॉबैक्स ऑफ दिस मॉडल आर दैट देयर इज हाईली प्रोन टू कार्टेलाइजेशन एंड मार्केट कैप्चर बाय लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ लाइसेंसीज। कार्टेलाइजेशन हो जाएगा, करप्ट लोगों का ग्रुप बन जाएगा और मार्केट कैप्चर हो जाएगा। इतना रिकमेंडेशन, क्लियर कट रिकमेंडेशन, इसमें किसी प्रकार की कोई एम्बिग्विटी नहीं है मनीष सिसोदिया जी। उसके बावजूद आपने इन रिकमेंडेशंस को दरकिनार किया और आपने शराब माफिया को, जिन्होंने कार्टेल बनाया, उन कार्टेल कंपनियों को आपने दिया, उन बड़ी कंपनियों को आपने दिया जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स आर नॉट अलाउड इनटू रिटेल। जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो रिटेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं। अपने कमीशन लेके मैन्युफैक्चरर्स जो थे उनको रिटेल में लेके आके इंडिविजुअल तो दूर, मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को भी इन्वॉल्व कर दिया। और तो और जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियां थी उनको भी आप लेके आके इन्वॉल्व करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि मोटा माल मिला। पंजाब के चुनाव के समय मोटे माल की आवश्यकता थी। जिसने मोटा माल दिया, इस रिपोर्ट को दरकिनार करके मोटा माल जेब में और वेंड्स अर्थात जो दुकानें होती हैं, जो शराब की दुकानें होती हैं, वो कार्टेल के पास। आप सोचिए, ओपन एंड शट केस है जी, कोई लंबा चौड़ा केस नहीं है। आज एक छोटा सा बच्चा भी समझ जाएगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी कंपनी ने किस प्रकार का घोटाला किया है। इसमें बहुत कुछ समझाने की आवश्यकता नहीं। आपने ये कमेटी क्यों बनाई थी? ये कमेटी बनी थी रिकमेंडेशन देने के लिए कि सबसे बढ़िया एक्साइज पॉलिसी क्या होगा जिससे कि दिल्ली सरकार का आय बढ़ेगा। आप तो बोल रहे थे हमने तो कमाल कर दिया जी, हम तो ऐसे एक्साइज पॉलिसी लेके आए हैं, हमारी तो 9 गुनी जो है इनकम बढ़ जाएगी। वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट है सब कुछ, तो इनका वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट ही होता है। इनका वर्ल्ड का दूसरा नंबर कुछ होता ही नहीं है, ये वर्ल्ड का सबसे बेस्ट ही होता है सब कुछ। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो भी करते हैं वो वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट होता है, दुनिया का नंबर 1। ये दुनिया की नंबर 1 एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप रिकमेंडेशन फॉलो नहीं कर रहे थे, ऐसा क्यों किया आपने? सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय इसमें आगे मैं आने वाला हूं। आप देखिए, ये जो रिटेल का काम दिया गया, इस रिटेल के काम में पूरे दिल्ली को जोन्स में बांटे गए। लगभग 32 जोन में दिल्ली को बांटा गया कि 32 जोन में एक एक करके कंपनी को उन्होंने लगा दिया कि तुम्हारा ये जोन हो गया, तुम जाके वहां पर दुकानें खोलो। एक जोन में लगभग 27 से 30 वेंड्स, जिसको अंग्रेजी में वेंड्स कहते हैं, या दुकान, ये शराब के ठेके, ये ठेके एक एक कंपनी को एक एक जोन में 27 से 30, और एक एक कंपनी को 2 जोन दिए गए। जितना जितना मोटा माल मिला उसी हिसाब से दिया गया। तो एक एक बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को ये 2-2 जोन दे दिए गए, अर्थात एक एक कंपनी को लगभग 55 दुकानें, 54-55 दुकानें एक एक कंपनी को मिल गई। अब आप सुनिए क्या होता है। ये जब हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, जब एलजी ने रेड फ्लैग किया, कन्फॉर्मिंग नॉन कन्फॉर्मिंग जोन, ये सब बातें सामने आ गई, कैबिनेट का रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव डिसीजन लेके वापस किया, मीडिया ने सच दिखाया, तो इन्होंने एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस ले लिया। मगर वापस लेने से पहले की कहानी आप सुनिए। मैं कागज भी लेके आया हूं, हमारे पास कागज है। हम वो आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह बिना नाम लिए कुछ नहीं करते हैं, सब कुछ कागज के साथ करते हैं। 31 मई विगत महीने 31 मार्च पहले, विगत वर्ष 31 मार्च को 4 जोन के जितने रिटेलर्स थे उन्होंने अपने वेंड्स अर्थात ठेके सरेंडर कर दिए। एक्साइज पॉलिसी आपके वापस होने से पहले कंपनीज ने सरेंडर कर दिया कि भैया हमसे नहीं चल पाएगा, ये आपके पॉलिसी में फॉल्ट है, हमको तो नुकसान होने लगा है, हम सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। तो 31 मार्च को 4 ने सरेंडर किए। जोन 24 में ट्राइडेंट ने किया, जोन 25 में पाथवे ने किया, जोन 26 में श्री अवंतिका ने किया, जोन 8 में अधर्व ने किया। और ठीक उसी प्रकार मई 31 को भी 5 जोन के जो रिटेलर्स थे उन्होंने, जो इन्हीं की कंपनी थी, उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया। जोन 1 में भगवती ने, जोन 3 में खाओगली, हाँ, जोन 23 में मगुंता, जोन 20 में ग्लो, जोन 29 में यूनिवर्सल, जुलाई 15 में जोन 30 में पॉपुलर स्पिरिट सरेंडर। ठीक उसी प्रकार जुलाई 31 में 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 पॉलिसी विड्रॉ हो उससे पहले 9 रिटेलर्स ने सरेंडर कर दिया है। कुल मिलाकर 19-20 रिटेलर्स जिनको इन्होंने ठेके दिए थे, हमसे ना हो पाएगा, पैसा तो हमसे आपने ले लिया, अब हमारा क्या होगा, ये कह के ये 19 कंपनियों ने सरेंडर कर दिए, हाथ खड़े कर दिए। तब जाके इन्होंने दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस लिया। मतलब इनकी तो एक्साइज पॉलिसी पहले से बैठ गई थी। इनकी खुद की कंपनियां जिन्होंने इनको पैसे दिए थे, कमीशन दिए थे, वो तो खुद सरेंडर करके बैठे हुए। आप बताइए, 19 जोन के लोग सरेंडर कर रहे थे और मार्च के महीने से सरेंडर कर रहे थे। किस हिसाब से मनीष सिसोदिया और इनके तमाम लोग जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे और कह रहे थे करोड़ों रुपए का नंबर 1 दुनिया का प्रॉफिट हमें हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा था? आपके तो खुद के लोग यहां सरेंडर कर रहे हैं, एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस लेने से पहले सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। मनीष जी, इसमें जो प्रश्न उठते हैं वो निम्नलिखित है। पहला प्रश्न है कि क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि एक कमेटी बनाई गई थी? पहला प्रश्न है, ये आवाज भी मनीष जी सुन रहे हैं। पहला प्रश्न है कि क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि कमेटी बनी थी? दूसरा प्रश्न है, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि होलसेल और रिटेल को लेकर कमेटी ने जो रिकमेंडेशन दिया, आपने उस रिकमेंडेशन को दरकिनार किया? तीसरा प्रश्न है, मनीष जी, आपने ये जो रिकमेंडेशंस थे उनको दरकिनार किसके कहने पर किया, क्यों किया? क्या यह हकीकत है कि मोटा माल कमाने के चक्कर में आपने इन रिकमेंडेशंस को दरकिनार किया? अंतिम, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी जो आपने विड्रॉ किया, उससे पहले 19 रिटेलर्स ने सरेंडर किया था? और एक अंतिम प्रश्न जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, आप लोग देखिए, ये जो जोन में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुआ, एक एक कंपनी को 2-2 जोन में 54-55 ठेके मिले। एक जोन में लगभग मिनिमम 250 करोड़ रुपया का फायदा होता है, 250 करोड़ रुपए वहां से मिलते हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर के आपने ये जो 4 जोन है, तो 4 जोनों में 1000 करोड़ रुपए का एक तरह से इसमें पूरा घालमेल हो रहा था। आप मुझे ये बताइए, अगर 19 कंपनियों ने सरेंडर किया है, 5 जोन में किया है, तो आपको कायदे के हिसाब से जो H2 था, जो सेकंड बिडर था, उसको बुला लेना चाहिए था कि भैया H1 से नहीं हो पाया, उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया है, H2 आओ, आप संभाल लो। आपने H2 को क्यों नहीं बुलाया? आप H1 पे ही क्यों अटके रह गए? आप H1 पे और उसी कंपनी पे इसलिए अटके रह गए क्योंकि मोटा माल H1 से ही आया था। मोटा माल दूसरी कंपनी से आता तो आप उससे बुलाते, कमीशन जिससे लिया उसी के साथ डीलिंग। रूल को छज्जे पर रखा, जो H2 था उसको तुरंत बुलाना था, H2 को नहीं बुलाया। तो मैं from this high table of Bharatiya Janata Party challenge Mr. Sisodiya immediately after this press conference. You should hold a press conference and you should answer the 6 questions that we have asked you. जो 6 प्रश्न हमने पूछा है, सिसोदिया जी तुरंत एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके, इधर उधर की बात, आप वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, मंगल ग्रह, सूर्य ग्रह, वो सब आपके अधीन आते हैं, वो सब अलग बात है, मगर आप एक्साइज मिनिस्टर के नाते क्या कर रहे थे उसका जवाब आप दीजिए, बिल्कुल पॉइंटेड जवाब दीजिए। और मैं आप लोगों से भी निवेदन करूंगा, पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछकर उनसे पॉइंटेड जवाब निकालिए, इधर उधर की बात करने से मना करिए उनको। अब एक प्रश्न तो अरविंद केजरीवाल कैसे छूटेंगे, किंग पिंग तो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। एक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के लिए भी प्रश्न है। अरविंद जी, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि आपको यह सब कुछ पता था? यू न्यू ऑल दिस, कि इसमें घोटाला हो रहा है, शुरू से ही आप जानते थे। और इसी कारण से जब ये फाइलें एलजी के पास जाती थी तो इन फाइलों में आपके हस्ताक्षर नहीं होते थे। आप किसी भी डीटीसी के बस प्रोक्योर होंगे, एक्साइज पॉलिसी, ये जितनी चीजें होती हैं उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कभी हस्ताक्षर नहीं करते हैं। एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी या जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी से हस्ताक्षर करा के भिजवा देते हैं। रूल बुक तो स्पष्ट रूप से कहता है कि अगर सीएम स्टेशन में है, कोई अर्जेंट मैटर नहीं है, तो आपको हस्ताक्षर करके एलजी के पास भेजना चाहिए, वरना यह वाजिब नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट लीगल। मगर आपने जिस प्रकार से, और कल एलजी साहब की यह चिट्ठी आपने दिखाया है मीडिया में, डियर श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, it has been observed that in recent months a significant number of proposals as a matter of routine have been submitted by your office for my approval or for my opinion under Article 239AA4 of the Constitution by your Joint Secretary or Additional Secretary with remarks, Honorable CM has seen and approved the proposal without specifying any grounds of urgency warranting such a communication। आगे आप सबने दिखाया है, कल की चिट्ठी है, इसलिए मैं इस पर विस्तार से नहीं जा रहा हूं। हस्ताक्षर नहीं होते थे, केवल सीएम ने दूर से देख लिया है। और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वैसे व्यक्ति हैं, जैसे ही धरपकड़ होगी खुलासा हो जाएगा, अरे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी भी मिला हुआ है। ये जो एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी और जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी चिट्ठी लेके चले जाते थे एलजी के पास, ये भी मोदी जी से मिले हुए हैं। मुझे फाइल 10 फीट की दूरी से ऐसे दिखाया था, इसलिए मैंने पढ़ा नहीं उसके अंदर क्या लिखा हुआ था। ये क्या दुनिया को बेवकूफ समझते हैं? एक चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, ये एलजी के पास इतने बड़े बड़े प्रपोजल भेज रहे हैं और उन पे हस्ताक्षर नहीं हुई। ही हैज सीन, ऐसे होता है क्या? अरविंद जी, 6 प्रश्नों का उत्तर तो मनीष सिसोदिया देंगे, एक प्रश्न का उत्तर आप दे दीजिए। डिड यू सी द फाइल? ये जो दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी की फाइल थी, डिड यू सी द फाइल कि आपको 20-25 फुट की दूरी से ही एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी ने ऐसे दिखा दिया था कि ये है? आप इसका जवाब देंगे, ये हम आशा करते हैं। और प्लीज ये संजय सिंह जी को भिजवा करके, ये बाकी लोगों को भिजवा करके इधर उधर की बातें मत कराइए, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को ही भेजिए, वही इसका उत्तर दे और जो पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछे हैं उसका उत्तर दे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी माननीय अध्यक्ष आदेश जी इस विषय पर।
धन्यवाद। अभी बड़े विस्तार से डॉक्टर संबित पात्रा जी ने आपके सामने शराब नीति के बारे में बातें रखी हैं। देखिए, कुछ दिन पहले मैं देवली में एक कार्यक्रम में गया था। वहाँ एक महिला मुझे मिली और वो महिला बड़ी उदास थी, उनकी आंखों में आंसू भी थे, कुछ कागज भी थे। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि क्या कारण है। बोली कि मेरा बेटा बीमार है, मैं उसका इलाज कराना चाहती हूँ। मेरे पति की कुछ दिन पहले मृत्यु हो गई है, 2 बेटियां हैं, उनकी शादी करनी है और बेटा अकेला कमाने वाला है। लेकिन जब से देवली के अंदर ये शराब का ठेका खुला है, उसको शराब की लत लग गई है और वो शराब बेहताशा पीने लगा है। और शराब पीते पीते इतना पीने लगा कि अस्पताल पहुंच गया है और मैं उसका इलाज कराऊं, मेरे घर में पैसे नहीं, खाने को कमाने वाला एक ही है, 2 बेटियां, उनकी शादी करनी है। तो हमने कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं को बोला कि भाई आप घर में मदद कीजिए इनकी। और उसके बाद हमने उनकी लड़के की फैक्ट्री मालिक से बात की। मैंने कहा आप उनका नंबर दीजिए, और उनसे मैंने जब बात की, मैंने कहा आप ये बताइए मैनेजर साहब कि ये बच्चा जब नहीं आता है तो आपको इंटीमेट करना चाहिए। बोले सर क्या बताऊं, कि जब से एक बोतल पे एक बोतल फ्री मिलने लगी, हमारे फैक्ट्री में काम करने वाले अधिकांश लोग, वो फैक्ट्री में मजदूर जो काम करते हैं, वो शराब की दुकानों पे लाइनों पे खड़े थे। तो बहुत सारे लोगों से जब ये पता लगा कि फैक्ट्रियों में भी ये होने लगा, मुझे बहुत दुख भी हुआ और गुस्सा भी आया। उस महिला की आंखों में आंसू देखकर तकलीफ भी हुई कि केजरीवाल जी ऐसी शराब नीति ले आए जो लोगों के घरों को उजाड़ दिया। और मैं आपको प्रत्यक्ष बता रहा हूं, प्रीति और नीति नाम की दो महिलाएं देवली के अंदर, जिन्होंने जब विरोध का झंडा उठाया देवली के उस ठेके के खिलाफ, तो उनको गुंडों से पिटवाया गया। केजरीवाल जी जो महिला सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात करते हैं, और उन महिलाओं को, उन मासूम महिलाओं को जिन्होंने शराब के ठेके के खिलाफ कि देवली के अंदर शराब का ठेका नहीं खोला जाना चाहिए। आप उस वीडियो को भी देख सकते हैं जिसमें बाउंसर बुलाए गए। किस लिए बुलाए गए? कि ये शराब का ठेका देवली के अंदर चलना चाहिए, बंद नहीं होगा। और उसकी बंद नहीं होगा। जब महिलाएं आई तो उनको गुंडों से पिटवाने का काम किया है। तो इस तरह का ये शराब नीति के जो दुष्परिणाम है, और वास्तविकता है, मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे हमारे वर्ल्ड के सबसे अच्छे शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, और वो कभी नहीं बता रहे कि शराब वास्तविकता है, मुख्यमंत्री जी कह रहे हमारे वर्ल्ड के सबसे अच्छे शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, और वो कभी नहीं बता रहे कि शराब मंत्री भी यही है। दुनिया के अंदर पहला उदाहरण होगा कि शिक्षा मंत्री भी वही है, शराब मंत्री भी वही है। स्कूल के पास ठेके खोल दिए। तो वास्तव में आज जो पाप केजरीवाल सरकार ने किया है, जहां एक और उन्होंने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, भ्रष्टाचार की इंतहा की है, हजारों करोड़ रुपए भ्रष्टाचार किए, जिसका बड़ी अच्छे तरीके से डॉक्टर संबित जी ने बताया आपको। लेकिन सवाल है कि एक भी सवाल का उत्तर नहीं उनके पास है, और उत्तर उसके पास नहीं होता है जिसने गलत काम किया हो। जो देने के लिए आगे नहीं आ सकता, वही जिसके पास कोई उत्तर ना हो। कि आपने ड्राई डे की संख्या ठेकेदारों का बढ़ा दिया कमीशन, उसके लिए नहीं ली किसी से परमिशन। घर परिवारों को खुशियां ली छीन, और ड्राई डे की संख्या कर दी 21 से घटा के 3। तो ये सारे सवाल आज भी वैसे ही खड़े हैं। ये यक्ष प्रश्न है, और इन सवालों का जवाब तो अरविंद केजरीवाल सरकार को, मनीष सिसोदिया को देने ही होंगे। वो इससे भाग नहीं सकते हैं। आज दिल्ली की जनता हो या देश की जनता हो, हर व्यक्ति ये जानना चाहता है कि आखिर दिल्ली के युवाओं को नशे में धकेलने का काम जो आपकी नई शराब नीति ने किया है, और उससे उपजे जो भ्रष्टाचार के प्रश्न है जो आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूछे हैं, उन प्रश्नों का जवाब आपको देना ही पड़ेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद माननीय आदेश जी। कोई प्रश्न हो तो अवश्य। यस मैम। मैडम का हो जाए फिर आपका।
Viewers, BJP news briefing on Liquorgate. We just heard Sambit Patra speak there. A couple of points being made by Sambit Patra and also by Adesh Gupta from the BJP, where they said this is an open and shut case, and also reiterating that blacklisted companies have in fact been given huge favors in this case. This is the big news coming in at this point of time, where the BJP there holding a news briefing on Liquorgate. And remember that there are many twists and turns on this story as it continues. And after CBI raided his residence, Delhi Deputy CM Manish Sisodia has stated that he was offered to split Aam Aadmi Party and become the CM candidate. Well, we are getting some breaking news at this point in time, viewers, and this is coming on the back of the movement of Pakistani terrorists which have been captured. And terrorists were spotted by surveillance cameras accessed by Republic TV. And we have got that tape there. You can see it on your screens, the video 1 and video 2. Both the tapes, this is a Republic exclusive at this point of time, where we have captured that tape. Now, what you see on your screen is terrorist spotted on surveillance camera, and explosion post a terrorist had stepped on a landmine. Both the videos are on your screen, the exclusive videos where you can clearly see the movement of Pakistani terrorists captured, and these terrorists were spotted by the surveillance cameras accessed by Republic TV. So this is the terror tape out. I want to bring in Shravan Sen, who has broken this exclusive story. Shravan, take us through what we are seeing right now. Where was this movement of Pakistani terrorists captured?
Well, in fact, Shivangi, we've got exclusive videos. These are basically the Laru's surveillance video. I'll just quickly take our viewers through the movement. In fact, let me just go through the first video where you could actually, this is the first video where you can see, I'll just try to close it. It's a little grainy because remember, this is the surveillance, the long range observatory, that is basically carried out. This is the second video. We'll go to the first video first and play out the movement of the terrorists, and then I'll take you through the details of what's the movement like. Let me, before we go back to the first video, let me just put this out, the details that we have. This was an infiltration bid that took place on 22nd of August around 8:55 in the night when the surveillance cameras had basically captured. Now, take a look at this. Let's just enlarge the picture, and you can see this a little closer. You can see two such movements that are basically taking place. What you can see is the two movement that's taking place. That's where the terrorists are basically trying to move, cross over, and this is where they are trying to hide. Let's just repeat that video once again, where you can see clearly the movement of two terrorists. There you see. It's a little grainy, but a closer look at this video, you can see the two terrorists are basically trying to cross over. That's the way, the place that they are hiding. So what really happens thereafter is basically shown in the second video. In the second video, these terrorists let's just put that out, and that second video you could actually see that the terrorists are basically they've stepped on the landmine and there is an explosion that takes place. So here you take a look at this. The moment they reach here, that's the place that they are hiding, and you'll see that in a short while, that's the explosion. That's the explosion that takes place, captured on this Laru's video, the surveillance video, which is essentially, it's a device that is essentially used by the Indian Army across the LC to try and, capture any sort of movement. But here, this attempt that was basically made by the terrorists to cross over, that was detected by the surveillance cameras. And important to point out here, what exactly happened thereafter was that they stepped on the landmine and the explosion has taken place. In fact, we are being told that sometime later today, around 4 o'clock this evening, is when the commander of 80 infantry would be addressing the media. And, in a short while from now, our crews would also be reaching there to cover that press conference. At least the dead bodies of the terrorists have also been recovered, is what I'm being told right now. That's the first major news break on Republic Media Network, confirming that Pakistan-backed terrorists who were trying to infiltrate, they were caught on those surveillance cameras that we have access to, major videos that have been accessed by Republic TV, in which one can clearly see the movement of the terrorists and moments later the explosion that takes place. Now we are being told that the bodies have also been recovered, details of which would be shared by the Indian Army in a short while from now, when the press conference is scheduled around 4 o'clock this evening. In fact, my colleague Gursimran is also tracking this story very closely. In fact, Gursimran is en route to rejoin Rajauri, where the briefing is going to take place in a short while from now. Gursimran, if I can also come across to you, the only network once again accessing the details, the videos of the terrorists who were trying to infiltrate. I'm given to understand that the incident was of 22nd of August. Around 8:55 is when the infiltration attempt was made. That's when they stepped on a landmine which basically exploded. All of this now being caught on the Lalu's surveillance video. What more details are you picking up?
See, Shavan, yes, the incident has been reported at around 9 day before yesterday evening when these terrorists tried to sneak in into the Indian territory, and there was a landmine blast, after which the forces, special forces and the Indian army, they were rushed to the forward areas. Massive searches were launched, and the footages that you have accessed clearly shows that how these Pakistani terrorists, they were trying to sneak in into the Indian territory one after the other, and then the mine explosion that has taken place, that was part of anti-infiltration grid that was put in place by the Indian army. Important to mention that there were multiple attempts by the Pakistani side to push in terrorists into the Indian territory, and this attempt by the Pakistani terrorists came 2 days after a Fidain was arrested by the Indian army along the line of control in the Nowshera sector. This incident was specifically reported in the Pukharni area that falls in the Nowshera sector of the Rajouri, where the attempt of the Pakistan was foiled, and now we are getting to know that both bodies have been recovered, and a huge cache of arms and ammunition too have been recovered from these terrorists, including the sophisticated weapons that will also be displayed by the Indian army, by the commander of the 80 Infantry Brigade, Brigadier Kapil Rana, who will be addressing a press conference in a short while from now, and more details will be diverged. See, the incident has been reported 2 days after a Fidain attacker was arrested by the Indian army on the line of control when he was in a bid to sneak in into the Indian territory, and he too was a trained Fidain suicider who got the training in the Bhimber line of control camp of the Lashkar-e-Toiba for over 6 months, and he has been utilized as an agent by the Pakistani intelligence agency ISI for over 2 years. So whether these two were connected or it was part of a larger plot, because there are credible intelligence input that suggests that the multiple bad actions are being planned by the Pakistani side, because they want to keep the line of control active. They want to show their presence in Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that in Kashmir Valley recently. Once again, the Pakistani terrorists have tried to show their presence on ground by carrying out the attacks on the civilians or on the minorities or security forces, and even in the Jammu region they are trying to do so on the line of control by carrying out these kind of attempts. But the anti-infiltration grid of the Indian army that stands there, and they have foiled an attempt of the Pakistani terrorist. The videos, two videos important of which you have accessed, and that clearly shows how terrorists trying to sneak in into the Indian territory and how the anti-infiltration grid has foiled the attempt of these Pakistani terrorists. Shavan.
Well, in fact, some more details are now coming in with regards to the recovery of the bodies. I'm given to understand, Gursimran, that the bodies of both the terrorists have been recovered using quadcopters. Now, what you see on this particular screen is these two, what they are calling it, suspected terrorists, individuals who are basically trying to cross over. That was about 150 meters on the side of the LOC when this detection actually took place. It was the Laurus which had basically detected the movement of the terrorists, and what thereafter happened was that they stepped on the minefield. This was around 8:55 in the evening on 22nd of August when this entire movement took place, and thereafter let's just put out the video of that explosion, because important to point out here, as Gursimran was also indicating, that this is a clear reflection of the robust grid that is basically in place across the line of control. And what's very important to point out here is the fact that this entire fencing that has basically taken place, or the kind of surveillance that is essentially done by the Indian army, has essentially resulted in a sharp decline in the infiltration bids that have been made. Now, this is clearly a response of how exactly the Indian army is operating to ensure that the infiltration bid that is made by these Pakistani-based, backed terrorists who are basically coming across from multiple launch pads, they are basically stopped right the moment they're trying to cross over. And this is a clear example. Now, the moment they enter, take a look at what happens. There is explosion that takes place, because that entire area, there are minefields. And the moment you enter, try to go across, this is the result of what happens after the infiltration bid has taken place. Remember, the attempt that the Indian Army has been making is to ensure that they do not enter or reach the hinterland, because that's the basic aim of the Indian Army, and this is a clear response of the robust grid that is in place. It's a clear reflection of the fact that this entire, be it the multiple sectors that has been looked at by the Indian Army, and the fact that you have an overactive launch pads in Pakistan occupied Kashmir, the movement in itself is restricted. It's nipped in the bud, and that's a clear reflection of what we are seeing right now. In a short while from now, expected around 4 o'clock this evening, that the Indian Army would be conducting a press conference, because undoubtedly this is a big success. I'm being told that there has also been another big success for the Indian Army. In a short while from now, Gursimran, we'll also be getting that details. Gursimran, any more details with regards to the other operation? Now, in this particular case, the bodies have been recovered by the quadcopters. What about the other operation in which also the Indian Army has seen a major success? I'm given to understand the 25 infantry was basically supposed to carry out a press conference. Any details that you're picking up?
See, Shavan, a Pakistani terrorist who was in a bid to carry out a Fidain attack has been arrested by the Indian Army, and now the Indian Army will be coming out with more details, because he was the one who got the training from the Pakistani ISI. He was the active agent of the Pakistani ISI for over 2 years. He got the training in the Lashkar-e-Toiba launch pad in the Bhimbar LOC for 6 months, and now he is with the Indian Army. Indian Army will be sharing more details about this conspiracy that was hatched to carry out a major terror strike, a major Fidain attack on the Indian Army. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel, who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world, and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that one we that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz signed the deal in the port town of Stevensville. A Canadian company has plans to build a zero.
Can I get some big breaking news right now? Two terrorists who are trying to infiltrate across the line of control have now been eliminated. In fact, Republic TV has accessed two videos, surveillance videos caught on Loris, the movement of the terrorists across the line of control. We are given to understand the incident took place around on 22nd of August around 8:55 in the evening, when two terrorists, as you see right now on your screens, first video number one, where you can see two of these terrorists who are basically trying to cross over. Thereafter they were trying to hide, but minutes later they stepped on the minefield, which ended up exploding. What you see right now on your screens, both the videos that have been accessed by Republic TV. In fact, we are given to understand the bodies of the Pakistan-backed terrorists have also been recovered. Quadcopters were essentially used by the Indian Army for the recovery of the bodies of the two Pakistani-backed terrorists. In fact, in a short while from now, we are given to understand that 80 infantry would be conducting a press conference in which my colleague Gursimran will also be present to get us more details. But once again, Republic Media Network getting across through the first two major videos. These are the Loris videos, surveillance videos rather, that have been accessed by Republic TV, in which one can see, even though the images are a little bit grainy, but that's only because these are surveillance videos that have been accessed by Republic TV. But one can clearly spot the movement of the two terrorists, and thereafter the result of the explosion, and that video has also now been accessed. Gursimran, a super exclusive by Republic Media Network. We've accessed both the videos. I'm given to understand these are the surveillance videos captured by Loris. In fact, one can clearly see that around 8:55 on 22nd of August, two terrorists, they were basically trying to cross over. Can you also take us through the area and the topography of that very place? Is there anything that you're basically picking up in terms of the difficulties, of manning those very areas by the Indian Army? And that is the reason why, to a greater extent, the Indian Army basically also depends on technological advancements. Of course, Loris being something that has been used by the Indian Army for quite some time right now, But for all our viewers who are tuning in right now, if you could just explain the place where this infiltration attempt was made and how difficult it is in terms of the topography.
See, Shavan, if we speak of this specific area, this is Pukharni that falls in the Lam area, and this is only one area on the line of control, which is a plain area. See, Pakistani side and the Indian post, they can be seen, they are just facing each other, and this is a kind of not a regular feature on these hilly terrains. And there was an attempt that was made at around 8:55 that evening, and 9 minutes after the attempt from the Pakistani side, an explosion took place that was at around 9 p.m. 9:03.58 is the exact time when this explosion has taken place in the mine blast that was part of anti-infiltration grid, in which these two terrorists were blown away. And next day morning, that is yesterday morning, coordinated search operation was launched in the entire area to ensure that no terrorist has been able to sneak into the Indian territory. And also, apart from that, we have seen that how the quadcopters were used to locate these terrorists who were neutralized as part of the anti-infiltration grid, in those who were in a bid to sneak into the Indian territory. And soon after that, when they were spotted using the quadcopters, tactically the bodies were retrieved. Also, we are getting to know that huge cache of arms and ammunition has also been recovered by the Indian Army, which clearly shows that they were coming here to carry out a major terror strike that stands foiled by the Indian Army. And now the security forces and the intelligence agencies, they are working to find out the link of these two killed terrorists with the one who has been apprehended by the Indian Army in the Nowshera sector itself, that was in the upper area of Kalsian, where that terrorist Tabarik was apprehended by the Indian Army when he was very near to the line of control, making a bid to sneak into the Indian territory. He was shot at. He got multiple shots at his body, one at his right arm, his thigh, and then he was taken to the hospital. And upon his investigation, it came into being that this terrorist Tabarik, he was a trained terrorist who was here in a bid to carry out a Fidain attack on the installation of the security forces. Apart from that, it was also known that he was the one who was trained by the intelligence agency of Pakistan, ISI, and has worked for them for over 2 years. And apart from that, the Lashkar-e-Toiba has also used him for over 6 months as he got the training in the Bhimbar LOC of the Lashkar-e-Toiba.
Well, in fact, in terms of the other movement that's basically taken place, I'm given to understand, Gursabran, not just one attempt, there was another attempt. Is there anything more that you're picking up in terms of what's happening at the 25 Infantry? I'm given to understand there too there has been some development. We'll try and reconnect with Gursabran in a short while from now. He is basically on his way to 80 Infantry, where around 4 o'clock this evening, Indian Army is going to conduct a press conference after the bodies of the terrorists have been recovered through the quadcopters that were used. As Gursabran was basically pointing out, the area 150 meters inside the LC where this was detected by the surveillance cameras installed by the Indian Army. These are Laurus camera videos that have now been accessed by Republic TV. Two crucial images that have been accessed by Republic TV. On video one, you can clearly see the attempt that has been made by the terrorists to cross over, and moments after crossing over, what they were essentially trying to do is hide in order to avoid the gaze of the Indian Army deployed in the area. But what turned out is that they ended up stepping on the minefields, leading to a major explosion. That's video number 2. Incident that took place on 22nd of August around 8:55 in the evening. Clearly in both these videos one can essentially see the movement of the terrorists and also a reflection of the fact that this goes on to indicate the robust grid that is basically in place in these very sectors. Another major development that took place in Rajouri earlier in the day. In fact, we'll try and go across to Gursabran in a short while from now to try and get get more details. In fact, we'll also cut across to the press conference that is scheduled later in the evening, where more details would be provided by the Indian Army in terms of the movement, in terms of whether at all they are aware of the fact that these terrorists belong to which particular Tanzim. Because remember, as far as the launch pads across the border is concerned, at least in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, it's been quite active. There has been an attempt that has been made by Pakistan, Pakistan's ISI, to try and ensure that there is more infiltration bid that is basically made. But so far they've been completely unsuccessful, and that is the reason why, if you really look at the sheer numbers, there is a drastic drop in the infiltration bid that is taking place in those very areas, and that's only primarily because of the close coordination of the security agencies in the area, and also the reliance on technological advancement, especially given the fact that these surveillance videos to a greater extent actually enables the Indian Army to ensure that the detection is done at a proper time, and they are prevented from entering the hinterland. Because the moment they enter the hinterland, that's the time when they get in touch with the OGWs that are also active in the hinterlands, and thereafter detecting them or basically being able to trap them becomes a slightly more a tedious task.
And we continue to get your updates on the massive protest that is underway in Hyderabad against Raja Singh, along with the Sar Tan Se Juda slogans that are being raised, and many who have gathered at Shalibanda, where effigies were burnt of MLA Raja Singh, who stands suspended. The police trying to take control of the situation as tensions continue to grip the streets of Hyderabad. Massive protests that are happening, and BJP leader T. Raja Singh, who made that controversial remark on Prophet Muhammad, stands suspended. I want to go back to my colleague Aneri, and Priyanka also, I'm being told, is joining us on the broadcast. But Aneri, you have been telling us all the latest updates that have been happening since this morning. What really is the latest from the protest side, and how is the police now taking control?
Well, we have been seeing that there are massive protests which have been taking place across the city, and friends, since last evening we have been seeing that there are protests in various parts of the old city area. But now we have a new update which has been coming in, where the BJP MLA who has been suspended, its advocate, Raja Singh's advocate Karuna Sagar, has been receiving threat calls, is what we have learned. And also at the same time we have been seeing that this comes at the time when Raja Singh was granted a bail from the Nampalli court, and so now this is a major development which is taking place in the case, where we see that advocate of Raja Singh, Karuna Sagar, has been receiving threat calls. And also at the same time we see that there are massive protests also which have been taking place since last evening. Last night also we have been seeing that protests taking place at various locations, where police petrol cars were also damaged by these mobs who were trying to protest there at various locations against Raja Singh, and stating that he should be arrested immediately. Well, now this comes the decision of the court, from the Nampalli court, which we got yesterday, which comes after a statement. Well, there were near about 2 to 2.5 hours of discussions and arguments which went on into the Nampalli court, when at the end we see that as the police and the state did not follow the section 141A CRPC, that was not followed by the police and state, and so on that grounds Raja Singh was asked to be released immediately. And that has been one of the points where now we see that there are protests which are being taking place across the city against Raja Singh, and slogans like Sar Tan Se Juda and such other slogans are being raised by these protesters, demanding that Raja Singh should be arrested immediately.
And Priyanka, if I can come to you on this, for the kind of political reactions that are coming, how the BJP is also now looking into the latest developments, and how is the opposition also reacting?
Well, of course, Suesha, we have been tracking and the political reactions that are pouring in, and of course, the party has taken action against him. But we are seeing that the protesters on the ground demanding that is not enough. They are citing the entire case of Nupur Sharma as well, and they're saying that this is the second such incident that is coming to light, where a BJP leader has been making such kind of remarks on their prophet as well, and that is why there is a lot of anger, at least here on the ground. Let me pan my camera so that I can show you where exactly I am. This is a place that is just nearby to the Charminar, and we had seen the kind of protest that here itself that had broken out. In fact, just a few minutes ago, we had shown you a report from here, and we had shown you that most of the shops had been closed down. But as of now, we are seeing that the police has been in action, and they have been trying to make sure that the entire situation goes back to normalcy, and that is why some of the shops have opened right now. But we are seeing that the police officials claiming that there is more protest. There are more protests that are expected to take place today itself, and following the kind of court hearing that Andheri had been mentioning about, that has gone on inside of the courtroom, inside of the Nampally court, and we have seen how the political reactions have also been pouring in. In fact, the AIMIM had also stated that these kind of statements, these kind of remarks cannot be taken lying down, and we have to take some kind of action, and there has to be a strong message that needs to be sent across as well. So the protesters have been claiming that they are not going to be stopping anytime soon. In fact, we were also being told that tomorrow there is a bandh that has been called for by them, so that there can be a protest as well across at least here in and around Charminar is what we are learning, and of course in other parts of the city as well is what we've been told. And the police officials have been deployed to make sure that these protests that they have already said that they will carry out tomorrow do not turn violent. So because what we are showing to you, the images are of this protest that had gone on just yesterday. In fact, if I could pan my camera once again, these were the places where in fact effigies of Raja Singh had been burnt. There were tires that had also been burnt. There was a minor stone pelting as well that had been reported from yesterday itself in the midnight when this kind of a protest had broken out. And following that, we are seeing that the police has been in action, and following that we are seeing that more and more deployment of the officials is visible to anybody who is roaming the streets of Hyderabad, at least around Charminar for the time being. And we are seeing that they are trying to control this entire situation. And of course, the political war of words has been continuing. As far as Raja Singh's statements are concerned, his video is concerned, that 10-minute video. For our viewers, that 10-minute video where he had in fact made those comments about Prophet Muhammad, and since then we have seen that more and more sporadic protests that had also broken out in the entire city. But as of now, Suesha, at least from where we are reporting, the situation seems to be going back to normalcy. But tomorrow, of course, there is a bandh that has been called for. So of course we'll have to wait and watch how that pans out.
Priyanka and Andheri, we'll continue to keep a close eye. Keep coming back to you for all the latest updates on this. Meanwhile, we are shifting our focus as of now on the raids being conducted by the CBI, as we are being told that 2 locations in Gurugram that are now being searched. This is in connection to Lalu Yadav's close aides, who are now under the scanner of the CBI. Raids being conducted at the residence of 4 senior leaders of the RJD, close associates of Lalu Yadav. This is in connection with the Land for Jobs scam case, and searches that were carried out at the premises of RJD MLC, Sunil Singh, former MLC Subodh Roy, and the others. The searches that continue in Gurugram and 2 locations that we are being told as of now where the raids are being conducted, and the CBI officials who are now trying to find out more as the investigation continues, the raids that are underway, and residences of RJD leaders Sunil Singh, Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmed as well, that are in connection with the alleged Land for Jobs scam. Prakash will join us shortly to give us more details, as the private secretaries of RJD leaders who are under the scanner, and a few politicians, we are being told, from the party who had a role to play in the alleged Land for Jobs scam between 2004 to 2009, that the CBI is now looking into. Searches that had been conducted in Madhubani and Katihar. And let me straight away bring in Shawan, who's with us on the phone line. Shawan, 2 locations in Gurugram, as we talk, are being raided by the CBI. Searches are being conducted. What's the latest you can tell us in terms of recoveries being made?
Well, in fact, Suesha, the latest details coming in. There are two places in Gurugram where the searches are being carried out. In fact, we are putting out details of both the locations in Gurugram where these searches are being carried out. Part of the 25 locations, in fact, plus 25 plus locations where these searches are being carried out. What we are picking up is the fact that there is an under construction mall in Gurugram, which is under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, linked to a company that goes by the name of
Whiteland Private Limited. It's a company that has come under the scanner because the Central Bureau of Investigation essentially suspects that this is a company in which Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members are associated. In fact, we are being told that the proceeds of crime, the money that was garnered from this particular scam was generated and then diverted into this very company for the construction of this mall in Gurugram. In fact, we've also got addresses where these searches are basically carried out. The corporate office in Gurugram where the Central Bureau of Investigation has essentially reached. I believe these are the latest images that we also have got from Gurugram where the searches are basically underway. If I can just take you through some of the details that we are getting in. The two places where I'm told, Suesha, where the searches are basically underway is one in Sector 65 in Gurgaon. In fact, we've got the full address and I can just take you through some of the details we are getting in because these are the two places where the searches are basically underway and linked to once again Tejaswi, because remember, for the first time you're essentially looking at Tejaswi's name basically surfacing. The searches are in Sector 65 and Sector 42. One is a company called Land-Based Private Limited and the other is an office of Whiteland, which is in Worldmark 1 in Sector 65 where the searches are underway. Now, if you take a look at the CBI FIR that has been registered, Suesha, in that you already have Lalu Prasad Yadav, the former Union Minister, former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi, and family members already being named. But so far, there was no mention of Tejaswi Yadav. But it now turns out sources within the agency basically indicating that there is a part of the proceeds of crime that was basically generated from this particular scam that has been diverted into these very companies, and these companies were basically involved in the construction of a mall. A similar sort of allegation also we have seen in the state of Bihar, because remember, essentially what was happening is that in undeserving candidates who are applying for the Group D and Group C staff appointments in the railway department, they were essentially promised jobs. In lieu of that, they were basically gifting these land parcels in various parts of Bihar. In fact, we've also accessed some documentation in terms of the land deeds in which you can clearly take a look at the fact that Rabri Devi as well as
Narendra Modi versus Arvind Kejriwal. How do you see this narrative in days to come?
ये उनकी सोच है, उनको खुश रहना चाहिए, उसमें हर कोई को अधिकार है सपने देखने का, पर ज़मीनी हकीकत क्या है वो शायद इसके से सहमति नहीं रखती।
मुद्दे क्या रहने वाले हैं अगर हम गुजरात और हिमाचल प्रदेश के चुनाव की बात करें?
देखिए, कुछ मुद्दे तो पूरे देश के लिए समान है, कॉमन है। महंगाई का मुद्दा है, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा है, एक चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था का मुद्दा है, ये चुनौतियां हैं, और देश की सुरक्षा के सामने भी जो संकट में स्थिति है वो भी एक विषय है।
आखिर में अगर हिमाचल में इन फाइटिंग की हम बात कर रहे हैं, इसको
देखिए सिर्फ कांग्रेस में नहीं है, कांग्रेस में ही नहीं है, बीजेपी में भी है, गुटबंदी उनमें भी है, उनके यहाँ भी अगर आप मालूमात करिए कई खेमे में बटे हुए हैं, उनके यहाँ भी बहुत बागी तैयारी में है, ऐसे बिल्कुल पता लगा।
एक सवाल आता है सर, जब G23 की बात करते हैं, चाहे वो कपिल सिब्बल जी हो, चाहे वो शास्त्री जी हों जो पार्टी से बाहर गए दिल्ली से, because they resigned, इसी नैरेटिव में आनंद शर्मा को भी ले रहे हैं, बिकॉज यू हैव ऑलरेडी मेड इट क्लियर यू आर अ कांग्रेस मैन फ्रॉम ब्लड, लेकिन फिर भी इस पर क्लियरिटी चाहेंगे, चाहे वो नड्डा जी से आपकी मुलाकात हुई हो, तो एक मैसेज आ रहा है यू विल बी लीविंग पार्टी एंड हाउ?
मुलाकात किसी से हो जाए तो उसके गलत मतलब हो, एक पारिवारिक और सामाजिक संबंध भी होते हैं। मैं दूसरी राजनीतिक सोच का व्यक्ति हूँ। मैंने वो समय देखा है जब इंदिरा जी प्रधानमंत्री थी, बाद में राजीव जी प्रधानमंत्री बने, जो रिश्ते उनके चंद्रशेखर जी से, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी से, दूसरे विपक्ष के नेताओं से रहे। प्रजातंत्र है, उसमें जाहिर है अलग अलग राजनीतिक दल होंगे, अलग अलग विचारधाराएं होंगी, तो आप एक दूसरे का सामाजिक बहिष्कार करेंगे। निजी कटुता तो नहीं होनी चाहिए रिश्तों में, मैं उसको नकारता हूं बिल्कुल और कभी स्वीकार नहीं करूंगा। जहां मेरे बहुत अच्छे संबंध रहे संसद में, हालांकि तीखी बहस भी होती थी सुषमा स्वराज जी से, अरुण जेटली जी से, पर हमारे पारिवारिक संबंध थे, सामाजिक संबंध थे, एक दूसरे का हम सम्मान करते थे। तो इसमें मिलना अलग बात है और आपकी विचारधारा और सोच अलग होना वो अपनी जगह है।
You mean to say you will remain a congressman?
I don't need to say it repeatedly. Once, when I have said it once, nobody should have any doubt.
Finally, what are your hopes for the Congress party as you have been talking about the collective reforms, internal reforms of the party?
This takes time. Corrosion has taken place over many years. It will take time to turn the things around. Whether nationally or in the state, we have to look at the organization and rebuild the organization at various levels. I feel so, from primary units to block to the districts, we have to rebuild.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we cut into that latest reaction coming in from senior Congress leader Anand Sharma, who is also now batting for changes within the grand old party. Now, this opinion that is shared by several senior leaders within the party who have raised their voices, but the top leadership that has not really made any changes on that front. And now Anand Sharma also, who continues to be a loyalist of the party, but saying that the party is in a crisis and changes that need to be brought about in the party, also having admitted that there is groupism. And while he spoke about the issues that the government must tackle with, be it unemployment or the rising prices, Anand Sharma now talking about the problems that the grand old party continues to face and how it does need a revamp. Let's once again listen into what he said.
एक लंबे समय से हमारा रिश्ता है शहर से, यहाँ के लोगों से, संस्थाओं से, परिवारों से, तो जब भी घर लौटना होता है उसका एक विशेष अनुभव रहता है, आकर्षण रहता है। और मैं कृतज्ञ हूँ हमारे हिमाचल वासियों का, अपने शिमला वासियों का, जो प्यार, जो स्नेह और सम्मान हमेशा मुझे मिला है। इनकी शुभकामनाओं से ही जीवन में हम कई बड़ी उपलब्धियां कर पाए और जिस भी मुकाम पे पहुंचे उसमें शिमला का आशीर्वाद रहा।
सर, संचालन समिति से आपने जो इस्तीफा दिया है, बताया जा रहा है कि आपकी नाराजगी, सर किस तरह की नाराजगी है? कोई सर
नहीं, वो मेरे और कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा के बीच में है बातचीत। मैं कांग्रेस का कार्यकारिणी का भी सदस्य हूँ, तो 51 साल से कांग्रेस संगठन का सदस्य हूँ। तो कुछ विषय हर दल में आते हैं प्रजातंत्र में, राजनीति में, पर वो सोनिया जी का मैं सम्मान करता हूँ। उनके और मेरे बीच में है जो हमारा कर्तव्य बनता है। अगर कोई चिंताएं हैं, कोई विषय आए, तो पार्टी के नेतृत्व को उससे अवगत कराया जाए। ये यहीं तक बस सीमित है।
You have written that letter. Are you hopeful your voice would be heard?
Well, as I have said, it is with the Congress president. I have highest respect for her. We as a party are determined to unitedly fight this election. And I can say that the Congress party here, if it rises above some of the challenges which are there in any democratic party and not be burdened by factionalism. Himachal is in for a change. The Congress party will make a comeback, win the elections. I have no doubt in that.
इस बदलाव में आपकी क्या भूमिका रहने वाली है?
जैसा मैंने कहा, आश्वस्त किया था कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को भी कि मैं पार्टी के प्रत्याशियों के लिए चुनाव अभियान में हिस्सा लूंगा, प्रचार में हिस्सा लूंगा और जो विषय हैं यहाँ पे हमारे लोगों से जुड़े हैं, चाहे वो बागबानों से हैं, नौजवानों से हैं, यहाँ के हमारे जो बहादुर सेनानी हैं जिन्होंने फौज में काम किया, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस में काम किया, आज कई विषय उठे हैं। उन विषयों को सामने लाते हुए हम जनता के बीच में बात करेंगे जो लाजमी है।
क्या समझते हैं सर, जिस तरह से एक अनुभव का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता था, क्योंकि आप वो व्यक्ति हैं जिन्होंने कांग्रेस पार्टी को अपने खून पसीने से सींचा है, फाउंडर मेंबर हैं आप, लेकिन तमाम जगहों से, चाहे जम्मू कश्मीर हो, गुलाम नबी आज़ाद की ओर से इस्तीफा दे दिया गया, आपकी ओर से इस्तीफा दे दिया गया, क्या समझते हैं कि अनुभव को दरकिनार किया जा रहा है कहीं ना कहीं पार्टी में?
मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी समाज और संगठन, कोई भी संस्था, यहाँ तक कि कोई परिवार भी बिना अनुभव के, बिना बड़ों के आगे चलता है। उनके अनुभव का कोई विकल्प नहीं है। ये एक संतुलित मिश्रण हमेशा विजय की ओर लेके जाता है। अनुभव और युवा पीढ़ी का जोश और उनकी उम्मीदें। जब
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz signed the deal in the port town of Stevensville. A Canadian company has plans to build a zero-emission plant that will use wind energy to produce hydrogen and ammonia for export.
Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance is a historic step forward for our shared future. Our target is clear: working towards initial exports of Canadian hydrogen to Germany by 2025. And our outcomes are clear as well.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel, who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her.
This is a big breaking news, big breaking development that RJD treasurer and MLC as well as chairman of Bisco Man Sunil Singh's house raided by the CBI. Bihar police team has reached here on the spot to control the law and order situation here. The CBI as well as the investigating agencies is looking at all those angles as to how they got into the Rajya Sabha, what kind of money trail was done, and the way the medical colleges are being run.
And we continue to get you details of the raids that are being conducted by the CBI. But these are the latest inputs that are coming in of exclusive videos that have been accessed by Republic of the mining scam recovery. The first video that Republic has now accessed, and pictures that will play out shortly, Shravan, in the meanwhile, is with us on the phone line. Shravan, as we put out the video and it is already on air, details of the recoveries made.
Well, in fact, this is the first image of the recovery that has been made. In fact, we are given to understand that AK-47s, what you see right now on your screens, is the 2 AK-47 that has been recovered. Along with that, cartridges, a depiction of the enforcement directorate on that. This is from the premises of Prem Prakash. Who is Prem Prakash? We are being told that he is considered to be a close business associate of Chief Minister Hemant Soren. In fact, also what we are picking up is that along with Prem Prakash, the other close representative happens to be Pankaj Mishra, who was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, these searches that you see that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate was spread across multiple states. 17 locations where these searches have been carried out, which includes Bihar, Jharkhand, Tamil Nadu, as well as the national capital. Now, right now, let's just put out that video. That's the video that you see right now on your screens. There have been certain cash recovery that has also been made, and this was from the premises of Prem Prakash. We are not very sure which location or which state from where the Enforcement Directorate has basically accessed, or rather the Enforcement Directorate has made this recovery. But once again, these are the first images only right now with Republic Media Network of the recoveries that have been made by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal mining scam. Remember, here the allegation essentially being that some of these companies that were run by close associates of the Chief Minister like Pankaj Mishra, there were a monopoly that was there. The license, the mining license or the lease that was basically given to one company that was run by Pankaj Mishra. He had also employed history sheeters like Dahu and Bachchu Yadav. One of them has already been arrested. The other is on the run. They're trying to locate them. And secondly, what's important to point out here is that this was all being done at gunpoint. Bachchu Yadav as well as Dahu Yadav, they are considered to be the mafias, the dons in Sahibganj district. This is the very place where, remember, there's been rampant mining that is going on. In fact, we've also accessed two set of images, which perhaps in a short while from now will also play out, which will give you a sense of the rampant illegal mining that is taking place in that very area. And this entire area has been completely flattened because of the kind of illegal mining that's taking place. Now, this is undoubtedly going to embarrass the Chief Minister to a certain extent, given the fact that they're considered to be close associates, and this is known to everyone who in Jharkhand in terms of the proximity that the Chief Minister has with these two people. One of them is already in the custody. Let's not forget the other scandal that hit the Jharkhand government was the arrest of bureaucrat Pooja Singhal, which is once again considered to be an embarrassment for the Jharkhand Chief Minister, given the fact that there was a large amount of money that was recovered. Point number one. Point number two, it was with regards to the fact that Manrega funds were basically siphoned off by the bureaucrat, and personal hospitals or properties that were created out of that very money that was siphoned off. And now, of course, you have the illegal mining scam, which has hit the Jharkhand government, and it has caught the Jharkhand government completely off guard when you have some of the most close associates who have now been under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate.
And continue giving us more details, Shravan, because raids that are continuing, more than 16 premises that are being searched by the ED, and this is pan-India across Jharkhand, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Delhi NCR. Also, like you had mentioned that this is in connection with the Manrega scam, and the ED also has seized cash as well. So what more are you learning in terms of the documents that have been seized and other evidences that the agency is now collecting?
Well, as far as today's searches are concerned, these searches are being carried out at 17 locations panned across multiple states, starting from Jharkhand, Bihar, the national capital itself, Tamil Nadu, where these searches are being carried out in the illegal mining scam. But the recoveries that you're seeing right now on your screen, the recovery has essentially been made from one premise connected to a man called Prem Prakash, who is largely considered to be a business associate of Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Now, we'll have to wait for a response really coming in from the Chief Minister's office in terms of whether at all they're going to accept the links that he has with this man called Prem Prakash, or there is going to be a denial coming in from the Chief Minister's office. Because in the past also, remember when Pooja Singhal was arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, once again the Chief Minister at that point in time actually hit out at the centre by saying that, you know, she was also present, she was a bureaucrat when the BJP was in power. How exactly is the government responsible for it? Now, remember, this comes on a day when we are looking at a mega crackdown. On the one hand, you have another scam, that's the land for job scam, which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And now you have the illegal mining scam, which is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. In both, if you see, the opposition parties have been targeted. The opposition parties would essentially once again, go back to that argument that why exactly are they being targeted by the central agencies, and not a single leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party has come under the scanner of the either of the central agencies, despite some very serious allegations that have been leveled against some of the senior leaders of the party. But having said that, what's important to point out here, if you simply look at the merits of the case, take a look at what's happening in the land for job scam, in which the FIR was registered even before the Mahagathbandhan government came into power. Secondly, an arrest that was made in the land for job scam also there to remember, a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav was arrested before the Mahagathbandhan came to power. As far as this case is concerned, the illegal mining scam, the fact of the matter is that you have history sheeters who have admitted their proximity to the Chief Minister's representatives. And secondly, it is all on out there for everyone to see that you have a man called Pankaj Mishra, considered to be a close representative of a close aide of Hemant Soren. And the fact of the matter is that he had a mining lease and he ran a company effectively ensuring that no one else can participate in the bidding process. And he's basically utilized that to such to the hilt, to an extent where, remember, in Sahibganj district, large acres and acres have been completely flattened because of the rampant mining that has taken place, resulting in an environmental disaster. And that is the reason why even the NGT had to basically step into this in this matter. There have been multiple reports that have already been submitted, and it is now for the Environment Ministry also to basically take cognizance of what's really happening. But these are the latest images that have now been accessed by Republic TV. Once again, the only media network with the first images of the recoveries that have been made in the searches that have been carried out. On the other side, we'll get in more details.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo plan.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by
latest inputs that are coming in as AIMIM has written to the Telangana speaker. AIMIM that has now written to the Telangana speaker over the protests that have been underway in Hyderabad as the police is now trying to take control of the situation. AIMIM has certainly put forth its stand on the entire matter, saying that the law cannot be taken into its hands, and the protesters who are demanding the arrest of the suspended BJP leader, AIM seeking expulsion of proceedings, and in this connection they have written to the Telangana speaker. This as we continue to see how protests are underway in Hyderabad and tensions that have been gripping the streets. Protests that continue as the police is now trying to take control of the situation, and several effigies that have also been burnt. Meanwhile, this letter that has been written by AIMIM to the Telangana speaker demanding that the proceedings must be expelled at this point. A copy of the letter that has been accessed by Republic, and it is on your screens right now. AIMIM writing to the Telangana speaker of what has happened in Hyderabad. This, of course, as the AIMIM has also put forth its stand on the entire matter. But this over BJP leader T. Raja Singh, who had made controversial remarks on Prophet Muhammad ever since protests had broken out on the streets of Hyderabad that do continue. Raja Singh was granted bail few hours after his arrest by the Hyderabad police, and the protesters also demanding that he must be arrested. This after he allegedly made remarks against Islam and Prophet Muhammad in a video that was later pulled down. And now this is the letter that has been written by AIMIM to the Telangana speaker. We'll try and get someone from the newsroom to give us details of what exactly has been stated in the letter, and how AIMIM is planning to now proceed in this matter. But this is the latest that is coming in as tensions continue in Hyderabad, and protests that are underway on the streets, where now we do see that the situation is slightly under control in comparison to what we had been seeing. But the police also had to resort to mild lathi charge to disperse the protesters. However, AIMIM now writing a letter to the Telangana speaker demanding that the proceedings must be suspended. Aneri will join us shortly to give us more details of what exactly is mentioned in this letter. But before that, I'm also being told that Priyanka has accessed a copy of this letter. Priyanka, if you could state the important points that have been made, the operative points by the AIMIM, and what exactly are they trying to tell the Telangana speaker over the matter.
Well, this is a letter, in fact, that has been written by Syed Ahmed Qadri itself, and I have the letter right here with me. In fact, he has demanded the expulsion proceedings against Raja Singh to also be carried out because of the kind of statements that he had made and the kind of religious sentiments that he had also heard, because of which we are seeing these kind of sporadic protests as well that are breaking out across the city of Hyderabad, in fact, across the state as well that we have seen. Now, Raja Singh's statement has been cited in this that had been made on 24th of August, and of course he has also spoken about the kind of action that needs to be taken procedurally against Raja Singh because of him being a sitting MLA, and the kind of statements that he has made, there has to be some kind of consequences to that. And he cited those statements that he had in fact made in that 10-minute long video that had come to light, and where he had in fact also repeated something that Nupur Sharma had also said, because of which there was a massive controversy as well. Now I just read very quickly from this letter as well that our colleague Aneri in fact is breaking for us. This is not a conflict, one-off in fact incident, he stated, and that this is a consistent pattern. So now this is interesting. He is citing that this is a consistent pattern of Raja Singh. This is not a one-off incident where he had made a 10-minute long video where he had heard the religious sentiments of the people, and that is why now there has to be some action that is being demanded as of now by the AIMIM at least. Apart from that, he's also attached several of the videos as well. He stated in this letter where he's saying that there needs to be action citing the antecedents of Raja Singh because of the kind of demeanor that he has had, the kind of behavioral patterns that he had in the past as well, where he has made very explicit comments as well that have hurt the religious sentiments. Now at least that is what that is being said in this letter. But of course, citing this 10-minute long video where he had made comments about the Prophet Muhammad, because of which we are seeing several such protests that are breaking out across Hyderabad. And of course, it is also another part of the letter. In fact, this is a three-page long letter that has been written. He's also stated that it must be reiterated that his conduct is not only unbecoming of a member of the House, but also a violation of his oath. Now that has been stated in this letter. And now the Legislative Assembly is inherent powers under Article 194. Now the Article 194 has been evoked in this letter and has stated that the Legislative Assembly in fact has the legal rights to take these kind of procedural actions against Raja Singh, against a sitting member of the Legislative Assembly, if in case there is a sitting MLA that makes these kind of statements. And also he said that this is not just in unbecoming of a member, but it is an absolute violation of his oath. Now this is something that has been said in this letter. Apart from that, apart from Article 194 being invoked of the Indian Constitution, he's also stated punish any person for breach of privilege and contempt of the House, and these powers include the power to expel a member from the House. So this is the demand that we are seeing in this letter that is being put forth, where he's saying that there has to be an immediate expulsion as per the process that needs to take place of Raja Singh because of the kind of statements that he has made that are completely unbecoming of a member of the Legislative Assembly, but also are in direct contravention to the oath that he has taken as a sitting member of the Legislative Assembly as well. Now this is a statement that has been made in this letter as well. So of course we are seeing the kind of ramifications of Raja Singh's letter, politically at least speaking, now that the other members of the House have taken cognizance of these kind of statements of Raja Singh, and they have written to the Speaker demanding some kind of...
And these are the latest details that are just coming in as 14 days judicial custody has been granted to Anubrata Mondal. This over the verdict by the CBI Special Court in Asansol. We are also being told that Anubrata Mondal has now been granted 14 days of judicial custody, and those pictures on your screens as we are trying to get you more details. No relief for Anubrata Mondal, and my colleague now joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. What more can you tell us in terms of what has been the verdict by the CBI Special Court in Asansol and the way forward for Anubrata Mondal?
Exactly, Anubrata Mondal has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. This comes after a long hearing within the Asansol CBI Special Court, where Anubrata Mondal's lawyers repeatedly tried for a bail on health grounds. They repeatedly said that Anubrata Mondal has several health issues. He has sleep apnea, he has other health issues, he has medical conditions, he is over 65 years of age and he should be granted bail. However, CBI lawyers said repeatedly argued that if Onubroto is given bail, then he can influence the whole process of investigation like he was trying to do in the case of a doctor. He tried to influence a doctor, force a doctor into writing that he needs a 14 days of bed rest before he was arrested. So after all that argument, finally a big breaking coming from Bengal that Onubroto Mondal has been sent to 14 days of judicial custody, and his bail prayer has been rejected by the Asansol CBI special court. This is the same court and the same judge who was threatened yesterday. We saw. We are keeping an eye on this story. We are coming back with a lot more details after a short break on Republic.
After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in
उस तरक्की को और उस अमन को बिगाड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और अगर खुदा ना खास्ता तशद्दुद होगा, वायलेंस होगा, तो इससे फ़िरक़ा परस्त ताकतों को, फाशिस्ट ताकतों को, भाजपा को और संघ परिवार को फ़ायदा होगा। और शहर हैदराबाद की आवाम, तेलंगाना की आवाम भी नहीं चाहती कि कोई इस तरह का वायलेंस हो या ब्रीच ऑफ पीस हो। इसीलिए हम तमाम से अपील कर रहे हैं कि शहर के और तेलंगाना के अमन को बरकरार रखिए। प्रोटेस्ट आपका कर रहे हैं, हम तमाम कर रहे हैं। हम तमाम को बीजेपी के इस विधायक की बकवास की वजह से हम तमाम को दिली, क़ल्बी और रूहानी तकलीफ का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। और अब सबसे बड़ी अफसोस की बात यह है कि जिस तरह नुपुर शर्मा की बकवास के बाद पूरे विश्व में भारत को लोग देख रहे थे, कैसा एक डेमोक्रेसी में रूलिंग पार्टी के लोग इस तरह की बात कर रहे हैं। हम देख रहे हैं कि चंद महीने के बाद दोबारा बीजेपी का एक विधायक वही जबान का इस्तेमाल किया जिसने नुपुर शर्मा ने इस्तेमाल किया था।
लेकिन सर, आप बीजेपी और संघ परिवार को कह रहे हैं कि वो लोग अमन और शांति हैदराबाद में खराब करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ में हम कई प्रोटेस्ट भी तो देख रहे हैं। आप स्लोगन्स सुनिए, सर तन से जुदा जैसे स्लोगन्स, तो आप उसको एक्सेप्ट करते हैं?
मैं ये कह रहा हूं कि जब प्रोटेस्ट होगा तो आप वायलेंस की बात मत करिए, और जब आप नारों की बात कर रहे हैं तो आपको ये समझना चाहिए कि मैसूर में भी एक हिंदुत्व ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जिम्मेदार ने कहा था कि अगर सावरकर की फोटो हटाएंगे तो हाथ काट देंगे। बीजेपी के एक सीनियर लीडर राजस्थान में कहा कि हम 3 जगह पर मुसलमानों का कत्ल करवा दिए, वो गाय तस्करी के मामले में। तो किसी का भी हम जस्टिफिकेशन नहीं कबूल कर सकते। मैं फिर से आवाम से, जनता से अपील कर रहा हूं कि भाजपा को और संघ परिवार को उनके नापाक अज़ाइम में कामयाब होने मत दीजिए। और पुलिस की और सरकार की पहली जिम्मेदारी है कि वो जो कानूनी रेक्टिफिकेशन करना है करके फौरन उनको गिरफ्तारी उनके अमल में लानी जानी चाहिए और गिरफ्तारी होनी चाहिए उनकी। देखिए, उनके इस बकवास वीडियो जो उन्होंने 24 अगस्त को जारी किया, वही तो सब तकलीफ के लिए सबके लिए तकलीफ का बाइस बन रहा है।
आप राजा सिंह के अरेस्ट के लिए डिमांड कर रहे हैं, लेकिन साथ में आपके पार्टी के लीडर्स और वर्कर्स भी दिखे थे।
आज हमारे कॉर्पोरेटर को भी अरेस्ट किया गया है, हमारे कॉर्पोरेटर को अरेस्ट किया गया है। तो इसमें ऐसा कोई नहीं है।
आप पार्टी की तरफ से कोई
नहीं, हम जो भी, अरे कॉर्पोरेटर खुद जब अरेस्ट हो रहा है तो हम बीच में नहीं आ रहे हैं। क्या पैगाम दे रहे हैं हम ये बता रहे हैं कि भाजपा को कामयाब होने मत दीजिए। यकीनन हमारी आंख से आंसू नहीं बल्कि खून के आंसू निकल रहे हैं जब हमने इस विधायक के वीडियो के उस गंदगी को सुना। अरे एक ज़हनी रूहानी कल्बी तकलीफ सबको हो रही है और पूरे विश्व में भारत का क्या नाम, बड़ा नाम हो रहा है क्या?
आप ये ऐसे स्टेटमेंट्स को जस्टिफाई करते हैं?
मैं ऐसे स्टेटमेंट जो भाजपा के विधायक दे रहे, नहीं सुनिए, आप लोग ये पूरी कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि भाजपा के विधायक के उनकी गंदगी को बचाया जाए।
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR.
Viewers, let's take a look at some top stories right now. After yesterday's midnight protests against T. Raja Singh in Hyderabad, the situation remains tense even now. Fresh protests erupted in the city, wherein several protesters were also detained as Hyderabad remains on high alert. Amid massive protests in Hyderabad, sloganeering and calls for reprisal were raised against T. Raja Singh. The protesters raised the objectionable slogans demonstrating violent protests in the state. And viewers, stay with us. Shortly after a break, we are coming back with an exclusive news break with our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor. Stay tuned, we'll be right back.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Welcome back, viewers. Now we are on to an exclusive story being broken by our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor regarding raids that are in progress with regards to the 2020 September murder of Babar Qadri in Jammu and Kashmir. I'd like to go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us for more.
Well, Ankit, this is a big one. This clearly shows the kind of crackdown on terror that's taking place in the valley, which goes beyond the terrorists and in fact targets the terror sympathizers, the overground workers, the network that sustains the terror infrastructure, both at the level of logistics as also ideology. And in this case, this is raids being carried out on the former chief legal advisor to late Sayyid Ali Shah Jilani. Remember the separatist, the secessionist who passed away last year, and Mia Abdul Qayyum. He was chief legal advisor. He's an advocate. He was chief legal advisor, of course, to Jilani, and he has been heading the district bar. He is known to be threatening those lawyers who believe in Constitution of India. He is the known terror sympathizer. He has taken cudgels on behalf of Pakistan. He has petitioned UN bodies and, using his clout in the High Court Bar Association. He is someone who has been creating a separatist space within the Jammu and Kashmir Bar, and in fact the entire polity. Having been the chief legal advisor of Jilani, he was sort of a strategist for the late separatist, secessionist, anti-India, all-party Hurriyat conference leader. And now, because he eliminated a colleague, a lawyer, for being good to India, soft on India, I think he thought he will get away with it, but now it's changed circumstances post removal of Article 370 and Section 35A, and within the framework of overall crackdown on terror and its sympathizers in the valley, now Mia Abdul Qayyum is being raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police in connection with the murder of Babar Qadri, who was a lawyer and he was killed in 2020. Let's go to Zeenat Zishan Fazil, reports from Srinagar for us, bureau chief there. Zeenat, this is a big one. Please tell us how powerful this man is or was, and how significant this raid insofar as crackdown on terror is concerned. Zeenat.
See, Abhishek, as far as the case of Babar Qadri goes, he was assassinated on 24th of September 2020 when two of the clients had come to his home on the pretext that they need some legal help, and he was shot dead at his residence in Havald, downtown area of Srinagar, around 6:45. And since then, the police has been investigating the case of Babar Qadri, and multiple raids were carried in 2020 also. 5 people were arrested, the OGWs and the terrorists were arrested arrested by the Srinagar police. 3 were from the outskirts of Srinagar and 2 were the ones who were already in the central jail of Srinagar. And when they were questioned, they revealed that how they got directions from the Pakistan to eliminate Babar Qadri, who was quite vocal about the critique of Pakistan policies, the Pakistan army as well as the terror organizations. And then we have been seeing the Mia Qayyum. He was although arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police, he was under PSA, was lodged earlier in 2019. He was arrested on 3rd and 4th intervening night and was shifted first to Tihar and then to Agra. But he was released after 1 year on the health ground because he has 1 kidney plus he's a diabetic patient. On the basis of the health, he was given relief by the court. As far as the politics in the Jammu and Kashmir High Court goes, Babar has been vocal about the policies of the lawyers working in Jammu and Kashmir High Court. Before his death, he posted on Facebook as far as the threats that were coming to him from the lawyers of the Bar Association. He was critical about the policies of Mia Qayyum. If you remember the agitation of 2010, when the Gilani was leading the agitation for almost 6 months, and that time Mia Qayyum was giving the calendar to the people, asking them what they have to do at a particular time, because it used to be a calendar that used to come with 6 days schedule. So Mia Qayyum was leading that, and even Babar in his post said that Mia Qayyum wants to turn this Jammu and Kashmir High Court as another wing for separatist Gilani, the hardcore successionist.
Right, Jinath. In fact, a terror sympathizer, strategist of late Sayyid Ali Shah Jilani, and someone who is involved in the murder of India sympathizer, someone who was pro-India, now being targeted. Bar Association head former Mia Qayyum under scanner being raided by the Jammu and Kashmir police. On that note, I hand it over back to Ankit in the studios.
Right, I thank Abhishek and Zeenath for those details, and one hopes that the agencies get to the bottom of the horrific murder of Babar Qadri in September 2020. Viewers, meanwhile, will be moving across to the top stories of the day. Let's dive right into the top 50 stories at this hour on Superfast 50 now. The CBI conducted raids at the residence of 4 senior leaders of the Rashtriya Janata Dal, the RJD, who are closely linked to party supremo Lalu Yadav. The raids are in connection with the land for jobs scam case, and searches were carried out at the premises of RJD MLC Sunil Singh, former MLC Subodh Roy, Rajya Sabha MPs Ahmad Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmad in Patna.
जानबूझ के 100% जानबूझ करके, कोई मतलब नहीं है इसका। कौन नहीं जानता है भाई हमारे बारे में? तो चोरी चमारी करते हैं क्या? आपके ऊपर क्या आरोप लगा रहे हैं ये लोग? क्या मिलेगा? घर में ये लोग हैं, हम बाहर हैं।
Private secretaries of RJD leaders are under the scanner as well, we are told, and certain politicians from the party allegedly had a role to play in the land for jobs matter between 2004 and 2009. Searches are on in Madhubani and Katihar. Politicians and private individuals who allegedly helped in getting sale and gift deeds from family members of candidates seeking substitute group C and D jobs are under the lens. Speaking to the media before attending the Bihar Assembly special session, Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav broke his silence on the CBI raids on netas linked to the RJD. He said that all answers about the relevant topics shall be discussed on the floor of the Assembly.
सबका जवाब जो है ना सही जगह पे दिया जाएगा और कुछ घंटों की देरी में जिसको जो करना है वो तो करेगा ही, लेकिन हमको जो जवाब देना है वो सदन के अंदर जवाब हम देंगे और बखूबी आप लोग तो सब लोग रहिएगा, सुनेंगे। आपको नहीं लगता है? चलिए अब आज ही मत सदन में सुनो।
Amid an unending war of words over the Liquorgate scam, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra attacked the Aam Aadmi Party government, saying that it is running away from answering on the liquor scam charges. The BJP spokesperson targeted Delhi Chief Minister and AAP National Convener Arvind Kejriwal, alleging that he knew about the case all along.
के विषय में बात करते हैं,
वर्ल्ड में कितने बड़े हीरो हो गए हैं उसके विषय में बात करते हैं, मगर जिन प्रश्नों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूछा है उसका जवाब आम आदमी पार्टी और मनीष सिसोदिया दे नहीं पा रहे हैं।
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inaugurating and dedicating two very large and significant health initiatives today. The PM inaugurated Amrita Hospital, which is said to be Asia's biggest multi-speciality hospital in Haryana's Faridabad, and is next at Punjab's Mohali, wherein he will dedicate the Homi Baba Cancer Hospital and Research Centre to the nation.
अस्पताल बिल्डिंग के हिसाब से, टेक्नोलॉजी से जितना आधुनिक है, सेवा, संवेदना और आध्यात्मिक चेतना के हिसाब से भी उतना ही अलौकिक है।
Massive protests erupted late last night in Hyderabad over suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh's remarks after he was granted bail. Slogans seeking violent reprisal were heard being raised aggressively at Salil Manda and other locations in the old city. To bring the situation under control, the police had to conduct lathi charge to disperse the protesters. As the protests over Raja Singh's remarks continue, Hyderabad security has been elevated. The state government has beefed up security at iconic places also like Charminar, and a flag march and heavy police deployment could be seen as the police forces tried to monitor and control the situation in the city. Reacting to the statements made by suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, Aam Aadmi Party leader Saurabh Bharadwaj took a jibe at the BJP and alleged that it wanted to trigger riots for political benefit. He said that the central leadership of the BJP was encouraging leaders like Raja Singh and Nupur Sharma to make such remarks.
पार्टी के विधायक चुनकर जो चुने गए थे शिवसेना द्वारा, और जब आज वो महाराष्ट्र असेंबली में पहुंचे तो वहां पे नारे लग रहे थे 50 खोखा 50 खोखा। ये आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रजातंत्र को देन है। आजादी के 75 साल बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कंट्रीब्यूशन है 50 खोखा। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कहूंगा, बंद करो देश से धोखा, नहीं चलेगा 20 खोखा।
In a big affirmation of the security forces' deployment of countermeasures to prevent rampant Pakistani attempts to infiltrate terrorists into India, surveillance footage has been accessed of two terrorists trying to sneak into the country on August the 22nd. In the footage, the terrorists unwittingly step on a landmine which explodes, thwarting their nefarious efforts in their tracks. In another Republic super exclusive news break, two AK-47 rifles were found during raids on an alleged middleman in the entire mining racket in Jharkhand, in which the Chief Minister Hemant Soren's close aide Pankaj Mishra is under arrest. The AK-47 rifles were photographed having been found in a metal almirah. Meanwhile, viewers, the ED is also conducting raids in 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashok Nagar areas of Ranchi, on the matter related to the illegal mining. The ED is also raiding in many locations across states in the country simultaneously. And in some of these locations, along with the ED's team, the CRPF teams are also deployed for security. In a fresh attack launched by the leader of the opposition in West Bengal, Subhendu Adhikari lashed out at Anubrata Mandal, pointing out that the CBI investigation into the cattle scam in West Bengal has proved that the common man was not safe in the state. He amped up his attack on TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee as well and blamed her for backing Anubrata Mandal.
इसमें पूरे की पूरे ममता बनर्जी रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। वो पावरफुल आदमी नहीं है, एक माफिया डॉन है, इलिटरेट आदमी है। उसका बैकग्राउंड आप पता कर लीजिए। वो एक हॉकर था एक मार्केट में, ये हॉकर से लेकर आज 1000 करोड़ का मालिक बन गया। किसकी आशीर्वाद से मालिक बना?
The CBI custody of TMC Birbhum District President Anubrata Mandal, who was arrested in connection with the cattle smuggling case in West Bengal, has ended today and he was presented in the Asansol court, following which he has now been sent to judicial custody for 14 days. In a bid to foil cross-border narco-terrorism, Assam Rifles in a joint operation with Manipur police foiled the smuggling of narcotics and recovered 8.6 kilos of brown sugar worth 17.2 crore rupees at Friendship Bridge in Manipur. Bharatiya Janata Party Member of Parliament Tejasvi Surya has hit out at the Congress government in Chhattisgarh, accusing it of being seeped in corruption and allowing Mafia Raj to flourish in the state. Surya, who is also the national president of the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, the BJYM, has arrived in Raipur to take part in a mega protest.
इस भ्रष्टतम सरकार के खिलाफ, ये इनसेंसिटिव सरकार के खिलाफ आज युवा मोर्चा एक सबसे बड़ा आंदोलन आज संगठित किया है.
2 people have been detained by the Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat over a threat call made to the hotel Lalit in Mumbai. According to inputs, Lalit Hotel received a bomb threat call demanding a ransom of 5 crore rupees to defuse what the caller allegedly said were 4 bombs planted in the hotel. During the investigation, the police traced the numbers and reached Gujarat to nab the accused. 2 people have been taken into custody and further investigation is underway. The Srinagar police has raided the residence of advocate Mia Qayyum at Barzula, Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police in 2019, hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state's special status. He was booked under the PSA on August 7th and flown to Agra jail, from where he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health deteriorated. In a Mega Republic exclusive, we have learned that NIA raids were carried out in connection with the Kutch drugs bust case across 10 locations in Delhi, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Some big socialites are also allegedly involved as per sources, and an upscale club in Delhi has also been raided in connection with the same matter. In a recent development, the BJP held protests in Karnataka's Davangere, where BJP supporters alleged that Veer Savarkar and Bal Gangadhar Tilak's portraits were torn by unknown miscreants at TB Circle. Amid an unending face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP in the liquor scam case, BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawala accused Arvind Kejriwal of not being truthful, claiming that the Aam Aadmi Party is playing the victim card in the matter.
इन सवालों का कोई जवाब नहीं देते, फिर आकर कहते हैं कि भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए. भारत रत्न नहीं, भ्रष्टाचार का रत्न मिलना चाहिए और गोल्ड मेडल मिलना चाहिए घोटालों के लिए, और घोटाले करने के बाद विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलते हुए झूठ बोलने के लिए.
A plea to extend the tenure of BCCI President Saurav Ganguly and Secretary Jay Shah has been moved in the Apex Court. A 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court will hear the matter. After Sanjay Raut's arrest by the Enforcement Directorate, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police, which has registered an FIR against Patkar and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth an estimated 38 crore rupees. The FIR has been registered at the Azad Maidan police station. Union Health Minister Mansukh Mandavia was moved to learn about a 15-year-old girl organ donor who donated her organs to 6 different people before dying. Mandavia also congratulated the ABVIMS at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital in Delhi for the first successful heart transplant, which we'll just tell you about. The Atal Bihari Vajpayee Institute of Medical Sciences at Dr. Ram Manohar Lohia Hospital has conducted a successful heart transplant on a 32-year-old woman, which is historic on account of being the first heart transplant surgery at a central government-run hospital in New Delhi. A team of cardiac surgeons from RML Hospital and AIIMS harvested the donor heart, which was then expeditiously flown to New Delhi within 2 hours by a green corridor. A missing BJP leader was found hanging from a tree in Hiranagar town in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua. A special investigation team has been constituted to investigate the exact cause of the death. As per inputs, a villager saw the body of BJP leader Somraj hanging from a tree at some distance from his house in Hiranagar town in the morning and informed the police. Congress General Secretary in charge Jairam Ramesh said that the party's interim president Sonia Gandhi will be travelling abroad for her medical checkup along with Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. Congress President Sonia Gandhi will also visit her ailing mother before she returns to Delhi, he said. The Congress Working Committee, the CWC, the party's highest decision-making body, will hold a virtual meeting on Sunday to approve the exact schedule of the dates for the election of the Congress president. Congress interim president Sonia Gandhi will preside over the CWC meeting. The Indian Meteorological Department has stated that heavy rainfall spells are likely over the east coast of India over the next 2 days. The IMD has placed the entire states of Odisha and Kerala on orange alert. In a major push to bring educated people into politics, the Jammu Municipal Corporation has passed a resolution that only those who have completed graduation can contest elections of municipal corporations. With this move, over 40 sitting corporators will not be able to contest elections next time as they are not graduates. However, this resolution needs the approval from the Administration Council headed by JNK LG Manoj Sinha.
जनता पार्टी ने हमेशा व्यवस्था परिवर्तन की बात की है और आज का जो युवा है वो पढ़ा लिखा है। जो जनप्रतिनिधि हैं वो पढ़े लिखे ना क्यों ना हो, ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा प्रश्न है। 22 साल मुझे इस राजनीति क्षेत्र में हो गए, हर कोई मुझे यही प्रश्न पूछता था कि अगर 4th क्लास के लिए कुछ ना कुछ निर्धारित है तो जनप्रतिनिधि के लिए क्यों नहीं।
BJP leader and actor Sonali Phogat's untimely demise has triggered a wave of shock. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant has assured that the probe into her death is being monitored closely by the Director General of Police of Goa.
डीजीपी खुद मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं, प्रिलिमिनरी उसको लगा है कि दिस इज एन कार्डियक अरेस्ट, बट फिर भी उसका जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन पोस्टमार्टम का रिपोर्ट्स उसके पास आ जाएगा। प्रिलिमिनरी डॉक्टर्स और डीजीपी के कहने के अनुसार वो कार्डियक अरेस्ट जैसे लग रहा है।
The post-mortem of actor and BJP leader Sonali Phogat will be conducted at the Goa Medical College and Hospital. As per the latest updates, Phogat's family suspects foul play in the case and has demanded a CBI investigation and a murder case. With the festival of Ganesh Chaturthi around the corner, inmates in the Indore Central Jail have been tasked with making eco-friendly Ganesh idols. The idols being made in the jail will be sold to the people from the jail store. The centre has sent an advisory to states on the hand, foot and mouth disease commonly known as tomato flu, stating that it is a self-limiting illness targeting mostly young children aged 1 to 10 years and immunocompromised adults, and that no specific drug exists to treat it. The advisory further mentioned that although tomato flu virus shows symptoms similar to other viral infections, the virus has nothing to do with SARS-CoV-2, monkeypox, dengue or chikungunya. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held separate bilateral talks with his Uzbek, Kazakh and Belarusian counterparts on the first day of his 3-day visit to Tashkent. The Raksha Mantri is in Tashkent, the capital city of Uzbekistan, to attend a conclave of the defence ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. According to the DRDO, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are going on in the Pokhran firing ranges in Rajasthan, and multiple successful test firings have been carried out during these tests. Developed by the DRDO, the rockets are produced by private sector firms. Prime Minister Narendra Modi plans to attend the state funeral of former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe next month. According to Japanese media, the government there has scheduled the state funeral for Abe on September the 27th. The ceremony will take place at the Nippon Budokan area of the Kitanomaru National Garden in Tokyo's Chiyoda ward. Europe's second longest river, the Danube, has reached one of its lowest levels in the last century due to severe drought across the continent. The Danube stretches from the Black Forest in southwestern Germany to the Black Sea in eastern Romania. Its water levels recently fell 5 feet in 3 weeks' time at a stretch near Budapest as a result of the ongoing drought and recent extreme temperatures. South Korea continued nationwide anti-terror drills as part of its annual Ulchi exercise. One of the anti-terror drills took place at the headquarters of the Seoul Metro. During the simulated training, fire crews, police and military forces practiced handling hostage crises and countering chemical and drone attacks to the major national facility. Trouble mounted for Imran Khan as another FIR was registered against him by the Islamabad police for flouting a ban on public gatherings in Pakistan's capital city. He was booked for violating Section 144 and addressing a rally in Islamabad's F9 Park on August the 20th in protest against the alleged torture meted out to PTI chairman's chief of staff Shehbaz Gill. There were also charges for using loudspeakers despite prevailing restrictions. A whistleblower complaint filed with US officials has alleged that Twitter misled regulators about its poor cybersecurity defenses and its negligence in attempting to root out fake accounts that spread misinformation. The revelation could create serious legal and financial problems for the social media platform, which is currently attempting to force Tesla CEO Elon Musk to complete his $44 billion buyout of the company in its entirety. The leaders of Germany and Canada said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Colombia's new police director said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. After Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the car bombing that killed Daria Dugina, Ukraine has denied its involvement. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor of driving under influence related to a May crash in California's wine country and was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant at Zaporizhzhia. London Olympic bronze medalist Sania Nehwal cruised to pre-quarterfinals of the BWF World Championship with a straight games win over her Hong Kong opponent. Serena Williams practiced at the giant Arthur Ashe Stadium at Flushing Meadows, New York, where she's set to close out her career at the US Open next week. Inter Miami have signed the son of manager Phil Neville, Harvey Neville, to a first-team deal. Ahead of the Asia Cup 2022, former Indian cricket team head coach Ravi Shastri and former Pakistan fast bowler Wasim Akram addressed a preview of the continental tournament as India and Pakistan are set to clash on August the 28th. Sania Mirza has taken to her Instagram to update her fans about her decision to withdraw from the grand final Grand Slam of the year, the US Open.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka Extended Range Rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodiya is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodiya, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodiya has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and
It's protest showdown with 5 top RJD leaders under the radar. It's an action-packed trust vote day in Bihar today. 2 AK-47s ammunition recovered from close associate of Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren. Violent Sartan se juda threats made in protest over release of suspended BJP MLA T. Raja. It's a mega exclusive. Indian Army falls Pakistan terror bid. Republic breaks Pakistan terror tape. Accused Sisodia in the dock in liquor again. BJP unrelenting in attack on Kejriwal. And in the dock for cattle scam, Mamta's man packed off to 14-day judicial custody. Viewers, the brother of deceased BJP leader Sonali Phogat has now written to Goa police claiming that they suspect a case of foul play in her death. The family has appealed to the police to register a case of murder. That's a big news coming in. Sonali Phogat's family is saying that she might have been poisoned. That's the big news we're breaking right now. The brother writing to Goa police. And that's what we have accessed, the letter as well. We have accessed with the family making very explosive charges, alleging that a short while before her death, Phogat has also spoken to her mother, sister and brother-in-law, during which she sounded disturbed and complained against her 2 colleagues. Alicia is joining me live. Alicia, take us to the details and what this letter that we have accessed, the formal complaint that we have accessed with the Goa police, which is right now with the Goa police, what is it saying and what are the allegations which the family has made at this point of time?
Well, yes, Shivangi, it's a letter that has been given by Sonali Phogat, brother Rinku, to the Goa police, which have already registered unnatural death of Sonali Phogat. But the brother claims that she was poisoned right before her death, which is why he has written a letter to Goa police requesting them to, investigate into the matter and also register a murder case in this. And the line of questioning and the line of investigation should be in the sake of a murder case is what that has been written in a letter that we have managed to access exclusively for our viewers. Importantly, we know that unnatural death case has already been registered by Goa police over the death of Sonali Phogat, and investigation where the Goa police has already been initiating. But moreover, where the claim that has been made by her brother Rinku, who has written a letter mentioning that she was poisoned right before her death, which is why police should investigate into the murder case. They should register a murder case and investigate into the matter.
Alicia, the families also claim that the CCTV cameras, laptop and other crucial things from a farmhouse in Haryana have gone missing after a death. So basically the family is saying that this death seems to be extremely suspicious. Take us to the details and what's coming out of the investigation so far.
Well, Goa police, who has already registered unnatural death, but a letter has clearly claiming, which is written by her brother, that is Rinku, mentioning that this is something, she was poisoned right before her death, and also there are laptops and the other documents that has already been recovered from Haryana, and that is need to be investigated. Mentioned that the murder case should be registered by Goa police because we know, if I read out the information that was provided right after the death of Sonali Phogat, which mentioned about that preliminary inquiry has revealed that Sonali Phogat, who came to Goa on 22nd of August 2022 and was staying in a hotel in Anjuna. Today early morning, that is, she started feeling uneasiness at hotel, and as such she was shifted to hospital wherein she was declared brought dead. Right after the question has been raised by the family member of Sonali Phogat, clearly mentioning that she was poisoned. Even there are laptops and the other important evidence that has been misplaced from the house that is in Haryana, which is need to be investigated by the police, which is why her brother has written that letter and asking.
All right, I'll get back to Alicia in a moment. Viewers getting some issues with her audio line. But what we are saying is that we have accessed is that complaint which is written by the brother of Sonali Fogart with the Goa police, claiming she was murdered by two of her associates, and basically the family there is suspecting foul play and that she might have been poisoned. Serious allegations coming in at this point of time from the brother of the BJP leader Sonali Fogart. Remember that Fogart, the BJP leader from Hisar in Haryana, who had found fame in TikTok, was brought dead there at the Anjuna area in North Goa on Tuesday morning, and that's what the police had said earlier, adding that she had died of a suspected heart attack. But the family there coming ahead and leveling some serious allegations, saying that she may have been poisoned. That's what the family is saying. The brother of Fogart, Rinku, has alleged that a short while before her death, Fogart had spoken to her mother, sister and brother-in-law, during which she sounded, I repeat, she sounded disturbed as she complained against her two colleagues. So that's the big news we're getting at this point of time. Hectic leads coming in from the Sonali Fogart death case at this point of time. All right, I'm being joined by BJP leader Savio Rodriguez. Thank you for joining us. What is the reaction coming in right now? The family suspecting foul play in Sonali Fogart's death case.
Well, actually, the family has reason to believe that there is foul play. Conversation reportedly happened between the mother and Sonali Fogart the night prior to the incident, where she complained about the food that she had consumed. So right now, the investigations are on. The Goa police has looked at the postmortem, and I think they have now asked the forensic to set up a committee to go ahead and investigate the claims made by the family. And if there is any foul play that has occurred, I think the Goa police, as well as I think they've asked for the CBI right now, are competent enough to investigate the matter and find out the truth into it.
All right, thank you, Savio Rodriguez, for joining us, BJP leader, on this big news break on Republic TV. Sonali Fogart's brother writing to the Goa police, alleging foul play, saying she may have been poisoned. Let's move on to the other big breaking development coming in at this point of time, viewers, on Republic TV. Congress leader Jayveer Shargil has now quit as the national spokesperson of the party in a stinging resignation letter. He has written, and I quote here, "It pains me to say that decision-making is no longer for interest of public and country. Rather, it's influenced by the self-serving interest of individuals, indulging in sycophancy and consistently ignoring on-ground reality." That's a big update coming in. It's a big blow to the Congress, as well as Jayveer Shargil has taken out this statement as he has resigned as spokesperson, the spokesperson quitting and writing a very, very stinging letter there as well, which we have just read out for you at this point of time. Serious allegations being made right now with Jayveer Shargil resigning as a Congress spokesperson and saying categorically that decision-making has been influenced by self-serving interests. That's a big news coming in, and a big blow to the Congress coming in as well. Now, this resignation letter has been written to Sonia Gandhi, and Jayveer Shargil has said that Congress decision-making is influenced by self-serving interest. A big stinging letter there from the Congress leader. It's time for a short break right now. Much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. Starting off with accused Sisodia in the dock in Liquorgate, but BJP's unrelenting attack continues on Kejriwal. Stay tuned.
After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to a Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam
का मुनाफा लालू जी ने दिया। हार्वर्ड से लेके एनसीआर तक यूनिवर्सिटीज के लोग, जो प्रमुख यूनिवर्सिटीज है, वो लोग, छात्र लोग आए और लालू जी को मैनेजमेंट गुरु के नाम से जाना गया। आज देखिए क्या हो रहा है देश में, कितना न्याय कर रहे हैं ये लोग कि भैया जो रेलवे को, घाटे की रेलवे को जो मुनाफे में देगा उस पे मुकदमा हो रहा है, और जो रेलवे को बेच देगा, देश की संपत्ति को बेच देगा, उस पे कुछ नहीं हो रहा। देखिए हम पे जो है लुकआउट नोटिस लगता है। हम विदेश जाते हैं, हम हनीमून पे गए तो लुकआउट नोटिस लगा हुआ था, लेकिन भैया ललित मोदी जी, नीरव मोदी जी, विजय माल्या, मेहुल चौकसी, नीरव मोदी पे कोई लुकआउट नहीं था। लाखों हजार करोड़ रुपए लेके भागे। आज कोई नाम क्यों नहीं लेता मेहुल चौकसी का? भाई मेहुल चौकसी जी, नीरव मोदी जी, कहां गए ये लोग? मतलब जितना चोर और बेईमान है और जितना देश भर के संपत्ति है, वो तेजस्वी का है। यही कहना चाह रहे हैं। क्या बात है? अगर ऐसी बात है तो सबको बराबर बराबर लैंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दीजिए, पूरे देश की जनता को बराबर कर दीजिए, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। मतलब कहां हम लोग जो है लेकर के जा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए एक बात को आप लोगों को समझना पड़ेगा। क्या हुआ? 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया इनके मित्र पूंजीपतियों को माफ कर दिया जाता है, लोन, कर्जा माफ कर दिया जाता है, और देश के आम लोगों पर जीएसटी 5% लगा के फूड वाला लेकर के बोझ डाल दिया जाता है। किसान का मुआवजा नहीं माफ करते। तो वो लोग कहां है भैया? किसका माफ हुआ? कौन किया? इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? खैर ये सारी बातें अलग है। ये तो सब लोग जानते हैं कि समाज में समानता, बराबरी, शांति, भाईचारा और सौहार्द बनाने की कीमत मेरा परिवार, मेरे रिश्तेदार, मेरी बहनें, हम खुद, मेरे पिता भुगत रहे। लेकिन आप एक बात समझ लीजिए, हम लोग समाजवादी लोग हैं और हम लोग समाजवादी राजनीति के अंश और वंश हैं, अंश और वंश है। हम लोग डरने वाले लोग नहीं हैं कि आप लोग डराइएगा और हम लोग डर जाएंगे। अरे हम लोग बिहार के लोग हैं। दिल्ली में बैठे हुए लोगों को बिहार समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये हम लोगों को अगर धमका करके अगर डराने की कोशिश की जाएगी तो समझ जाइए कि बिहारी जो है डरने वाला नहीं है। लोग सवाल पूछते थे, लोग पत्रकार हमसे सवाल पूछते थे महोदय। सवाल पूछते थे कि भाई ये कैसे हुआ, तो हमने पत्रकार भाइयों को बोला कान पकड़ के हाथ जोड़ करके, जैसे महाराष्ट्र में खेला हुआ वैसे बिहार में नहीं हुआ। जो झारखंड में देखा, अन्य राज्यों में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, क्या देखा हम लोगों ने? मतलब एक ही फॉर्मूला है भाजपा का कि भैया जो डरेगा उसको डराओ अपने जमाइयों से, और जो नहीं डरेगा उसको खरीदो। तो हम तो धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं।
पंजाब की जनता का, विशेष रूप से यहां के युवाओं का हर घर तिरंगा अभियान को सफल बनाने के लिए हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही लाल किले से हम सभी ने अपने देश को विकसित भारत बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए उसकी स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का भी विकसित होना उतना ही जरूरी है। जब भारत के लोगों को इलाज के लिए आधुनिक अस्पताल मिलेंगे, आधुनिक सुविधाएं मिलेगी, तो वो और जल्दी स्वस्थ होंगे, उनकी ऊर्जा सही दिशा में लगेगी, अधिक प्रोडक्टिव होगी। आज होमी भाभा कैंसर अस्पताल और रिसर्च सेंटर के तौर पर भी देश को एक आधुनिक अस्पताल मिला है। इस आधुनिक सुविधा के निर्माण में केंद्र सरकार के टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर ने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। ये सेंटर देश विदेश में अपनी सेवाएं उपलब्ध कराकर कैंसर के मरीजों का जीवन बचा रहा है। देश में कैंसर की आधुनिक सुविधाओं के निर्माण में भारत सरकार अग्रणी रोल निभा रहा है। मुझे बताया गया है कि टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर के पास हर साल 1.5 लाख नए मरीजों के इलाज की सुविधा तैयार हो गई है। ये कैंसर मरीजों को बहुत बड़ी राहत देने वाला काम हुआ है। मुझे याद है, यहां चंडीगढ़ में हिमाचल के दूर सुदूर के क्षेत्रों से भी लोग कैंसर सहित अनेक गंभीर बीमारियों के इलाज के लिए पीजीआई आते थे। पीजीआई में बहुत भीड़ होने से पेशेंट को भी, उनके परिवारजनों को भी कई परेशानियां रहती थी। अब तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में बिलासपुर में एम्स बन गया है और यहां कैंसर के इलाज के लिए इतनी बड़ी सुविधा बन गई है। जिसको बिलासपुर नजदीक पड़ता है वो वहां जाएगा और जिसको मोहाली नजदीक पड़ता है वो यहां आएगा। साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। एक ऐसी स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था जो गरीब के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करे, गरीब को बीमारियों से बचाए, बीमारी हुई तो फिर उसको उत्तम इलाज सुलभ कराए, अच्छे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम का मतलब सिर्फ 4 दीवारें बनाना नहीं होता है। किसी भी देश का हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम तभी मजबूत होता है जब वो हर तरह से समाधान दे, कदम कदम पर उसका साथ दे। इसलिए बीते 8 वर्षों में देश में होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताओं में रखा गया है। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है, उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ। आज स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र के लिए गरीब से गरीब को आरोग्य सुविधा के लिए देश एक नहीं, 2 नहीं, 6 मोर्चों पर एक साथ काम करके देश की स्वास्थ्य सुविधाओं को सुधारा जा रहा है, मजबूत किया जा रहा है। पहला मोर्चा है प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को बढ़ावा देने का। दूसरा मोर्चा है गांव-गांव में छोटे और आधुनिक अस्पताल खोलने का। तीसरा मोर्चा है शहरों में मेडिकल कॉलेज और मेडिकल रिसर्च वाले बड़े संस्थान खोलने का। चौथा मोर्चा है देश भर में डॉक्टरों और पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ की संख्या बढ़ाने का। 5वां मोर्चा है मरीजों को सस्ती दवाइयां, सस्ते उपकरण उपलब्ध कराने का। और 6ठा मोर्चा है टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके मरीजों को होने वाली मुश्किलें कम करने का। इन 6 मोर्चों पर केंद्र सरकार आज रिकॉर्ड निवेश कर रही है, इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है, हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। साथियों, हमारे यहां हमेशा से कहा गया है बीमारी से बचाव ही सबसे अच्छा इलाज होता है। इसी सोच के साथ देश में प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर पर इतना जोर दिया जा रहा है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही एक रिपोर्ट आई है जिसमें कहा गया है कि जल जीवन मिशन की वजह से पानी से होने वाली बीमारियों में बहुत ज्यादा कमी आई है। यानी जब हम बचाव के लिए काम करते हैं तो बीमारी भी कम होती है। इसी तरह की सोच पर पहले की सरकारें काम ही नहीं करती थी, लेकिन आज हमारी सरकार तमाम अभियान चलाकर, जन में जागरूकता का अभियान चलाकर लोगों को जागरूक भी कर रही है और बीमार होने से बचा भी रही है। योग और आयुष को लेकर आज देश में अभूतपूर्व जागरूकता फैली है। दुनिया में योग के लिए आकर्षण बढ़ा है। फिट इंडिया अभियान देश के युवाओं में लोकप्रिय हो रहा है। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान ने बहुत सी बीमारियों के रोकथाम में मदद की है। पोषण अभियान और जल जीवन मिशन से कुपोषण को कंट्रोल करने में मदद मिल रही है। अपनी माताओं बहनों को एलपीजी कनेक्शन की सुविधा देकर हमने उन्हें धुएं से होने वाली बीमारियां, कैंसर जैसे संकटों से भी बचाया है। साथियों, हमारे गांवों में
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodiya is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodiya, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodiya has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking...
जिले में कम से कम एक मेडिकल कॉलेज के लक्ष्य पर काम कर रही है। आयुष्मान भारत हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिशन के तहत जिला स्तर पर आधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं बनाने पर 64,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। एक समय में देश में सिर्फ 7 एम्स हुआ करते थे, आज इनकी संख्या भी बढ़कर के 21 हो गई है। यहां पंजाब के बठिंडा में भी एम्स बेहतरीन सेवाएं दे रहा है। अगर मैं कैंसर के अस्पतालों की ही बात करूं तो देश
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has
यानी हेल्थ सेक्टर में रोजगार के भी अनेक अवसर इससे तैयार हो रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार ने 5 लाख से ज्यादा आयुष डॉक्टर्स को भी एलोपैथिक डॉक्टर की तरह मान्यता दी है। इससे भारत में डॉक्टर और मरीजों के बीच अनुपात में भी सुधार हुआ है। साथियों, यहां बैठे हम सभी लोग बहुत सामान्य परिवारों से, हम सभी को अनुभव है कि गरीब के घर जब बीमारी आती थी तो घर जमीन तक बिक जाया करती थी। इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने मरीजों को सस्ती दवाइयां, सस्ता इलाज उपलब्ध कराने पर भी उतना ही जोर दिया है। आयुष्मान भारत ने गरीब को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा दी है। इसके तहत अभी तक 3.5 करोड़ मरीजों ने अपना इलाज कराया है और 1 रुपये का उनको खर्च नहीं करना पड़ा है। और इसमें बहुत सारे कैंसर के मरीज भी है। आयुष्मान भारत की वजह से गरीब के 40,000 करोड़ रुपए, अगर ये व्यवस्था न होती तो उसकी जेब से जाने वाले थे वो 40,000 करोड़ रुपए आप जैसे परिवारों के बचे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, पंजाब सहित देश भर में जो जन औषधि केंद्रों का नेटवर्क है, जो अमृत स्टोर है, वहां भी कैंसर की दवाएं बहुत कम कीमत पर उपलब्ध है। कैंसर की 500 से अधिक दवाएं जो पहले बहुत महंगी हुआ करती थी, उनकी कीमत में लगभग 90% कमी की गई है। यानी जो दवाई 100 रुपये में आती थी जन औषधि केंद्र में, वही दवाई 10 रुपये में उपलब्ध कराई जाती है। इससे भी मरीजों के हर वर्ष औसतन करीब 1,000 करोड़ रुपए बच रहे हैं। देश भर में लगभग 9,000 जन औषधि केंद्रों पर भी सस्ती दवाएं गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग की परेशानियों को कम करने में मदद कर रही है। भाई और बहनों, सरकार के होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर अभियान में नया आयाम जोड़ा है आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी ने। हेल्थ सेक्टर में आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का भी पहली बार इतने बड़े स्केल पर समावेश किया जा रहा है। आयुष्मान भारत डिजिटल हेल्थ मिशन से सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि हर मरीज को क्वालिटी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं मिले, समय पर मिले, कम से कम परेशानी हो। टेलीमेडिसिन, टेली कंसल्टेशन की सुविधाओं के कारण आज दूर सुदूर गांव का व्यक्ति भी शहरों के डॉक्टरों से शुरुआती परामर्श ले पा रहा है। संजीवनी ऐप से भी अभी तक करोड़ों लोगों ने इस सुविधा का लाभ लिया है। अब तो देश में मेड इन इंडिया 5G सेवाएं लॉन्च हो रही है। इससे रिमोट हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव आएगा। तब गांव के गरीब परिवारों के मरीजों को भी बड़े अस्पतालों में बार बार जाने की मजबूरी भी कम हो जाएगी। साथियों, मैं देश के हर कैंसर पीड़ित और उनके परिवार से एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगा। आपकी पीड़ा मैं भली भांति समझ सकता हूं, लेकिन कैंसर से डरने की नहीं, लड़ने की जरूरत है। इसका इलाज संभव है। मैं ऐसे अनेक लोगों को जानता हूं जो कैंसर के सामने लड़ाई जीत करके आज बड़ी मस्ती से जिंदगी जी रहे हैं। इस लड़ाई में आपको जो भी मदद चाहिए, केंद्र सरकार वो आज उपलब्ध करा रही है। इस अस्पताल से जुड़े आप सभी साथियों से भी मेरा विशेष आग्रह रहेगा कि कैंसर के कारण जो डिप्रेशन की स्थितियां बनती है, उनसे लड़ने में भी हमें मरीजों की, परिवारों की मदद करनी है। एक प्रोग्रेसिव समाज के तौर पर यह हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर अपनी सोच में बदलाव और खुलापन लाए, तभी समस्या का सही समाधान निकलेगा। स्वास्थ्य सेवा से जुड़े अपने साथियों से मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि आप भी जब गांवों में कैंप लगाते हैं तो इस समस्या पर भी जरूर फोकस करें। सबका प्रयास से हम कैंसर के विरुद्ध देश की लड़ाई को मजबूत करेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ पंजाब वासियों को, और जिसका लाभ हिमाचल को भी मिलने वाला है, आज एक बहुत बड़ा तोहफा आपके चरणों में समर्पित करते हुए मैं संतोष की अनुभूति करता हूं, गर्व की अनुभूति करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, that was Prime Minister speaking in Chandigarh, but we have a big breaking news development coming in connection with the Jharkhand illegal mining scam. Republic investigating team has accessed the biggest exclusive on the Jharkhand illegal mining scam, in fact, and Republic Shravan Sen has accessed the inside details of the Enforcement Directorate investigation. Now the ED has been focusing on the role of middlemen and close aid of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. We had Pankaj Mishra under scanner now, and before that we have had another of Hemant Soren's aide already being in custody and in jail, and this is reaching almost 100 crore rupees. This is mega expose coming in. The ED focus on the middleman Prem Prakash, from whose residence, remember viewers, an AK-47 has also been found, in fact two. And before Prem Prakash we had another close aide of Hemant Soren, Pankaj Mishra, who's already in custody and behind bars, spilling the beans, and that was in July. Apart from Pankaj Mishra, there was another associate who has been questioned and is in custody, whose name is Bachchu Yadav. He's an associate of Pankaj Mishra. So Pankaj Mishra, a close aide of Hemant Soren, Bachchu Yadav, an associate of Pankaj Mishra, both in ED custody, spilling the beans, giving the leads based on which raids being carried out, almost 20 locations across Jharkhand and some outside Jharkhand as well. And Shravan Sen bringing in those exclusive details. We have seen how recoveries have happened, massive recoveries since morning, including two AK-47 rifles. We don't know whether those are legal, illegal, whether they belong to Pankaj Mishra, whether they belong to Prem Prakash, from whose residence these have been found. 125 FIRs, ED merged all of them into one. the probe really inching on, and it's likely that there would be more leads with the raids that are being carried out today, including, of course, at the residence of Prem Prakash, who's supposedly an aide of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Shawan Sen is patched now. In fact, let's go to Shawan Sen, who's bringing in those fantastic details in connection with the Jharkhand illegal mining investigation of the Enforcement Directorate. Shawan, over to you. What extra information you can share with our viewers exclusively on the investigation that is going on and the raids that have happened since morning?
Well, in fact, first a quick update of what we know so far, and then perhaps we'll go across to some of the exclusive documents that we have accessed with regards to the role of a man who goes by the name of Pankaj Mishra, considered to be a close associate of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren, and we'll exactly put out details of what's the role of Pankaj Mishra, a man who was arrested on 19th of July by the Enforcement Directorate, and thereafter there have been multiple raids that have been carried out. As far as today's developments are concerned, 17 locations where the searches were carried out, starting from Jharkhand, Bihar, as well as in Tamil Nadu, where these searches were carried out. What is very interesting is the recovery that have been made. What we saw pictures that we accessed first on Republic Media Network was the recovery of 2 AK-47s and also cartridges from the premises of a man who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. Also, once again, in the Jharkhand circles, is considered to be someone, a business associate of Chief Minister Hemant Soren. We haven't really heard from the Jharkhand Chief Minister as yet, but what we are picking up is the fact that Prem Prakash is also considered to be a close associate. And wherein lies the scam at this point in time in terms of how the operations were carried out. We are talking about the illegal mining scam, a story that have been very closely tracked by Republic Media Network. Now, take a look at this particular document that has now been accessed by Republic TV, in which there is a clear mention of the role of Pankaj Mishra, in which the Enforcement Directorate here categorically mentions, and perhaps also we'll put out details of that investigation that's been carried out. Take a look at this page where they're clearly talking about Pankaj Mishra, representative of Hemant Soren, MLA from Barhet, and enjoys political clout. Now, here they have basically described in terms of what exactly is the scam all about. Here they are saying that it is revealed that Pankaj Mishra is involved in rampant illegal mining in Sahibganj and its adjoining areas. He has been using his influence and dominance to control mining businesses and also inland ferry services in Sahibganj and its adjoining areas. He himself has been allotted mining lease in Sahibganj in the name of his proprietorship firm Mahakal Stone Works at Sahibganj. Using this lease, he carries out illegal mining extensively at several sites. He forcefully also controls the mining sites granted to other entities. He also forcefully grabbed Mundali stone deposit from one Sahibganj-based businessman, Binod Kumar Jaiswal. He also has influence over the mining officers and forest officers who work under his instruction, and they altogether run a cartel which controls the entire mining operations in Sahibganj and the other areas. Now, that's point number one. We'll go to the other big breaking news now coming in, is the role of history sheeters. In fact, the arrest of Bachchu Yadav by the Enforcement Directorate came across as a massive relief for the residents of Sahibganj, because if you take a look at some of the images that have been accessed by Republic TV in a short while from now, I'll also check with our producers if we are ready with that. If we are ready with the story, we could perhaps play that out. We have also got images from that very place, from Sahibganj district, where what was the situation before the mining actually began and what is the current situation after the mining was carried out. There was a rampant illegal mining that was carried out. Acres and acres were completely flattened because of the illegal mining that was carried out. Now, Pankaj Mishra's association with history sheeters. In fact, remember, there have been multiple FIRs that have been registered. About 50 such FIRs have already been mentioned. But the role of Bachchu Yadav and Dahu Yadav becomes extremely crucial as far as this investigation goes, because here they are saying that Bachchu Yadav and Dahu Yadav were two people who were employed by Pankaj Mishra. Take a look at this part in the document that has been accessed. They say that investigation has revealed that Pankaj Mishra has got political patronage and has influence over the administration too. He has been using his clout in his activities of illegal mining and ferry services. He has also been giving backings to criminals like Rajesh Yadav alias Dahu Yadav and others for his illegitimate activities. There is a rampant illegal mining in various areas of Sahibganj, and the sale proceeds are being generated mostly in cash. The same is also evident from the cash worth crores of rupees deposited into the bank accounts of companies and individuals. It is evident that the cash worth crores of rupees are also being used in obtaining the license of inland ferry services in Sahibganj. Two important aspects once again emerging from the investigation that's been carried out. The usage of history sheeters to carry out the illegal mining. Now, remember, it all started with one complaint that was basically filed by a businessman who was not being allowed to participate in the tendering process of a toll gate. He goes by the name of Shambhu Nandan Kumar, and he's basically made this sensational claim that it is Pankaj Mishra who had basically threatened and obstructed him back in 2020 from participating in the tendering process. Here is a clear mention of the fact that the complainant says that he was asked by Pankaj Mishra over the phone not to participate in the tender, on refusal of which he was attacked by a mob at the behest of Pankaj Mishra. So there is a clear reference of someone who's considered to be extremely close to Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Now, the question that many are asking, that was it all of this possible without the kind of political patronage that they were enjoying? Perhaps if you take a look at the documents that have been accessed by Republic Media Network, it becomes abundantly clear, Abhishek, that all of this would not have been possible had it not been for some kind of a tacit understanding between those at the helm of affairs and those who were running this entire illegal mining in various parts of Jharkhand.
Shravan, in fact, there would be some viewer interest questions that would be there in their minds, and they would want answers to them. So, one by one, of course, there is political patronage, and we have been sort of, tracking that very closely from Pankaj Mishra to Prem Prakash now. But what we want to understand, or the viewers would like to know, is how close are we in terms of investigation reaching at the doors of the Jharkhand Chief Minister? A. B. What is the scale really of this scam? How many crores? How much sand? How many years this has been going on? Also, Shravan, most relevant question. These two AK-47 rifles that have been recovered, including 60 rounds of bullets, is there any terror angle? You think the ED could be passing it on to NIA? I mean, were these rifles used to take care of the illegal wealth, or were these rifles being used to sort of provide escort and protection to the illegal miners? What was the use of these rifles, Shravan?
Well, let me take the second question first, because that is of great interest for the people of Jharkhand. Because when I was speaking to one of my sources about a couple of days ago, in fact, this is a story that we've been tracking very closely about a few weeks ago, and this is exclusive. We had put out full details of it. When I was interacting with my source, they were saying that when the searches were basically carried out in Sahibganj district itself, there are several there's a large Adivasi population in that very area. They had basically taken about 300 paramilitary forces to that very area, because remember, or else it would have been very difficult for them to even carry out any such in that area. Reason being, because that area is infested by history sheeters like Dahu Yadav and Bachchu Yadav, and it was very difficult for anyone to carry out any normal business activity in that place had it not been for some sort of permission or a patronage really coming in from from Pankaj Mishra himself. Now, what were these guns essentially used for? Weaponry. Whether at all there is a terror angle, at this point in time there is no confirmation of the same. But having said that, what is very clear is that these people against whom the cases have been registered, Dahu Yadav and Bachchu Yadav, at least we have in our possession the entire list of the FIRs that have been registered. Perhaps the Jharkhand government should have actually taken it into consideration. But take a look at this. There are almost 50 FIRs that have already been registered. This is just glimpse, a snapshot of the number of FIRs that have been registered against these history sheeters, and also as far as illegal mining is concerned. And the government did not really act upon it. Now, Bachchu Yadav and Dahu Yadav are also some people who have been charged with murder, dacoity. So they had a free run in this particular district. The usage of these guns are for various purposes. It could be for the kind of protection that they were providing to a few people, select few who were carrying out the inland ferry services. First of all, the produce that they were basically garnering from the illegal mining, it had to be ferried. Even at the inland ferry services, that was also controlled by Pankaj Mishra and the cartel that was in place. And secondly, all of this would not have been possible had it not been all activities being carried out at gunpoint. This becomes also it underscores the point that all of this was actually happening at gunpoint simply because of the fact that these are people who have been very close to the political administration in Jharkhand. And the fact of the matter is that the recovery that was made earlier today from Prem Prakash's residence, Prem Prakash is also a business associate. The fact that they had the AK-47, they had cartridges with them, all of that was essentially used.
All right, Shawan, big breaking exclusive on the Jharkhand illegal mining scam, even as the Enforcement Directorate raids continue at the residence of one of the aides of Jharkhand Chief Minister, as also about 20 other places. We'll keep you up to date on the developments in connection with the investigation as and when it happens. Of course, Shawan Sen at the vanguard. But breaking news development coming in. Again connected with the Congress party and another quitting. Congress leader Jaiveer Shergill, who has been a spokesperson as well, has quit as from the party and as a spokesperson. In a stinging resignation letter, he has written, and I quote, "It pains me to say that decision-making is no longer for the interests of public and country. Rather, it's influenced by the self-serving interests of individuals, indulging in sycophancy and consistently ignoring on-ground reality. Not surprising, the content at least, but another quitting in the Congress party with Jaiveer Shergill, spokesperson of the party, leaving almost for similar reasons that many others have quit. They are unhappy with the centralization of power. They are unhappy with lack of democracy. They are unhappy in the manner in which decisions are taken, ignoring ground realities. Obviously, there is no mass connect, though of course this happens on the eve of Rahul Gandhi launching a nationwide Padayatra that begins on September 7. But lawyer spokesperson Jaiveer Shergill of the Congress party joins the huge rank of congressmen who have been leaving the Vadra Congress.
Yes, I have given my resignation from all the posts. The primary reason for this resignation is because the decision making in the Indian National Congress is no longer being done keeping the interest of the public, keeping the interest of the Janta. It is purely being influenced by a cabal, by a coterie who merely indulge in sycophancy and who serve their self-interest. I joined politics with the intent to serve the people of India, people of Punjab. I do not hail from any political party. In the past 8 years, I have not even taken one single bottle of water from the Indian National Congress. I have only poured into the Congress party with nothing in return but to serve the people, self-respect and appreciation for the work. But today, when I am being pushed to bow down before people because they are close to the top leadership, this is not acceptable to me. And secondly, and most important part, the decision making of the Congress party is not in sync with the ground reality anymore.
All right, that's Jaiveer Shergill dumping the Congress party, the Vadra Congress, for similar reasons, that there is no democracy, that there is no connect with the ground, and that decision making is so centralized in the hands of the few that there's no point being there. Essentially, Jaiveer Shergill also saying what many before him, the likes of R.P. Singh, the likes of Jitin Prasada, the likes of Jyotiraditya Scindia, had to say before quitting. Moving on, short break. On the other side, accused Sisodia in the dock in Liquorgate. BJP unrelenting in attack on Kejriwal. Also in the dock for cattle scam, Mamta's man packed off to 14 days judicial custody. Anubrata Mandal.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close
All right, big development in connection with the Delhi riots probe. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has set a 3-month deadline for all the riots cases and has approved appointment of 40 more assessors for the probe. That's essentially loss assessors to assist the Northeast Delhi Riots Claims Commission and to make sure that in all those 2,000 plus cases, those who lost their property are compensated based on due assessment. In fact, 10 additional loss assessors have been approved for a reserve list so that they could be engaged to assist the claims commissioner in case of non-reporting by the 40 loss assessors. So the LG has directed that all pending claims be settled within the next 3 months. There's a tight deadline of 90 days. Remember, the riots happened in 2020. The commission was set up sometime in April of 2020 and became active in November of 2020, and yet it was pending. And that's why I think this is a step where the LG has intervened and decided to speed up the assessment of loss to all individual households so that those can be compensated. Moving on, a short break. All right, coming up, it's a mega exclusive. Indian Army foils Pak terror bid. Republic breaks Pak terror tape.
According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the
दल के लोगों ने अपने विचार रखे हैं और सब लोगों ने जो अपनी बात रखी, मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। सब लोगों ने अपने अपने ढंग से अपनी अपनी बात रखी है, मुझे किसी पर इतराज नहीं है। अब आज जो चर्चा हो रही है, हमको आज जो विपक्ष में उनको छोड़ करके हमको इधर आकर के हम एक साथ मिले हैं और अब 7 पार्टियां एक साथ हो गई। पहले 4 पार्टी थी, एक पार्टी को तो अपने में ले लिए, पार्टी को निकाल दिए, और बाकी जो 3 पार्टी बनी रही, तो 2 पार्टी उधर से निकल करके और इस तरफ 5 पार्टियां थी, मिल करके एक निर्णय हुआ। अब जो बात थी, देखिए, जो सारी बात थी, हम सब तो जितना संभव था हम काम करते रहते थे, और आज सब बोल रहे हैं हमको कोई किसी के बारे में कुछ कहना है, और सब लोगों को मालूम है ना कि हम कितना सबका प्रेम और सम्मान करते थे। हमने कभी कुछ सोचा है इधर उधर आप लोगों को? लेकिन बात जान लीजिए, हमको कोई आप लोगों के प्रति नहीं है ऐतराज। अब अध्यक्ष को छोड़ना पड़ा था, अध्यक्ष हम समर्थन नहीं देते थे, कैसे होते? जरा बताइए, जब पहली बार हमारे ये थे तो हम लोग तो चाहते थे कि भाई रहे, लेकिन कहा गया चुनाव के बाद कि नहीं साहब, तो नहीं हुआ। और जो ये लोग बात कर रहे थे, तो ही नंद एक बैठिए ना भाई, काहे के लिए कर रहे हैं? अरे भाई आप बताइए, आपके साथ कितना घूमते रहे हैं चुनाव से लेकर के सब जगह? प्लीज सुनिए ना मेरी बात, हम कहीं आप लोगों पर कुछ कह रहे हैं? हमको उस समय कहा गया कि नंद किशोर यादव जी को बनाएंगे, तब हमने कहा भाई नंद किशोर यादव तो हमारे पुराने मित्र हैं, साथी हैं, अगर बनेंगे तो ठीक बात है। लेकिन बाद में नंद किशोर यादव जी को भी नहीं बनाया, और बनाया आपको तो हम क्या करते? आपको, आप तो पहले थे ही मंत्री। लेकिन आप जरा बता दीजिए, जो रिजल्ट आया इस बार 2020 का, अब उस पर तो आप सब लोगों को मालूम है ना। आप आज उसका खाली 2020 का चर्चा करिएगा, याद करिए ना 2005 जब हम लोग एक साथ लड़े, 2005 के फरवरी में क्या वोट आया, और लास्ट तीसरी बार में हमको घोषित किए थे, तब तीसरी बार कितना वोट आ गया था हम लोगों को। और उसके बाद जब चुनाव हुआ 2005 में, तो क्या स्थिति हुई? 88 और 55, और उसके बाद सरकार बनी और पूरा का पूरा काम किए हम लोग। और फिर क्या हुआ था 2009 में जब लोकसभा का चुनाव हुआ, तो हम लोग कितना जीते थे? जेडीयू 20 और आप लोग बीजेपी 12। तो हम लोग तो सब करते रहे। और 2010 में चुनाव हुआ, तब क्या हुआ? 115, अब आप भी 91, अब मिल करके लड़े, क्या हुआ बताइए? और आज सुना ना, बैठो ना, तुम क्या जानते हो, बैठो। अरे जिस दिन पिताजी की मृत्यु हो गई, और उस दिन पूरे पटना में मात्र 18% वोट हुआ था, और तब आप जीते थे। हम लोग आपके लिए काम कर रहे थे, और आपके पिताजी के साथ मेरा क्या संबंध पौराणिक है। और उनका डेथ हो गया, तुरंत हम लोग सरकार में आए, और उसका आप ही को जब बनाया गया, बोलो मत, चुपचाप सुनो, हम कितना प्रेम करते रहे, कितना सम्मान देते रहे। आज बार-बार बीमारी बैठो ना यार, अगर देखो बोलना नहीं, बोलना जरूर बोलोगे तभी केंद्र वाला कुछ आगे बढ़ावेगा, नहीं अगर मेरे खिलाफ बोलोगे तो कोई नहीं आगे बढ़ावेगा। अब आप समझ लीजिए, हम तो नहीं थे तैयार। जो हालत हो गई थी इस बार के चुनाव में, 2010 के चुनाव में, 2020 के चुनाव में, और जो हालत हो गई थी, हम जो घूम रहे थे तभी बात हो रही, दिख रहे थे, किसको खिलाफ में खड़ा करा दिया गया था। सब चीज के बावजूद हमारे मन में कोई बात नहीं था, और हमने कहा था कि भाई नहीं, ज्यादा सीट आप जीते हैं, आपका बनना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री। मेरे ऊपर पूरा दबाव दिया गया कि नहीं साहब, आप ही संभालिए, बन जाइए। तो अंत में हम तैयार हो गए। लेकिन आप जानते हैं, जिस आदमी को हमने अपने पार्टी में नीचे से ऊपर लाया और उसको उधर दिया, उसको किस तरह से अंदर में करके, और अंत में हमने एक बार अपनी जगह पर 2020 के दिसंबर में, जब हम राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे पार्टी के, और हमने अपनी जगह पर दे दिया, और बाद में अपनी मर्जी से कोई कहीं गया और अंदर चला गया। हमारे पार्टी के तमाम लोग बोलने लगे कि साहब बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है, बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है। पहले हुआ, हम नहीं सुनते थे सबका, हमारे मन में कोई बात नहीं थी। और आज जो भी कहता है कि हम अलग हो गए हैं और बनना चाहते हैं हम आगे, हम कुछ नहीं बनना चाहते हैं। लेकिन आप जान लीजिए, आज हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो आज आपको दिक्कत हो रहा है कि अलग हो गया। आप बताइए तो 2017 में हम अलग हो गए थे इनसे। अब बोलिए ना, इन लोगों के ऊपर जो किया गया और उसके बाद 5 साल बीत गया, अब तो इन लोगों के पास कुछ नहीं है। जो उस समय कहा गया था इन लोगों के बारे में कि ये चीज है, और अब तो कुछ नहीं है। तो आप समझ लीजिए वहां से इतना कहा गया और मेरे साथ लोग इतनी बातचीत करके अपने साथ लाए, तो जो भी था हमने किया लोकसभा के चुनाव। लेकिन विधानसभा के चुनाव में क्या हो गया? विधानसभा के चुनाव उसका हो गया कि हम खत्म हो जाए, हमको तो कोई मतलब नहीं था भाई। लेकिन जब अपने लोगों से, और बताइए, हमको अच्छा लग रहा था। आप जरा सोचिए तो, किनको हटा? सुशील कुमार मोदी जी उप मुख्यमंत्री थे, हमको कहा अरे भाई हमको बना दिए, और सुशील मोदी पहले तो हमको कहा नहीं बना रहे हैं, उनको नहीं बनाया। आप बताइए, प्रेम कुमार जी को नहीं बनाया, पुराने साथी नंद किशोर यादव को नहीं बनाया। इस सब लोग जो पुराने साथी थे, राम नारायण मंडल, विनोद नारायण झा और भी कई लोगों को नहीं बनाया, खाली पहले वाले मात्र 2 लोगों को बनाया। हमको लगा कि भाई चलिए अब उनकी पार्टी है, जो भी करे। अब आज स्थिति है, जैसी स्थिति है कि अब हमको जो भी लोग थे, आप तो जरा बताइए, हम किसी से कुछ कहते थे? सबसे काम ही कर रहे थे, बात कर रहे थे, जो कुछ भी था। लेकिन इसमें आप लोगों का कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे जो दिल्ली से ये खबर आई कि हम सब चीज को छोड़ करके इन लोगों के साथ हैं, इनको छोड़ करके हम इधर आ गए थे। और क्या हुआ अभी तो आप इसको बता रहे थे, उसमें तो हमको बड़ा खराब लगा था भाई। 17 की बात है, जब मीटिंग हो रही थी, हम लोग जहां, आप समझिए, पटना यूनिवर्सिटी की बात थी, हमने कहा कि भाई इसको नेशनल बना दीजिए, राष्ट्रीय सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी। आप उसको नहीं माने, पहले सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी होता था। अरे अब तो आप लग जाइए ना, हम इतना दिन से सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी कहे हैं, अब आप कर देंगे दिल्ली वाले। तो आजकल प्रचार तो खाली दिल्ली का होता है, खाली दिल्ली का प्रचार होते रहता है। सारा सोशल मीडिया से लेकर के एक एक चीज पर, सारे प्रेस, सब चीज पर कब्जा, और इसलिए अपना छपेगा। तो उसका तो कोई आगे नहीं रखेगा कि हम लोग डिमांड कर रहे थे कि पटना यूनिवर्सिटी को बना दिया जाए सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी। आज दिल्ली वाले बना देंगे तो खाली यही चर्चा करते रहिएगा कि केंद्र ने दिल्ली पटना यूनिवर्सिटी को बना दिया सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, फायदा लीजिएगा। तो जो चीज हम शुरू से कहते रहे, तो मेरी बात तो सुनते नहीं थे। आप जरा बताइए, हम कितनी बात जाकर के करते रहे। और आपको मालूम है ना, जब आप लोग आ गए थे 2017 में, तो उसके पहले ही ना 7 निश्चय था, हर घर नल का जल के लिए भी है? हर घर, आप ही बताइए, हर जगह एक एक चीज। अरे बैठिए ना, इस सब में क्या है? अरे हम दूसरी बात सुनिए। अरे आप तो कहां से कहां हो जाते हैं, कोई ठिकाना है आपका? आप तो कुछ बोलते ही रहते हैं रेगुलर, ऐसे ही। अब पहले कहां थे, फिर कहां गए, आप कुछ बोलते रहते हैं। ये सब छोड़िए, हम सब देखते रहते हैं, वो सब की बात छोड़ दीजिए। लेकिन आप बताइए, जो 7 निश्चय में था सबके लिए, हम नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं आप क्या बोल रहे हैं। आप मेरी बात, हम तो बहुत सिंपल, आप लोगों पर हम कुछ कह रहे हैं? अरे आप लोगों पर कुछ कह रहे हैं, हम तो दिल्ली से जो भी है कह रहे हैं। और एक बात जान लीजिए, हम लोगों ने जो किया, तो आप लोग साथ आए, तो मेरा जो पहले से इन लोगों के साथ 7 निश्चय तय था, उसको आप भी माने। और उसके बाद जो बात हुई, एक दिल्ली में एक बार मीटिंग हो रही थी, तो हमसे पूछा गया कि आप जो कह रहे हैं हर घर नल का जल, उसको करिएगा मेंटेनेंस। हम हाँ बिल्कुल मेंटेनेंस होगा, इसको कर रहे हैं, तो ऐसे ही थोड़ी है कि खाली पहुंचा देंगे और बाद में नहीं होगा। और बाद में जब केंद्र ने इसको तय किया, अब आप लोग आ गए थे, तब ना दिल्ली से कहा गया 6000 करोड़ रुपया दे करके कि मान लीजिए, दिल्ली वाला मान लीजिए, ताकि दिल्ली का हो जाए कि बिहार में हर घर नल का जल। हमने, आप ही लोगों के पार्टी के थे, हमने उनको निवेदन किया कि इस बात को नहीं लिखना, लिख दीजिए कि यहां पर पहले से हो रहा। तो अब बताइए, बिहार में तो शुरू हुआ, अब देश में पूरा कर रहे हैं, और न्यूज आता है। अरे भाई, तो ये भी तो करना ना चाहिए कि हर घर नल का जल बिहार जैसे गरीब राज्य में करने का हम लोगों ने तय किया। और यहाँ पर आप लोग भी सहमत हुए हुआ तो हम तो नहीं ना माने। अब फिर 2020 के बाद भी आ गया दिल्ली से कि फिर पैसा ले लीजिए और मान लीजिए कि दिल्ली का है। हमने फिर कहवा दिया, सवाल पैदा नहीं होता है। हम राज्य सरकार की तरफ से कर रहे हैं तो ये राज्य का है, ये केंद्र का नहीं है। तो एक एक चीज जो आप बात समझ रहे हैं, एक एक बात हो रहा था। अब यहां जो भी काम करते हैं अब वहां के बारे में वहां से होने लगता है कि ये हो रहा है। और आप लोग तो साथ में थे शुरू में, तो यहां पर जो पुराने हमारे साथी बैठे हुए इनको मालूम नहीं है, ये नहीं देख रहे थे रोड से लेकर के एक एक चीज को अलग अलग समय। और आप बताइए हम लोगों ने कितना सड़क का निर्माण शुरू कराया, कितना ज्यादा कराया। अब कौन गांव बचा है जहां हम लोगों ने सड़क नहीं पहुंचा दिया है।
2005 भी देखें।
अरे बैठिए ना, तो इसीलिए ना कह रहे हैं। अरे आप ही को ना तारीफ कर रहे हैं। छोड़ दीजिए। ये कोई केंद्र सरकार के चलते यहाँ सड़क नहीं है, आज के 8 साल से केंद्र सरकार के चलते यहां पर है और आप लोगों को मालूम नहीं है। अरे बैठो, अगर तुम लोगों को नहीं मालूम है, अरे भाई ग्रामीण इलाकों में सड़क बनाने का निर्णय बच्चे हो जान लो, ये निर्णय कौन लिया? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार ने लिया। और आपको मालूम है हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार में थे, आज जब हम अलग हो गए थे जनता दल से जौहर साहब के साथ, और बाद में आप कितना मानते थे बताइए। अरे बचिए ना अटल जी, अब बचिए जान लो जरा सा। अटल, श्रद्धेय अटल जी, लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी और मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी, ऐसा केंद्र में थे। मालूम है बच्चे हो, जान न लो जरा जी। ये बैठ करके उस समय की सरकार ने तय किया, अटल जी की सरकार ने तय किया कि हम लोग पूरे बिहार में गांव में पहुंचाएंगे। ये उस समय हम लोग उनके साथ थे और सारा काम जो शुरू करवाया गया सब कुछ, और एक एक चीज शुरू किया गया उसी समय। ये कोई आज की सरकार का नहीं है कुछ। और आप जान रहे हैं हम काहे अलग हुए 13 में जी, हमको कितना मानते थे सब लोग, तीनों लोग, सारे नेता, जो सबसे बड़े नेता थे।
After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
जब जगह मिलेगा हमको अच्छा लगेगा कि कम से कम मिले। और आप सब लोग एक बात अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, एक बार अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, हमने कितना आप सब लोगों का ख्याल रखा। हमारे पार्टी के सब लोगों ने समझ लिया कि ये लोग सारे लोग, अब आप चले गए अच्छा है, आप थोड़ी विरोध करिएगा। आप ये ना बताइए, 7 पार्टी इधर है, एक पार्टी भी समर्थन कर रहा है, 8 पार्टी, तो आप लोग न जाइएगा, नहीं तो कुछ है आपका, कुछ है, इसलिए भाग रहे। और जब कहा गया होगा, ऊपर से कहा गया होगा, इसलिए भाग रहे हैं आप लोग, तो आप लोगों में से किसी न किसी को जगह मिलेगा। तो ये सब काम जो हो रहा था, इसी का चलते तो हमको छोड़ना पड़ा। हम जो 17 में छोड़ करके गए और इन लोगों ने जो कोई काम नहीं किया और हम लोगों को नाश करने लगे, हमारे पार्टी के तमाम लोग भीतर से बोलने लगे और अंत में हम लोगों ने तय किया, आप सब लोगों से बात होती थी और ये जब तय हो गया कि हम लोग जो पहले जहां थे वहां पर चले जाएं, अब एक साथ हम आ गए, हम तो आपसे इन लोगों से अलग हुए, आप कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता है। और अब हम लोगों का संकल्प है कि हम लोग मिल करके पूरा काम करेंगे, बिहार बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा। और हम लोग सब लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं, देश भर से कितने विभिन्न प्रांतों के विभिन्न दलों के लोगों ने फोन किया है हमको कि ठीक किया, ये निर्णय लिया, और हमने कहा सब मिल करके लड़िएगा, एक साथ होकर के लड़िएगा, तो 2024 का जो चुनाव का रिजल्ट होगा।
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place.
इन लोगों का काम है सिर्फ और सिर्फ झंझट पैदा करना समाज में, और जब सब एकजुट होकर के रहेंगे तो उसके बाद इनको कोई नहीं पूछेगा। और याद करिए, जब आजादी की लड़ाई हुई थी उस समय की स्थिति को पैदा करिए फिर से। अब इतना दिन हो गया, 75 साल हो गया, तो नई पीढ़ी के लोग भूल जाते हैं। इसलिए तो हम कहते हैं, आप जानते हैं, हम तो पूरे बिहार में बापू का एक एक चीज हम लोग स्कूल हर जगह पर पहुंचा करके, और जो आजादी की लड़ाई में जो हुआ उन सब लोगों की बात को पहुंचाने का हम काम कराते रहते हैं, ताकि नई पीढ़ी के लोग एक एक चीज को जाने। नहीं तो ये लोग अपना बात खाली चलाएंगे, धीरे धीरे सबको खत्म कर देंगे। अभी तो नई आज चीज है ये ना, ये सब जितना सब चीज आ गया है इसी को देखते हुए। और फिर अब तो कितने ज्यादा अब प्रेस वाले भी जो इंडिपेंडेंट रहते थे, अब क्या बोले यहां अंदर अंदर उसमें क्या क्या किया जा रहा, ताकि एक तरफा सब अब जो मन करे जितना दुष्प्रचार करे करें, लेकिन हम लोग मिल करके काम करेंगे और पूरे देश में सब लोगों को एकजुट करेंगे, फिर आगे मौका नहीं मिलेगा। और ये लोग भाग गए हैं, इस लोग इसलिए भाग गए हैं कि सुनना नहीं चाहते ना। अब समझ लीजिए, सच्चाई बात है, सच्ची बात को सुन करके नहीं जाना चाहते। अब मेरे सामने कितना बात बोल देते थे, लेकिन फिर भी वहां से आकर के बोला जाता था। आप बताइए ना, जब इन लोगों की मीटिंग हो रही थी, अब क्या नहीं हुआ? हमने तो सबको साथ दिया। एमपी के चुनाव, एमपी कह रहे हैं, इसके चुनाव में, राष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में, उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव में सब कुछ कर दिया। हमारे लोग सब बोल रहे थे, नहीं भाई एक बार कह दिया है, मुझको फोन आया, हम उस समय नहीं। उसके बाद ही हम लोगों ने सब आपस में बातचीत और तय किया कि आगे हम लोग एकजुट होकर के चलेंगे और अपने बिहार में, और जब सब लोग मिल करके चलेंगे तो आप जान लीजिए कि कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला है। इस साथ में थे, अब जो सरकार में थे तो कैसा कैसा प्रचार करते।
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted, and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident, and day in and day out incidences.
और मौका मिलेगा तब इनको तो हम एक एक चीज इनको हम बता देते कि क्या हो रहा था जी। लेकिन चलिए, तो अब इनको जो इच्छा हो, अब कोई सवाल नहीं, और आगे आगे इनको ठीक ढंग से पता चलेगा। और आप जान लीजिए, हम तो आप लोगों के साथ हैं, हमको भले ही आज हम हैं, लेकिन इसका मतलब यह नहीं है कि हमको व्यक्तिगत कुछ इच्छा है। हमारी एक ही इच्छा है कि सब एकजुट होकर के बिहार को आगे बढ़ाएं और देश को आगे बढ़ाएं। हम सबका साथ देंगे। अब आप सब लोग मिलकर के आ गए, अभी बहुत खुशी की बात है। इसलिए अब यही कहेंगे हम कि आप सब लोगों से और अनुरोध करेंगे कि जो हम लोगों ने अपना प्रस्ताव रखा है और उस प्रस्ताव को सब लोग मिलकर के इसको पारित करिए। तो भागिए गए, अपना देख न लिए, भाग गए, नहीं तभी रहते, तभी तो हम और इनको।
Exclusive coming in on the land for job scam.
Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive row, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan and success.
Republic with the biggest expose in the Jharkhand illegal mining scam. We show how the proceeds of crime were laundered. Republic investigation reveals how Jharkhand Chief Minister aide Pankaj Mishra used his influence to control the mining business. Raids, protests, showdown with 5 top RJD leaders under the radar. It's an action-packed trust vote day in Bihar. It's a mega exclusive. Indian Army foils Pak terror bid. Republic breaks Pak terror tape. Even Jaivir Shergill dumps the Vadra Congress, resigns as Congress national spokesperson. Deceased BJP leader Sonali Phogat's family alleges foul play in her death, claims she was poisoned. All right, a breaking news development coming in, this time from Bihar and in connection with the land for jobs scam. Republic accesses sensational land gift deeds. In fact, Lalu aide Bhola Yadav, who's already in custody, is signed as witness in every deed. Remember, he's already in custody. This is in black and white. Rabri also signed on the land deed, and this is essentially Lalu aid facilitating the land for job scam. To get jobs in railways, hand land to Lalu's family. That was the scam. If you wanted, when Lalu was railway minister, back in the UPA government, he would be taking money in the form of land, and he would be taking land and giving jobs, and that would be facilitated by the likes of Bhola Yadav, who's already in custody. Lalu aide Bhola Yadav signing on those deeds. That's something which is coming out in this explosive revelation from the investigation. So we'll try to get Shawan Sen and Prakash Singh live with us. It's connected with Bihar. Shawan, of course, bringing in the information. Let's go to a report on the special investigation and the documents, and then we come back to the lives.
CBI raids in the scam where about 1.5 lakh square feet land was acquired by Lalu and family were on. The allegations are of Group D jobs being allotted in lieu for land when Lalu Prasad was railway minister. 3 top RJD leaders faced raids on their residences. Tejashwi Yadav is trying to brazen it out in the assembly.
मतलब आप भाजपा के साथ रहिएगा, हाथ मिला लीजिएगा तो राजा हरिश्चंद्र बन जाओगे, और हाथ नहीं मिलाइएगा तो भ्रष्टाचारी, क्रिमिनल, रेपिस्ट, और पीछे ईडी, सीबीआई, इनकम टैक्स को लगा दिया जाएगा। अब आप बताइए कि पूरी तरीके से बेबुनियाद आरोप हम लोगों पे लगाया गया, और एक नया चीज आप फिर लेकर के आ गए हैं। अब ये आईआरसीटीसी का मामला, नौकरी जमीन का मामला।
But now Republic Media Network has accessed the gift deeds, which only goes on to show that Rabri Devi and Heba Yadav were direct beneficiaries of the land that was acquired through these gift deeds. The entire modus operandi has now been revealed with the documents accessed by Republic Media Network, which shows that undeserving candidates who had basically applied for Group D and Group C appointments in the railway department were basically given jobs in lieu of land that was given in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. In fact, some of the documents accessed by us shows that land parcel worth about 62 lakh rupees was handed out to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members for just about 4 lakh rupees. And this was not just one such case. There have been multiple such cases where land parcels were gifted to his family members at throwaway prices.
Meritorious job seekers lost out. One family allegedly gained acres and acres of land, and the country suffered. The land for job scam cannot be brushed aside anymore. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, big revelation. Lalu Prasad Yadav, when he was railway minister, his minions were involved in a land for jobs scam, trading land or buying land in lieu of giving jobs, no money exchange. Prakash Singh joins us live from Patna. I believe he has a guest with him. Prakash, though this of course dates back to the UPA era, I believe BJP would be more than willing to speak about the time when, according to them, corruption reigned supreme in the railways when Lalu was heading the ministry.
Yes, Abhishek, the raids were conducted at various places in Bihar and specifically people having allegiance to the RJD and I can say that it was predictable. We were all predicting that the raids would happen at some point of time with the change of government, and that's become the new normal as of now in politics in India. So as far as this land for job scam is concerned, we had carried out mega sting operation in stories in 2017, and gifts in the form of lands were given to the family members of Lalu Yadav and his kith and kins, and Bhola Yadav, as a part of that, was arrested by the CBI very recently, as he was witness in most of the gifted lands. And another case is IRCT scam case, in which land for hotel scam was there, and in that we could see that there is a pattern that at the behest of Prem Gupta, who apparently became an approver also later, and various other people, certain shareholdings of the companies were transferred in the name of Tejasvi, Tej Pratap, and apparently some signatures on the check of Tejasvi were also recovered during the 2017 raid. And as a part of that, 2 railway employees who had gifted land, one in the Vidhan Parishad also, and there are various other parcels of land that has been unearthed by the CBI. And as a part of that, the raids were conducted at Sunil Singh's residence, Subhash Yadav, Abu Dozana, and various other people in Patna and at various locations, which goes to show and establish the fact that there is some corroborative evidences as far as Bhola Yadav's arrest is concerned. And this is a part of the confessional statement that may have been made by Bhola Yadav, because he has been one of the prime witness and suspect. I'm joined by Nitin Naveen, who is the former road construction minister of Bihar, as well as the senior BJP leader. आज जो रेड्स हुए हैं बिहार में घोटाले को लेकर, लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम और IRCT स्कैम, तो इससे क्या माना जाए कि ये महज संयोग था कि आज ट्रस्ट भोज था और साथ साथ रेड्स भी हो रहे हैं?
देखिए, एक बड़ा स्पष्ट समझने की बात है, ये पूरे चीज़ के घटनाक्रम पहले से चल रहा है, और CBI तो कोई समय और लगन देख के तो करेगी नहीं। वो तो जो आरोपी हैं, जो लगातार इसमें संलिप्त रहे, उन पर परत दर परत कार्रवाई तो होगी। अब इस कार्रवाई से बेचैनी किसी को हो रही है, तो वो तो उस दिन सोचना चाहिए था जिस दिन उन्होंने कांड किया था, जॉब फॉर ज़मीन का घोटाला किया था। उस दिन तो उनको ये ध्यान में आया नहीं, और आज कह रहे कि नहीं, दिन देख के नहीं। कल तक ये कहते हैं कि हम विपक्ष में है इसलिए काम हो रहा है, आज आप सत्ता में हैं इसलिए कह रहे कि हम सत्ता में आ गए इसलिए काम हो रहा है। तो जो आप गुनाह किए हैं उसके लिए आपको माफ़ कर दिया जाए। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आरोप लगाने वाला कौन था? जो आरोप लगाने वाला व्यक्ति था और आरोपी के साथ मिल गया, तो क्या सब कुछ खत्म?
JDU ने आरोप लगाया था लैंड फॉर जॉब, ललन सिंह, अब वही अब क्लीन चिट दे रहे हैं लालू यादव
कि जो लोग आरोपी थे या जो उन्होंने आरोप लगाया, दोनों मिल गए, तो क्या आरोप खत्म हो गया? जनता के डोमेन में आ चुका है, पब्लिक जानती है, और जो गुनाह किया है वो बचेगा नहीं। अब आरोपी और आरोप लगाने वाला मिल भी जाए, लेकिन न्याय की अदालत में निश्चित रूप से जो गरीब का पैसा लेकर जॉब दे रहा था, वैसे सारे लोग को।
लेकिन तेजस्वी यादव ने अपने भाषण में कहा कि भारत सरकार के 3 जमाई, ED, CBI, इनकम टैक्स, ये क्या सच है?
देखिए, जो लोग चोर होते हैं, जो लोग चोर मौसेरे भाई का एक कहावत है ना, कि जो रहेंगे वो। आपको क्यों डर लगता है ED और CBI से? हमको तो नहीं डर लगता है ED और CBI CID से। आपको क्यों डर लगता है? आप ही के घर में क्यों दस्तक देता है? आज से नहीं, कांग्रेस के समय से ये चलता आ रहा है। तो जब इस कांग्रेस तो CBI के आपके उस समय था, जब आप पर चारा घोटाला था, उस समय कौन था?
लेकिन वो आरोप लगाते हैं कि बीजेपी के किसी नेता के यहाँ ED, CBI, IT नहीं पहुंचती है, वो तेजस्वी यादव बोलते हैं।
क्या आप घोटाला कीजिए, घर में मेरे CBI आएगा क्या? करिएगा जमीन फॉर जॉब घोटाला आप, कहिएगा नितिन नवीन क्या CBI क्यों नहीं पहुंचा? ऐसा तो नहीं होता है। करिएगा जो भरिएगा। और सबसे बड़ी बात, कौन सा भ्रष्टाचारी थे जिसको नीतीश कुमार ने छोड़ा था? आज वो सदाचारी बन गए। मैं तो पूछता हूँ नीतीश कुमार जी से, हमारे चच्चा हैं, कह रहे थे कि मेरे चच्चा है, तो मैं तो पूछता हूँ कि चच्चा जो है, भतीजा आपको आईना दिखा रहा है, उस आईने में देखिए कि आपने क्या।
भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर ही 2017 में जब CBI ने रेड किया था, तो नीतीश कुमार लालू यादव से अलग हुए थे।
वही चच्चा जी से पूछ रहा हूँ कि चच्चा जी, जिस भतीजा को आपने भ्रष्टाचारी कहा, आज वो सदाचारी हो गया। आज वो बच्चा नहीं है जो बगल में बैठा है, और आज मुझे आप कह रहे बच्चा, तो घबराइए मत।
आपको इतना बार 10 बार बच्चा बोले होंगे, आप तो चौथी बार विधायक हैं।
मैं तो वही कह रहा हूँ कि नीतीश जी, मैं तो आपको चच्चा मानता था, मैं तो बहुत सम्मान करता हूँ आपका, क्योंकि आप राजनीति में जब हम लोग आए तो हमको लगा था कि नीतीश कुमार नया बिहार, लेकिन क्या किया आपने? जो बिहारी मेहनत करके अपने मुकाम पाता था, जो बिहारी के बारे में कहा जाता है कि बिहारी मेहनत कश होता है, आज बिहारी को आपने क्या किया? बिहारी को यू टर्न करा दिया, कुर्सी कुमार बना दिया।
Yes, Abhishek. Yeah.
Prakash, you know the real pain of Nitish Kumar did come out when he said that धीरे धीरे ये सबको खत्म कर देंगे. I think that was the clincher insofar as Nitish Kumar's speech inside Bihar Assembly is concerned. Stay on. In fact, Shawan Singh joining us live on the story. Shawan, what documents do we have that are clincher in the sense that they prove that people close to Lalu Prasad Yadav when he was railway minister were actually giving jobs in lieu of taking land from the poor and making it in their name?
Well, political rhetoric aside, Abhishek, in this particular case, it's crystal clear. And I would say it's open and shut to a great extent, because what the Central Bureau of Investigation has been able to gather is hard evidence. In fact, I'll just show you two sets of documents in which there is a clear mention of the investigation that's been carried out so far by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and they make a mention of the sale of land that has taken place. Now, important to point out here is that there is a clear reference of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members, and I'm quoting from the CBI document in which they are saying Sanjay Rai, alias Sanjay Kumar Dharmendra Rai, and sons of late Kameshwar Rai, residents of Mahubag, Patna, via sale deed number 2236 dated 6th February 2008, transferred a parcel of land situated at Patna measuring 3,375 square feet to Rabdi Devi, wife of Lalu Prasad Yadav, on sale consideration of 3,75,000 rupees. What was the land value at that time? The market price, it was 62 lakh rupees, and this is what it was sold for, 3,75,000 in the name of Rabdi Devi. And in fact, these are the candidates who had basically applied. Take a look at the page number 2, where once again there is a sale deed that takes place. Here too, they say Brij Nandan Rai, son of Devki Rai, transferred a parcel of land situated at Patna measuring 3,375 square feet to Hridaynath Chaudhary, resident of district Gopalganj, Bihar, on sale consideration of 4,21,000. Now, the same land was then transferred land to Hema Yadav, daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav. So look at the sale that is basically taking place. Now, just to put this into perspective, the two documents that we have basically accessed, and there are several others. In a short while from now, we'll also put out more details of in terms of what has been sold, what was in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members, and in return, what did they give? The allegation is very simple. The allegation is that when he was the union minister between 2004 and 2009, his close associates, for instance, Bhola Yadav being one, he was basically accepting the applications of these undeserving candidates right at the official residence of Rabdi Devi as well as Lalu Prasad Yadav. In return, what was actually happening was they were given the jobs. They were then actually giving gift deeds to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. Some land was also bought by his family members, Lalu Prasad's family members. But what's also important to point out here is that all this while, we never spoke about the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejasvi Yadav, because what has turned out is that in the last few hours, we've got information from top sources within the agency that, number one, there is a company which goes by the name of Whiteland Private Limited. Now, this particular company is suspected to be connected to the Yadav family. Important to point out is that the proceeds of crime, which is the money that they have gained from this scam, was diverted into this very company, then used to carry to construct a mall in Gurgaon. There are two places where the searches are already being carried out. So, if you really look at it, the flow of funds not being restricted into just the period between 2004 and 2009. Over a period of time, also there were beneficiaries. They benefited from this particular scam, and the money was then diverted. There was a layered diversion of the funds that were taking place. We already showed you in terms of how the land parcels were bought, some were clearly gifted, and also then the money that was diverted through various companies in which we're now being told that Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members are linked in some way or the other.
Right. Shawan, this is in fact dangerous. This is double exploitation. This is taking bribe, and the poor who couldn't give money their land, their assets were taken away for the price which prevailed at that time. Obviously, the land prices increased and so the corruption money ballooned. That's huge. Let me go back to Prakash Singh. Prakash Singh, are there no repercussions of this so far as Bihar politics is concerned? Remember, these raids happened even before the present government took shape and with the coming together of JDU and RJD. You think this is not going to have any perception issues for the Susashan Babu in Bihar?
Well, I'd like to add some more points what someone had said, that immediately after Lalu Yadav relinquished the post of railway minister, there were 2-3 companies that slowly started and in a gradual process, the shareholding of these companies started moving in the name of Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav and Hema Yadav. One was Delight Marketing and the second was Fair Growth.
All right, breaking news development coming in from Hyderabad, where flag march is being carried out in affected areas where some violence has taken place. Remember the Sar Tan Se Juda protests that have broken out following comments made by BJP MLA Raja Singh. All right, Priyanka is live from the location. Let's go to her. Priyanka, these are additional deployments of police taking place. If you can tell us what's the exact location and what is the plan? Is the situation under control and the cops in charge of what's happening on the ground? Priyanka? I think some connection issue there, but these are pictures of additional deployments of police forces in Hyderabad. This has happened because of protests that erupted on the comments made by BJP legislator Raja Singh, and we have seen since then Sar Tan Se Juda protests taking place over the last 48 hours in various parts of Hyderabad, despite the fact that Raja Singh has been arrested. These pictures are in fact from Charminar area, and Priyanka Sharma reports live from the location. Priyanka, please tell us, these seem like RAF battalion, so paramilitary forces being called in. I hope the situation is under control on the ground.
Well, yes, Abhishek, what we can tell our viewers as we speak over these visuals of the flag march that is expected to happen, it's expected to start in just a few seconds. But of course, talking about the situation on the ground, we had been seeing that since midnight. There had been several sporadic protests that had broken out across, in fact, near the areas of Charminar, and we had seen how those protesters, in fact, had also been chanting Sar Tan Se Juda type of slogans as well, in fact, during the protests that had broken out, and following which we have seen the violence that had broken out with respect to the stone pelting and the lathi charge that had subsequently taken place here near the Charminar area itself, and of course we had been tracking the reactions of several political parties as well, but we had spoken to the police officials, and they had stated that the situation is under control. In fact, yesterday they had said that tomorrow, in fact, is going to be a bandh that will also be called for. The protesters, in fact, had been stating that, and we have seen that the police officials have been in action ever since these kind of protests had broken out in the midnight. During the time, those stone pelting incidents had also been reported. Following which, of course, the police is in action, and that is exactly what we are seeing right now, Abhishek. It is essentially a precautionary measure that is also being taken by the police, by the RAF that has been deployed. 3 battalions, in fact, of the RAF that have been deployed in 3 separate places. In 3 separate places near Charminar itself. and you see the local police as well coordinating this entire flag march. But you can see there are several protesters as well. Abhishek, on the other side, we're trying not to rile them up too much. So I'll ask my VJ to stay where we are and of course show you the visuals of these protesters who are showing the black flags. These are sporadic protests. Sporadic protests, in fact, that are breaking out right now. They're protesting right in front of this RAF flag march that is going on. You can see these protests, in fact, that are carrying out. You can see right behind me, as you see these people, in fact, who were passing by and they have stopped by and they are raising those black flags, protesting against Raja Singh, protesting against the kind of statements that Raja Singh had made. Let's try to listen in. But of course, sloganeering of "We want justice" as of now, that is being carried out right now. And of course, we are showing you these protesters right now, in fact, who have in fact just come here and they have started protesting and they have in fact been making these sloganeering of wanting justice, and they have in fact right in front of this flag march that is being carried out, and the RAF in fact that has been deployed. They're carrying out the flag march in these areas, but these are the protesters. We'll keep moving because the more we point our cameras at them, of course, the more they're going to get riled up. And we're going to keep moving. We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep showing, of course, the authorities as well who are showing, who are in fact also getting in action. They're trying to control the situation right now. And the police force, the RAF, that had been carrying out the flag march is trying to calm down the situation. We're showing those visuals, and all right, dramatic visuals, and let me also go across to my colleague Aneri, who's just around me at another vantage point where this flag march is being carried out, where the protest is being carried out. Aneri, if you can hear me over the chaos that we are witnessing right now here near the Charminar area, what are these protesters saying? What are they demanding? What are they protesting right in front of the flag march for?
Well, as we have been seeing that there's one side, there's flag march which has been taken up by the police authorities. RAF is also here to make sure that the situation is under control, and also at the same time we see that on the other hand there's a protest which has also been taking place here, raising slogans against Raja Singh, and also as you can see in the visuals how flag march is being done here. But also we had seen how massive protest was taking place since last 2 days, and yesterday after the Nampalli court had given orders that Raja Singh should be released immediately. Now we see that the RAF and the police authorities, the forces, have been conducting flag march here in Hyderabad to make sure that the situation is under control as we continue to move forward. And we are reporting right now from Shalibanda area in Hyderabad, where since yesterday there were massive protests which had taken place. Police had to resort to lathi charge to bring the situation under control, and also police patrol vehicles were damaged by these protesters. And also we have been seeing now how this flag march is being conducted to make sure that there's no untoward situation which takes place here in Hyderabad.
Well, Aneri, catch your breath, because I know this situation has gotten a little chaotic right now here, but of course the authorities are on the ground. We're showing you visuals of these police personnel as well that are here trying to make sure that the protesters do not get more riled up. They had in fact carried out this sporadic protest and raising the black flags. They had several black flags in their hands, and they had been sloganeering that they want justice. Now of course we had gotten an inclination of this. We had seen on the ground how the protesters had been angry, how they had been in fact stating that because of Raja Singh's comments that these were completely unacceptable comments that that Raja Singh had made, and that it had hurt their religious sentiments. And of course, we had also spoken to the police officials, and they had stated that of course there is anger in the people, in the protesters, but they are stating that they want a legal recourse via which they can get justice against Raja Singh, who had been making these comments, and that's exactly what they have been saying. Alright, I have paused just for a few seconds to make you hear what they are sloganeering, what they are basically saying. What they're basically saying is that they want Raja Singh to be hanged till death. Now these are the statements that are being made by these protesters all around me, and they had in fact been making several sloganeering in the midnight itself yesterday, where they had been making statements like Sar Tan Se Juda, those kind of sloganeering that had been done against Raja Singh. But today of course we are seeing that right in front of the flag march, right in front of the police officials, they had been sloganeering, and they have protested with black flags and stated that this is for justice. This is for justice against Raja Singh, kind of statements that Raja Singh in fact had been making. So of course not too chaotic, but of course police officials are in action, and they are trying to speak to the police protesters as well. The RAF is also present here. Well, let's try to get in a word, because I believe the people leading this protest are having a conversation with the police officials, and the police of course is also trying to tell the protesters to disperse and to peacefully carry out these protests with permissions and all the legalities required. And these are the protesters in fact who are also responding to these kind of statements by the police officials. But of course this is something that we are seeing on the ground right now, Abhishek, where the protesters are angry, the people are angry, and they want justice is what they're saying. They're saying that these are unacceptable comments that had been made by Raja Singh, and that they will not take the insult of their religion lying down. Now of course we'll try. We are of course seeing that the police officials trying to detain the protesters as well. I believe when they had been speaking to the protesters to disperse, the protesters had not been responding, and that is why the police has to use force. And that's where you have it. The police officials in fact detaining all of the protesters. Right behind me, you can see that this is exactly what is happening right now, that the police officials are detaining the protesters, and of course they're also trying to get back to the flag march. So of course we'll try to get away from their route. But this is what we are showing you right now. These are the visuals from the ground, where the protesters had been asked by the police officials to disperse, but when they had not agreed to it, they have now been detained. So that was another sporadic protest that we are seeing. So of course these are the kind of protests that we have been witnessing since late last night, where stone pelting had taken place as well, and after which we have seen that the police had come into action, and the RAF companies in fact have also been deployed. And we are of course tracking as far as the ramifications of these kind of statements by Raja Singh is concerned, because ever since he made that 10-minute video, we are seeing more and more people in fact coming out on the streets. And yesterday it had hit a crescendo in the midnight, where these protesters had come out. In fact, just right here, this is the area right behind me. This is the place where the protest had also taken place late last night, where minor stone pelting had also taken place, and the reminiscence of those protests in fact we can see on the road as well. But today itself we had seen since morning that the police officials had been deployed in several parts of the areas where they had suspected that these kind of protests might break out as well. And just now we also saw that the police officials not using too much force. They in fact had spoken to the protesters before. Let's keep panning, because I believe there's some more action happening there. There's some more altercation going on between the protesters and the police. And we'll keep panning our cameras as we tell our viewers the latest when it comes to what's happening on the ground, the latest when it comes to how the protesters are responding to Raja Singh's statements, and also how there have been several statements being made by the AIMIM political fraternity as well, condemning Raja Singh, but also telling the protesters that they are within their rights to go out and protest, but they should do so peacefully. However, that is not something that is happening on the ground. At least from the scenes that we saw yesterday in the midnight, that it was not really a peaceful protest. In fact, there was several sloganeering that was done of Sar Tan Se Juda as well. It was very evidently heard in several of those videos as well that we had played out. And today, of course, but we are seeing that the heat, in fact, being dialed down as far as we are witnessing the protesters, because they did show black flags to the authorities, they did show black flags to RAF, they did show black flags to the police officials, and they did the sloganeering of them wanting justice, but of course no action that was happening, as in there's no stone pelting, there was no violence that had broken out. The police, of course, had been in a lot of numbers, as you can see around me as well, a lot of police officials, a lot of RAF deployment that had been done, which led to the protesters being detained swiftly before there could have been a massive protest that could have also snowballed with respect to at least this particular area that is just near Charminar, where we had seen more and more people coming out. In fact, if I could also show you, because this is a very busy marketplace, this is a place where usually on a daily basis there is a lot of people, it's a jam-packed area. But what you see are a lot of shops that are closed. So this had been also a bandh that had been called by the protesters, and also the AIMM corporators as well that had stated that they are with the protesters as well. And there's a similar bandh. I'll ask my VJ to keep following me because there's a lot of action. And VJ Vipin, in fact, is showing you all the visuals of what's really happening here. And we'll keep following where the police officials are going. But as I was speaking earlier, the bandh that has been called for, that is tomorrow as well, there is a bandh that has been called for by the protesters. However, what we have learned from our sources, so more people being detained will get out of the way of the authorities so that they can do their work. But more and more people being detained, and them stating that they are in fact demanding justice against Raja Singh's comments, and that they are in fact demanding Raja Singh to be hung till death. Now those were the sloganeering, those were the slogans that we heard just a few seconds ago. That's what these protesters had been stating. We'll try to get in a word from them as well. But what we see right now is these protesters being detained by the police officials, and of course tomorrow as well we were being told by the authorities that there might be some or the other protest. There is a bandh that has been called for, and these people might come out on the streets to protest the comments of Raja Singh. Not just protest, but also demand Raja Singh to be hung till death. Now these are the sloganeerings that had been made. We'll try to get in the word from them. आप क्या protest यहाँ पे कर रहे थे? राजा सिंह के अगेंस्ट यहाँ पे protest कर रहे थे? बस यही प्रोटेक्शन था। ये हमारे साथ नाइंसाफी बस हम लोग का वी वांट जस्टिस बोले, खाली जस्टिस बोले तो उठा के लेके चले। All right, so those were some comments that we heard from the protesters stating that they have been meted out severe injustice, and that they are extremely hurt with the kind of comments that had been made by Raja Singh, and that is why they are demanding that Raja Singh to be brought to book, for him to be punished. These were the statements, these were the sentiments of the protesters that we have been seeing since late last night, and today as well, where these sporadic protests that are breaking